Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast. I am your host, the Anime Collector. Now, as you guys know, I have been rewatching the old podcast quite a bit. The old podcasts, what is that? That was weird. I've been watching the old podcasts a lot, and I've been trying to amalgamate all the things that are great about the podcast so that we can continue to produce a great show that people want to keep coming back for. So with the latest VTuber technology, I have recreated a former host for you so that we are able to enjoy the presence of one Donjubo Agvale.
Greetings and salutations, and also from people from other nations. And along with us is another guy named FDDNM who is jealous that I have Adventure Kid.
I am the other anime collector of the channel. And with my co-host, Rhys, 2988.
Yes. Hi there.
That went as good as I hoped.
And this guy's here too, Lance.
The man who needs no introduction.
What's up?
Okay. Random 11 is joining us.
I'm not with you guys.
Well, you can bye. It would be this part of the call that I would just yeet you out of the street.
Give me my rights.
No, you may not have your rights. This is StreamYard. All right. Okay.
Hey, look, it's a handy. Rough back.
All right.
Just to clarify for the audience, I am on my phone.
Yes, Rhys is joining us through his phone because the internet has been
because
quite
he
challenging.
really wants to play Diablo Immortals.
Wouldn't open. Okay.
My internet has been off and on for like the last 3 days, and they just said, "Oh, your outage should be resolved by 8 o'clock on Wednesday." And it's now 8:13, and it is still out.
Yeah, it's an unmitigated disaster as usual. So before I forget, it was Father's Day this last week, and I wanted to show you guys my Father's Day card. By the way, Lance, you were the first person to tell me Happy Father's Day. Thank you for that. So my wife created a card with my kids.
They look the same. You can tell they're yours.
It says, "Thanks for being a Vegeta kind of dad and not a Goku kind of dad."
Oh God!
Now,
even though they're wearing
those are good choices.
They're wearing Goku's gear instead of
Yes.
Vegeta's training.
I know.
Like
proper cucking. Yeah. So something interesting happened after last podcast. So I ended up not working that following day. I think a tiny one's about to enter. And the day after that, so last Wednesday, when my I'm gonna help her go potty. I will. I'll be right back. Don't let me forget to tell the story about Wednesday. I'll be right back.
Wednesday.
That's actually kind of ironic because when you said it, I heard a little one come in. I thought, and the way he like clenched, like I thought he was talking like I heard a little shit come in or something. Like I thought he was. I got to run to the bathroom.
Oh,
And he did, but not for himself. So
Wow.
that's a good thing.
The prophecy was fulfilled one way or another.
Yeah.
got some dark implications in that.
Very dark.
Okay.
That was a.
Am I muted?
amazingly
No, I'm not
fast.
muted. Okay. Good. Yeah. Well, I just helped her get on the toilet. Okay, so what happened last Wednesday? So you guys know that what I do right now for a living, partially at least, is I clean trash cans. I drive a big truck and we put it on the side of the truck and clean them. So I didn't work last Wednesday. And while I wasn't on the route, the other guy that drives like the smaller truck, boy, my hair looks absolutely awful today. The guy who drives the other truck, he pulled up to a house, one of our regular customers, and he started cleaning their trash cans. And then a car came peeling around the block and like basically drove up onto the lawn of the house. And a lady jumped out. And while this is happening, 8 cop cars came flying down the road. Hello. So anyway, 8 cop cars come flying down the road, and the lady bolts out of her car, and before she gets to her front door, she gets tackled. By the way, this is our customer. The cops blocked in my partner on the job, so he had to like ask them to move so that he could even get on with the day. So yeah, quite an eventful day I got to miss. Anyway, I've been beckoned to help my daughter get off the toilet, so I will be back once more. Thank you for my story time.
Your first Wednesday story.
I wish being able to hit the AC love being a parent button.
Oh no.
So.
Wow. So how's the weather everywhere?
I'm kind of rainy looking kind of stuff. It was hot the last couple of days, but now it's kind of cooled off. It was beautiful yesterday. Oh my god.
It was good today, but apparently it's going to start raining for like a week over here.
That hurricane that's like smashed into the U.S. is probably just headed up there to say hi.
Yeah, I heard that.
We don't get it.
It's only 50% chance rain. Don't jinx it.
Dude, come on, man. When it's 50% chance of rain, I just go ahead and I wear the umbrella.
That's just like a 50% chance of shit.
Okay. All right. So let's let me get my head back on straight. Okay. If you guys would like to support this disaster of a podcast, there is the OCA Podcast Patreon. There is also the Anime Collector Patreon for those of you who want content that isn't the podcast to actually happen. This is the one for you, those people. There's also Stealthweed if you're interested in hipster merch for your favorite shows. And all of those things actually somehow, in some way, magically help the podcast. Except for this one that just helps me by helping the podcast. All right. So, in opening discussions, Love Live superstar Nako Misaki, that's the voice actor, she tested positive for COVID-19. What a tragedy. She probably survived. I don't see why she wouldn't.
Basically.
Tokyo and Osaka are going to come out of a state of emergency as cases are on the rise and the Olympics loom. So wouldn't you know it, they're going to have to end the state of emergency just so that they don't look like a big joke as the Olympics are going on. Now, the Olympics are going to allow spectators, only I believe something like 10,000. Prime Minister Suga announced that up to 10,000 spectators would be allowed at the Olympic events. They are not allowed to cheer loudly.
I heard it was 10,000 domestic spectators.
Right. I don't even. Yeah, they're not letting foreigners in.
That's racist.
So there's that. Also, please drink alone in your room and don't have sex. Tokyo Olympics tells athletes.
What the fuck? I could be a Tokyo.
Is that why they're giving out condoms?
Yes, that's why the condoms that they said, please take these back to your home country and use them.
Because you don't, yeah.
You know
I could be a Tokyo athlete. I could be an Olympic athlete right now.
Not by you saying that all it takes is to not have sex.
I'm drinking alone in my room.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I may also be.
I'm
Olympic
drinking.
And
I'm drinking one in my room too.
I'm not having sex right now.
You're not?
Look, Rhys, man. We all know. Never mind. You know what I'm.
I mean, it is the No Pants podcast. I mean,
Wait. We're all supposed to drop our drawers. This is a different kind of show than I was expecting. I'm gonna shut up.
I gave Daddy all the weird ones.
Thank you. I got all the weird dino nuggies. All right. Well, I guess I'll be eating on this stream too, just to make matters worse for everybody. Lance, I'm glad that you've taken the initiative to do the cricket thing instead of sending it to me, because you're doing it much better than I would have. Okay. Anyway.
I mean, let me. I think this is it. There we go. Wait, where was it at? I have too many here. That'll work. I'm just trying to find the one I was just playing. Just continue without me. Anyone recognize that?
This is getting old.
No.
Mind if I go a little nuts?
No one remembers that?
From what?
Am I showing my age? It's Final Fantasy X-2.
I haven't played 10-2.
I've never played any Final Fantasy anyway.
It's back before they changed the dub.
What? Changed the dub?
Yeah.
What did it say before?
Hold on.
Oh my god, the ASMR is off the charts. Oh, I thought Brad was still here.
Yeah.
That's
Wait,
why
what?
I was waiting for a response.
No, not that
Oh.
one. Damn me and my blind ass.
Ah, he has gotten yeeted officially.
How away?
Oh, he's back.
All right. My brother-in-law just reset the router. I
Welcome
didn't-
back, baby.
I tried to eat it if I could while the internet was down. Okay.
I was like, wow, I guess Lance is really like dominating right now, because Brad's giving him all the time to show us these sound clips, even after he said, don't mind me, just continue without me, or whatever.
All right.
Totally
So-
being a cuck.
Yeah, this isn't the most disastrous podcast we've ever done at all. So, where was I? Okay, so please drink alone in your room and don't have sex, Tokyo Olympics tells the athletes. The organizers don't want people getting randy or rowdy in the Olympic Village. Although the Olympics are, in many ways, a beacon for international friendship and cooperation, they're still, at their core, a competition. So when the games finally begin next month in Tokyo, for each event, only the top 3 competitors will go home with medals. No duh. Everyone, though, will be going home with condoms. During the Olympics.
They're called participation condoms.
I honestly think that they would help you get laid. Like, you're an Olympic athlete? Yeah. Only way to get these condoms. Why would he say we use them?
Let's put this thing.
I am an Olympic athlete. I last very fast. I can get from start to finish quickly as an Olympic athlete. I should have planned these jokes ahead of time. I'm so sorry. So during the Olympics, some 18,000 people are expected to stay in the Olympic Village in Tokyo's Harumi neighborhood. Among the amenities they were supposed to receive was a supply of 150,000 condoms. So I did the math on this.
Are there?
18,000 people?
Jesus.
Dude,
I did the math on this, and apparently it comes out to 8.3 repeating condoms per athlete. Or per 18,000 people.
Maybe they staggered it. Like the higher you place, the more condoms you get to take home.
the more desirable you are.
Yeah. I mean, like, second place gets the most condoms because he comes second all the time. I mean,
You come second?
yeah, that's the joke.
You always come last? You know what? Sorry. Too far?
So, prophylactic provisions has been a part of the Olympics for the last few decades. But with continuing concern about the health safety of holding the games during the ongoing pandemic, earlier this month, the Tokyo Olympics Organizing Committee put out a statement requesting that athletes not use their Olympic condoms until they're back in their home countries.
Are they Olympic sized?
I love this line. Just to be clear, the intended message was, quote, please abstain from the use of please abstain from the close contact of sexual intercourse while staying in the Olympic Village, not please enjoy unprotected sex while in Japan.
Shit!
So apparently the committee has since decided that giving athletes condoms upon arrival, but telling them to save them for when they're back in their home country is a bit of a mixed message. On Sunday,
they should have held on to them before they left.
Yeah. On Sunday, Takashi Kitajima, general manager of the Olympic Village, announced that the condoms will now be given to the Olympic teams as they are leaving Japan, not during the competition itself. Wow.
Well, there you go.
Damn it. So no.
It's almost like we should have just kept reading.
Sorry.
The condoms are not meant to be used while in the village, but to increase awareness of the dangers of HIV and sexually transmitted diseases.
Seems like an odd time to be spreading that.
Yeah, because if you ask me, if you're a professional athlete, you probably are spending all your time training and not going to sex ed. So
yeah, but see, you got to understand, man. You know it's Japan, and when people go over there, you know what they're going to want to do. This is the greatest way for Japan to take home that gold, dude. Just distract them. Give out these condoms. Put it in the head. You know what? Father's Day and Mother's Day come around each once a year. You know, who wants to win the Olympics?
You're my gold medal.
Awkward.
Okay. Not only medalists, but all Olympic athletes have the power to spread messages in their home countries. I just love this. After the Olympics, all of the gold medalists and like the people who placed, they're going to start being in a coordinated ad campaign where it's like, hi, I'm Olympic medalist Michael Phelps, here to tell you about STDs. Right? Recently, on a trip to Japan, I learned that sex has consequences.
Just because she says.
Not only medalists.
I'm sorry.
But all Olympic athletes have the power to spread messages in their home countries, he added.
And
explaining that raising such awareness is a goal of the IOC. Why? Knowing is half the battle. Considering that no returning Olympic athlete has ever proudly shown off their Olympic condom in an interview or press conference, the veracity of Kitajima's explanation is somewhat debatable. In all likelihood, the contracts with Japanese manufacturers to produce the condoms were likely settled years ago, and if the organizing committee has already paid for the condoms, they have to get rid of them somehow. Yeah, that seems very much more likely. So how are athletes supposed to get through this? How are athletes supposed to get through any lonely nights? Well, drinking is now officially an option.
What about smacking off?
I mean, don't take me wrong, but go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Rhys.
I mean, that's part of the being alone in your room. I mean,
you are breathing my air.
I'm sorry, Ugly. I am sorry. Forgive me. I'll back off. This is your turn. Please continue.
lost my spot.
Tell us about smacking off ugly.
FDDNM is Canadian.
He got me there.
Okay. On the same day as the condom decision was announced, Kitajima also said that bringing alcoholic beverages into the Olympic Village and consuming it on the premises will be allowed. Okay. I guess previously that wasn't a thing. I would have just assumed. Oh, FDM got kicked out. That's great.
Well,
RIP FDDNM.
Second verse, same as the first.
Okay.
Putnam.
However, he's gone.
Wait. Wrong one.
However, drinking will not be allowed in common use areas or outdoor sections of the village. So those looking to knock back an Asahi Super Dry or sip a cup of Dasai sake will need to do so in their private rooms. And Kitajima is asking that people refrain from inviting friends over. This is not to say that having drinking parties in the rooms is okay. Fundamentally, we are asking people to please drink alone in their rooms. Meanwhile, athletes aren't the only ones being asked to abstain from certain activities during the Olympics, as spectators are being cautioned not to cheer too loudly. Now, Japan is also handling things a little differently than the U.S. so far. Japan is going to begin issuing vaccine passports starting in July. It seems even Japan's government has a desire to control every aspect of their citizens' lives, as they are permitting municipalities to issue vaccine passports come July, papers confirming the individual to have received the vaccine for the coronavirus despite its low fatality rate. Similarly, the European Union and the US are considering employing the same ludicrous concept. No, don't say that. Business leaders and others residing in Japan are said to want these passports hastily issued to those who travel outside the country. Local government offices will commence distributing these yellow badges come late July to people with valid passports and based on vaccination records. The papers will contain the owner's name, nationality, passport number, and vaccination date, and digital versions might also be accessible. So there you have it. Japan is actually jumping, interestingly, considering what we read during the Vexil Watch Club podcast. They are jumping right on this. I've read that they're opening vaccinations up to school children as young as 12, coming in July as well. So, or summertime.
Why don't they just start up getting tattoo the number on your arm?
Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think of these Nazi tactics they're going for?
Hail Hitler.
Oh, come on. Sorry, I had to use that word. That was from podcast 2 or 3, by the way. All right. Yee, now that that's over with. Hey, Footnum, you're back.
Oh, I must
FDDNM, weren't you going to leave?
because I couldn't financially recover from that statement. You got me.
Okay, well, now that I've played a little too much with our new toy. Okay, so Wolf Boy Ken and Sally the Witch composer Ase Kobayashi passed away, age 88. I probably should have read this to find out if
That's
he died
probably
of...
the oldest any Japanese person's ever lived.
Well, in this industry for sure. I think he died of asphyxiation from these shirts. Okay. Voice actor Koichi Yamadera and talent Okada Robin Shoko announced a marriage. So that's what Crunchyroll had to say about this. Now, Sora News 24 phrased it a little differently. Anime voice actor star of Cowboy Bebop marries former idol less than half his age.
Shit.
So Yamadera and Okada met while working together on the radio show The Bay Line, and the two began dating after Yamadera moved on from the show. Now, this is This is what Crunchyroll's translation of their announcement tweet from Yamadera said. We began dating after realizing the importance of her existence upon graduating from the radio program that we co-starred in.
What the
That
fuck?
sounds almost akin to what is it? A being that no longer exists in this place.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So this is what he probably more accurately translated it as. After we had graduating. Oh no, that's not okay. Okay. After we both. That still doesn't make sense. After we both graduating from hosting the show, says Yamadera, I realized how important she'd become to me, and we started dating. Now, they also say here that the girl is 28 years old and Yamadera is 59. So there's that.
Jesus Christ, Pops.
Yeah, she's about.
Oh, yeah. By the way, he voices
Zenigata. He voices Zenigata.
Pops. Okay.
Good one. All right. Let's see. So they also said at the end of this one, this is what Crunchyroll decided to say. They said, we wish the new couple all the happiness in the world and many future successes together. Whereas Sore News 24 is like, this is Yamadera's third marriage, following previous unions to anime voice actress Mika Kanai from 1994 to 2006 and Rie Tanaka from 2012 to 2018. So don't get your hopes up, right? Like, I hope she's ready for her divorce. Anyway. All right.
That guy knows how to get it.
Right? I mean, he doesn't look 60-ish, right?
Dude, he's Japanese.
An old photo.
Yeah, well, it's true.
It might be
That's
a
true,
Japanese photo. I mean, an old photo, but he's Japanese. They don't age.
Yeah. Well, yes, they're
positively
vampires
racist.
until they're 9,000 years old, and then they look 9,000 years old.
Sakurai from Smash Brothers.
Yeah, he looks pretty young too.
He's like, I think he's in his high 50s, if not 60s, and he looks young too. Yeah.
He still looks like an American guy would in his like mid 20s.
This guy here,
Well,
probably
maybe
maybe mid 30s. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, he definitely looks good for his age for sure. I will just continue to stall while I squeeze out the rest of the soy sauce packet. Okay. All right.
There's a comment that says they have no heart. Who's they?
Christopher Barker says they have no. I don't know. Maybe Sore News 24 for pointing out that he's been married multiple times. Now, I feel like I've been saying this a lot. Oh, good. That's great. I've got 4 free art. I can't get out of here. I would actually not like to sign up. I'll just ignore that. So prepare for war. China military warns in new propaganda poster for Taiwan. Yeah, I don't really have much to say other than called it. But basically it says here, the Chinese military has released a flurry of pictures and videos showing battle-ready troops and training exercises as part of a new propaganda drive aimed at Taiwan. Articles published by the information arm of the People's Liberation Army, People's Liberation Army's 80th Group Army, carried stark warnings for splitists and a poster reading "Prepare for War." The campaign material was widely shared on Wednesday by users on China's social media services Weibo and WeChat. So yeah, China appears to be eager to once and for all make sure the world knows they aren't cucks and that Taiwan isn't sovereign, that it is a part of China. Also, apparently the U.S. has been diverting resources from Middle East training to Pacific training. So it's going to be a fun next couple of months for sure. It'll be interesting to see where this goes.
I'm going to say called it because the moment I heard that China was upping their freaking birth rate to 3 per, I was like, oh, hey, yeah, we have 15 years.
Yeah.
They upped it to 3 now?
Yep.
Well, this is the thing. I've talked about this before. Russia has made it illegal to tell their children that gay people exist. And the only reason you do that is because you are trying to up your population so that you have a stronger military. And I haven't even eaten these. I'll take them.
I'll take some.
Yeah, you can toss them in here, but you're not on camera. Yeah.
That was too close. You were almost a jibble sandwich.
There you go. Thank you. All right. Love you too. Yeah,
Don't
let's
worry,
be
guys.
careful
Don't get
with
sick of me.
let's be careful with those so that we don't have a copyright claim.
Oh,
Anyway,
sorry.
all right. No, it's all right. I'm just saying.
I hope that it would have.
Christopher Bark says Russia is homophobic. I mean, you can call it homophobic, but the motive behind the actions isn't strictly to be bigoted against gay people. It's to create a stronger population capable of going toe to toe with China, who is their neighbor. Even though they're allied with China, it's a very jagged alliance across the board with every alliance in the world right now. So things are going to shift in the next 15 years, definitely. And it'll be, hopefully we're still here doing this show in that time. And hopefully it's better than I've made it lately. All right. Now, this is from you, Random 11. You shared this. I thought it was pretty interesting. They found the texture library that a lot of the original Pokemon card backgrounds are from. So you can kind of get an idea of it here while I eat these chicken nuggets.
Yeah, when I saw specifically this one, I'm like, how did they find exactly the tree photo that they used and blurred for that? I didn't even recognize that as trees. But then you find out that, yeah, they took like texture CDs or whatever the hell they were, and they used those.
Some of these finds are like insane how they fucking find
this one.
I don't think it really is when you find out that they had a library to work with, because it's all a matter of, okay, what in this library looks like.
If you watched the video he's shared too,
I had that card.
You'll see why it's insane, because
you're talking about like hundreds of library CDs that they have to go through, which all have like probably 1,000 different texture files.
Yeah.
And maybe this is where they got that background from, you know?
How many what the hell is it? IG10 CDs are there.
So the thing is, remember we talked in the last podcast?
They didn't know it was from that thing. They weren't like, oh, all the Pokemon cards were from this one library. Well, we'll just look through the library.
But naturally speaking, if you find the tools the artist used, you're going to start to be able to find more, right? Because an artist is going to use the tools from the same thing, right? So when it comes to, remember last podcast we talked about how Capcom's getting sued by that woman who made that texture library CD and said, hey, they used my textures in their video games, right? Obviously, that's what you do. You buy the thing to be able to use them. It's absurd that she thinks she can sue. So anyway.
God damn it. All right.
Okay. Go ahead, Lance.
I was just gonna say, I was just trying to make real quick clarity of that in my head. She made a program that had sound bites and other not sound bites, but had like
she made a book and a CD.
Photos.
Yeah, but it was stuff that was used for creation of other things, and she's trying to sue for it.
Yeah, it seems to me like in Japan, this is a common thing, and before the internet, before stock photo sites, this was a common thing that you would sell a book with photos you would need, just like you have a website for this stuff now. And with the book is included a CD that has the images in the book for reference on the CD. So you can just grab them from there, right?
Yeah. Oh boy. All right. The world we live in.
The imposter oak I have is like not in the best condition. It has a crease down the center. Sadness.
I never had imposter oak, but I did have the professor.
Are you guys kidding me? I have all of these cards. Like they weren't that hard to get.
I think it's like when I was a kid and I was looking at these Pokemon cards, I never like thought like, oh, like clearly the background is like not
just
even
a picture.
Yeah, it was never a thought in my head. Like,
you probably thought they were painted or something.
Yeah, I always thought, oh, they drew the whole picture.
Yeah.
Right?
I think it's really funny, the Scyther one, because look at this image of Scyther. It's the blandest thing ever. But damn, you put a radial blur, and it feels like he's moving, right?
Yeah, I mean,
he's moving towards the above the trees, despite the angle making it seem like his ass is going towards the trees. But yes, he's moving.
Because it's rotating like that. You don't even know. Like, I didn't know those were tree trunks.
Exactly. That's why I was initially like dumbfounded. I'm like, how did they locate, like, say on Google Images, the specific trees? Because I was thinking maybe they found a similar looking photo. But yeah, once you hear the libraries, it's like they probably connected the dots by browsing through the library. And
did you watch the Mario cobblestone video?
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, that's where it started.
Which is funny because that's the Minecraft cobblestone as well, right?
Yeah.
No.
It's pretty close.
It looks exactly the same.
I'm pretty sure the Minecraft cobblestone one was created by Notch.
Based on the texture.
It might have been. I don't think so.
It looked like the cobblestone.
Yeah, I didn't do a side by side, but when I first saw it,
if I recall, the image that you're talking about, it was more squared off, like it had bricks rather than the actual cobblestone texture in Minecraft is not like square bricks. It's like pebbles.
Yeah, in that video they show a couple different versions of that same cobblestone texture, where it's just drawn slightly different, but the layout of the bricks are the same. And I'm pretty sure the layout of the bricks on the Minecraft cobblestone are the same.
It might be. Anyway, now that I've stalled enough, God damn it, rice just fell out of my mouth, to eat the rest of this. Okay.
You should have totally done that on camera. Never mind.
All right. So
he gave us the ASMR.
Another soundbite.
So, wait, do I have a soundbite for this one?
Which, by the way, in case you were unaware,
AC was the one who ruined that, but
Yeah, you kind of off on that. Yes, we know.
Sorry.
ASMR stands for anal sex rape. Sorry, anal sex man rape. I screwed it up. I'm a failure.
I thought it was anal sex mutilation, right?
FDDNM, weren't you going to leave?
I mean, after that screw up, I might as well.
Okay.
Yeet.
So, the Valis video games are coming to a Switch release. Here are the. I guess there's no game stuff. What was it? It's on Makuake, so it's probably. I think it'll probably get there. Were these RPGs now? It's a game. It's a computer game from 1986.
Mm-hmm.
Side-scrolling series, right? Anyway,
the art
so
looks really good.
Yes, so the art looks really good, doesn't it?
Yeah, the in-game sprites are probably not.
Well, this is the Japanese art, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh,
this is the monstrosities we got in the U.S.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There's your Kickstarter news. All right. So Lucasfilm and Anime Expo Light announced Star Wars Visions. They're going to have a panel on it. Now, what it is the Animatrix and Batman Gotham Knight, but with Star Wars. Old man says, I really miss Augie. I mean, I thought you guys missed him, and his name is Ogloy, Don Jubo Ogloy, the grammar Jew. So please don't slander him further. Anyway, so Lucasfilms and Anime Expo have announced that the forthcoming Anime Expo Light virtual anime convention will feature an industry panel and sneak peek for the forthcoming animated anthology Star Wars Visions. The anthology, which will debut exclusively on Disney Plus later this year, is set to feature some of the most renowned Japanese animators and creators telling new stories set in the Star Wars universe. Now, because it's going to premiere or debut, as they put it, on Disney Plus, that is almost a guarantee that it will not get a physical release, so I will never watch it. Lucasfilms Jackie Lopez is the executive producer. James Woff, I don't know, is also an executive producer. Josh Rhimes, these are extremely Japanese sounding names, is also executive producer. Cubic Pictures, Justin Leach, co-executive producer with the other that are just regular executive producers. Great job. And Kanako Shirasaki, there we go. We've got one. Got him. Now it's an anime. Right?
What studios are doing
they probably are going to announce it at the actual panel.
Oh, okay.
So yeah. Anyway, it's going to be on Saturday, July 3rd at 3 p.m. PD Pacific Daylight Time. What is that? I don't know.
Police Department. PD.
PDT, yeah.
PTSD.
PST is Pacific Standard Time.
Standard Time.
That's
So,
where that's AC's
And
time.
PDT is Pacific Daylight Savings Time.
Yeah, that's basically the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, we lost FDM again. Okay. All right. Anybody want to say anything about Star Wars anime? Do you think it's going to be good? Do you think it's going to be shit?
I will just say like this.
It's gonna be shit. We're gonna have one Jar Jar origin story.
Did any of you like the Matrix
No.
thing?
Not really.
I liked some of the ones in the Animatrix, and I liked Batman Gotham Knight just for like what it was. But the only one in the Animatrix that I remember that was good, like that I liked it and it was good. There were two. There was the one I think it was called Program, which is the samurai one, with like the rooms where the doors just keep sliding open or whatever.
Yep.
And then the Satoshi Kon one with the haunted house. I really liked that one. And then I don't know that I'd say that the anime was executed particularly perfectly, but another one that I liked the idea for was the one about the athlete who breaks through the Matrix just simply, by pressing further than the simulation should have let him go and allowing him to actually break through it. I thought that was an interesting idea.
Which one was the Satoshi Kon one?
Satoshi Kon's one was the haunted house one, where the kids are throwing the cans and then they're reversing.
I like that one, and Kid's Story, the one with the
skateboarder.
Yeah. Those were my two favorite ones.
I watched it when I was younger, and I vaguely remember most of it, but I remember watching it and just being bored this is where your hate
for CG animation came from, huh?
Maybe only liking maybe one or two of the things, and the rest of it was dumb.
Yeah, I do think a lot of it is a chore to get through, like to get to the other stuff. Same thing with Batman Gotham Knight.
I haven't seen
where I don't remember anything from that. I remember only the neck, Batman's suit. Like there was a design for the neck to be able to move in part of the story, and that's literally all I remember. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be anything special. I bet you're going to see GIFs from it on Twitter, and you're never going to actually sit down and watch the thing.
Usually GIFs of everything. I just want to be clear. I have to retract my didn't like it from earlier. I thought he was asking, did we like The Matrix, the movie?
I think The Matrix is far better than the Animatrix.
And I responded to that because it just wasn't me. I watched some of it, but okay, just clear that up.
Also, Halo.
Halo Legends.
Halo Legends, yeah.
I own that
one.
That was the same thing for me. I watched it. I was bored for most of it. There was like two of the short story things that I liked, and that was it.
Yeah,
so I assume the same thing that will happen with this.
Dan told me, I think it was Halo Legends. That's the one where they had like a scene where the Master Chief style character, the Master Chief style character was like just tearing ass throughout the whole battlefield, and then he takes off the helmet. It's like a pink-haired anime girl underneath. Oh, was that from that?
I don't recall that.
Oh my god! I'm gonna have to rewatch this shit now.
Yeah, no, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's not in there.
Okay, I think it might have been something else. I don't remember.
Maybe
Don't worry about
that
it.
movie. It's
There
a
is
neat
one of
better
the
rating.
short stories where he fights like a T-Rex or something.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, that's about as crazy as I remember getting.
Takes his helmet. How much often is to go from Ducky Ducky Literature Club or whatever?
The text.
The meme we looked at last time where it was the anime girl who was like super jacked.
Oh yeah.
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 That's
Okay.
that's Master Chief. That's canon now.
So, Rurouni Kenshin live action film's final chapter surpasses 5 billion yen at the Japanese box office. So that's cool. Great to see that a child porn enthusiast property is doing so well. Look, the work deserves it. Don't get me wrong. I just can't get over it. Sergeant Frog leaps to Crunchyroll. Sorry, FDM's not here to hype over this. If it's going to Crunchyroll, does that mean it's not going to be dubbed?
It probably
does
has.
have dubs.
It probably will have the dub.
I mean, Crunchyroll's been pretty good about making really good dubs. They did the Konosuba dub. And
No. They're not going to dub it, but
It's already dubbed.
It's only like 75 episodes or whatever Funimation released.
Speak of the devil.
What he's saying is whether or not Crunchyroll will have what has been dubbed.
Oh,
Hold
and Satan's
up.
back.
What's going on?
Crunchyroll is getting Sergeant Frog.
I saw that. Oh, that's all. But what were you talking about with the whole dub thing? Because I know someone on Twitter I responded to, they said, well, thanks. This just confirms to me that I don't know if they said Discotech, but they made it sound like the release Discotech is won't have the dub from Funimation, which I don't know. That sounds kind of ridiculous to me because why wouldn't Discotech try their hardest to get the dub, and why would it be difficult to even acquire it? Because
stupid Twitter people are stupid.
Especially because they have the dub for Fujiko Mine.
Yeah, and Kenichi the Mightiest Disciple.
And all the Lupins that were dubbed by Funimation. Because Funimation dubbed Sergeant Frog, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
now
so it says that they're going to have episodes
coming to Crunchyroll, because sometimes Crunchyroll just, I don't know, they have
Doesn't
weird
have it.
things.
Yeah, that's
they
why
don't
I'm
really
asking.
care as much about acquiring every audio track. But
I don't think that they can always license every audio track. Wasn't that part of the original partnerships that they had with different places? Now, granted, because Discotech is now getting Sergeant Frog, it probably means that the license is up in the air, and that's why they're also getting it here. So maybe they're able to license from the licensors, like the actual companies in
the way
Japan.
I see it is that usually, if you have a license, at least for the home video release, you're entitled to, do whatever. Like, if you want the audio track, you can acquire them.
What I mean is that when Funimation licensed it from the licensor, they dubbed it, and that dub belongs to the licensor, meaning not Funimation, Kadokawa, or whoever has Sergeant Frog. Right?
Sunrise?
So, TV Tokyo, I don't know, whoever it is. Anyway, so I'm saying that Funimation made the dub, but Crunchyroll might be able to still use it. Discotech is able to still use it because it belongs to the licensor, not to the one who licensed it to have the property.
Doesn't belong strictly to Funimation.
In fact, Funimation might have actually been negotiating a lower cost in the licensing in exchange for the fact that they were going to dub it. And that dub would then be available to the licensor. They might have actually been able to undercut the cost of certain licenses because they were dubbing it, and that might actually be why they're able to license just about everything, because they say to the people in Japan, "Hey, we are going to dub it. We're known for dubbing. We've got our own dubbing house practically in house, right, with Okratron. So if you knock off, the price." A little bit here, we will dub it, and you guys will have access to our dub going forward, and that will allow it to be more lucrative for you when our license expires, and you go to license it out to somebody else, right? Anyway, all right, continuing. Crunchyroll also adds the Saga of Tanya the Evil, Operation Desert Pasta to catalog.
I haven't seen this, but a friend of mine wants me to see it.
It was
there is
fun.
a season 2. We will discuss it in a minute.
Yes. I watched this. It was hilarious. It was only 16 minutes though, which is sad.
Also,
I want
boys
the
love
movie in English.
boys
It
love
hasn't-
anime film.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
What was the question?
English.
I said
What about-
I want the Tanya movie in English, but we've kind
Yeah,
of
that's kind of the problem, I think, because we haven't gotten that in dubbed yet. The movie in dubbed yet, and I think that was partially because Crunchyroll kind of like they license things or whatever, and this was back when Crunchyroll and Funimation were partnered when they released this TV series, and so when Funimation bought Crunchyroll, and I'm pulling this out of my ass right now, but I'm thinking because of that shift in like the hierarchy in the company, like they can't quite dub it yet or something.
well,
I
that
don't know.
deal hasn't gone through.
Right.
I
They
think
they put the movie in theaters. Crunchyroll put the movie in theaters. I went and saw it in theaters.
the 16-minute.
No, the movie, the full length movie that came out 2 years ago.
Interesting.
Now, I like to think that the real reason it's not dubbed is because they don't want to deal with Monica Rial.
But they still dubbed Isekai Quartet season 2.
Do you think that they're going
Oh,
to
yeah, that's
snub?
right. That's the character from it.
Right.
Do you think?
Good
do you
God,
think-
I forgot about that. Like, I haven't watched Isekai Quartet in a hot minute.
I tried to repress those memories.
FDDM, do you have reason to believe that they are trying to distance themselves from Monica Rial, other than in like interspecies reviewers or whatever?
I feel like what is it? Lance made an observation, except it was an incorrect observation he might have made. Because remember how you said in Slime, you're like, this character's played by Monica Rial and stuff.
I heard no, that was
And you're
was a joke I made a long time ago.
What?
I said she
Hold
probably
up,
would be.
That's not the full context though,
Okay,
because
bring the full context.
like then you
about it.
said something
I don't
like,
have any
"Oh,
idea."
it sounds like they recast Monica Rial in season 2 or whatever," and then you found out she was never voiced by Monica Rial or something.
For
I don't
what?
know.
Full disclosure, to my knowledge, at that point I hadn't even watched season 2.
The way you said it made it
month-
sound like you knew for sure.
And that, you know what's funny? That might just be the way I texted it, but that's me and my dysfunction. But no, I hadn't, until a little bit ago, I hadn't watched season 2 dubbed. Remember, I told you guys I was waiting for it to finish, and then I
It is
started
finished
it.
now, so
Yeah, no, I already started it, but the thing was that I got up to that point, and I was like, no, this is definitely not her.
Okay.
So no, if I made a statement to that regards, no, I did
Right.
not.
Well, I don't think that they're avoiding Monica Rial. I'm sorry. I'm
Considering,
just
like
she's in a now airing anime that's literally airing right now.
Yeah.
She's in Combatants Will Be Dispatched as
Yeah.
the main female. Well, the main female. So
Right. So continuing, boys love anime film The Stranger The Stranger by the Shore. It's the Funimation. So
that reminds me of that one thing in Gone in 60 Seconds. They're talking about different forms of masturbation. They called it The Stranger. I'll sit on my hand for 15 minutes and then I'll rub one out. You know, just sit on my hand for 15 minutes, let it go numb, no feeling at all, and then rub one out with that.
That
same hand.
gives a whole new meaning to the movie Sword of the Stranger.
So apparently yaoi hands and yaoi feet are a thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
Jesus.
feet. Oh god.
Sorry, Random 11 for making you look at those feet. Also, Beastar season 2 makes Netflix debut on July 15th. You know what I totally didn't grab? The articles you asked me to grab, Rhys.
Also,
Whoops.
yeah. Is that rumor true? Random? Are you really afraid of feet?
No, he's not afraid of them.
It's
What
not a
was the
rumor, it's a
article
fact.
It's true. It's a fact.
Because there's a rumor going around that Random 11 has a deep-seated fear of feet.
No.
Hold on, I'm just stalling for a minute while I grab.
Stalin?
What's the article I asked you to get?
I got it. It's the one that Danny asked. He
Oh,
said
okay.
he couldn't wait. Yeah, I've got it. I'll just pull it in at the last second.
Just leave that up.
Okay.
For the merchandise.
words. Yes, words bubble up like soda pop. Anime film hits Netflix on July 22nd. It has an interesting art style to it. If you watch the trailer, I think it might be worth checking out.
It looks nice.
Therme Rome Nove anime reveals teaser visual and main staff. All roads lead to the bath, I think is what the title is.
I can't read it. Didn't you?
Well, it's from this Omnis Therme Romam Dukuns. All roads lead to Roman baths or whatever.
Ah.
Anyway, that's what we've talked about this before. I'm pulling it out of my. Oh, hold on. My wife is texting me. My son just came in here to tell me the 3D printer is not printing, and I'm like, I don't even know we have a 3D printer. What are you coming?
I was gonna say, you guys have a 3D printer as well?
When did we get a 3D printer?
He's, I mean, everyone's a 3D printer in their own way. They just, you know,
I mean, look,
Mostly
man.
just shit.
Man, every time
drop that stuff in the toilet.
I was gonna make a joke about Prime Day. It was like, wait, we got a 3D printer? Where the fuck did we get yesterday? Why? Prime Day? What the fuck?
Yeah, someday when you buy something off of Prime, it's just going to print out next to you instead of delivering.
Our Prime Day got delayed. Canada got cucked.
Bummer.
More like Canada.
So, Carol and Tuesday director helms anime adaptation of Mark Miller's Super Crooks. Netflix had a handful of anime announcements to make at the Annecy Film Festival this week, including another project based on the work of comic writer Mark Miller. The Super Crooks graphic novel by Mark Miller and Lionel Yu, or however you're supposed to pronounce that, is on the way to Netflix. Is on the way as a Netflix original with Carol and Tuesday director Motonobu Hori, who also directed an episode of Beck Mongolian Chop Squad and worked as animator on a bunch of major projects at the helm. Well, it's a good thing he worked as an animator on major projects. Thanks for telling me at least one of them.
Beck Mongolian Chop Squad. That's all you needed to know, apparently.
Well, but that's for his directing talent. The series follows 2-bit criminal Johnny Bolt as he tackles one last superpowered heist and assembles a team of the world's greatest criminals to get the job done. Dai Sato of Cowboy Bebop is on series composition. Takafumi Mitani, animation director on My Hero Academia, is handling the character designs. Doesn't look very, unless this is part of the Mark Miller design. But this character, assuming this is the same character, she's got short hair here, long hair here. I don't know.
All right. Well, we know that the middle one is probably going to be our Deku, whatever that one is.
So the mechanical design on Macross Delta, Stanislas Brunet, is working on concept designs for the Bones production. The key art above was revealed with the news. So yeah, that is going to be. This is quite different from what I was expecting when I read the My Hero Academia thing.
I'm just really glad that Netflix is like putting their money towards like anime and shit rather than shows like Cuties.
Animation director, not character director. Oh no, but he's handling. Okay, so the animation director of My Hero Academia is handling the character designs. Got it.
Just keep in mind, though, he's not. Who's the guy who authored? Who's the author of My Hero Academia? Like the job of the character design for the anime is to adapt it in such a way that you can animate it.
Right.
Well,
and
if he doesn't design it.
The design stays the same in motion.
He doesn't have the he doesn't have the artistic style of Chungus Boy over there.
Sure, but the reason I thought it was weird is because if you've ever watched Naruto, The character designer for that also did the character designs for Le Portrait de Petite Cosette. And the characters, if you look at their faces and the way that he draws eyes and whatnot, they're the same, right? So anyway, this just looks like a big deviation, and obviously it's a big deviation because the guy isn't the character designer for the other show, right? He's got a completely different skill set. Crunchyroll's Joseph Luster just did a terrible job linking us to shows that mattered when it came to telling us the other things they worked on.
Good job, Joseph Luster.
Because he wanted you to watch My Hero Academia on Crunchyroll. That's why it's hyperlinked.
Oh my god. That's how hyperlinks work?
Okay. Clamp, Wit Studio, and Netflix are teaming up for a new anime based on Brothers Grimm. So this is kind of interesting. It's weird to think about Clamp teaming up with Wit Studio, number one. It's kind of thrilled about this prospect. I'm kind of excited. So I got to tell you, I read this. It says here, the first visual for the series was released with the two brothers, the Brothers Grimm, and a re-headed creature. Now, I looked at this for a good 5 minutes, trying to find out how they determined that this character had been beheaded and then re-headed. And then I had to search, what the fuck is re-headed? Is that from the Brothers Grimm? And then the Google said, did you mean red-headed? And I'm like, God damn it.
Oh my god.
Because nobody at Crunchyroll or anywhere else can be bothered.
I'm kind of hoping one of these characters is voiced by Matt Damon.
The one in the middle, definitely.
No, one of the brothers, because of the
That's
Brothers
what I said.
movie.
How do you know?
It looks like this anime is going to be like a yaoi style.
Well,
I don't.
This anime is going to be Random Eleven's wet dream.
They've got the clamp hands.
Well, okay.
Do they have the clamp like ridiculously long limbs and everything and small heads?
If this was Twitter, there'd be a question to ask, but I'm not going to ask it because I really don't give a damn.
Okay. Well, did you guys ever see the Netflix original movie Bright?
No.
Yes.
So
Started
for those
to,
of you,
didn't.
I like that.
For those
movie.
of you who don't recall, I haven't
Yes.
seen it, but this was the poster.
Yes.
Basically, from what I understand, imagine the world of Shrek or even Lord of the Rings. And you take the fairy creatures and whatever, the orcs and whatnot, and you put them in modern day civilization, right? So
yes,
it evolved forward, Industrial Revolution, all this stuff's happening, and it's modern day with cops and shit, and orcs need jobs, right?
Right.
Now, I also happen to see this picture, which really brings up the whole orcs are
the
dog whistle for I'm like, wow.
The orcs are basically like the quote unquote ghetto minority kind of thing. And like
really
look at that pig.
Yeah.
Well, no. In this adaptation, they're going to make them deep and complex characters as well.
Oh wait,
old man says re-headed. The character has the power to be outraged and offended.
Ooh.
Okay, so Netflix is doing Bright, but reimagined as a samurai anime.
Huh.
So they say here they've announced an anime adaptation of the. What's up?
That it's already more interesting.
Yeah, Netflix has announced an. Yes.
Sorry. The movie was already interesting. I'm waiting for the sequel. Damn it.
Really, you liked it? Because the guy who wrote it claimed like he seemed like he was drinking his own Kool-Aid when he's like, this is my Star Wars. Like I've made it. This is a masterpiece. It's my Star Wars. It's going to be the next big thing.
I thought it was great. I'll
have to check it out. I'm not saying that I won't watch it or that I thought it looked bad, but seeing the guy say that was like, wow, like, well, we got a badass over here,
Look at this guy sucking himself off.
To me, that's lost on me. See, I never watched the Star Wars movies, so.
Well,
I was going to say that earlier.
So
I don't care about Star Wars either. I could give a shit less about it, but I thought Bright was pretty good.
When I found out that Jar Jar Binks wasn't like actually the Sith Lord and shit, I was like, you know what? I'm not bothering watching this.
Yeah.
If that would have been a plot, I would have
Wasted
followed.
potential.
So the film was
the scene with the little pixies, or like the pests, and they have like a freaking like a bug zapper for pixies, and like get that shit out of here. So like, that's so fucking hilarious.
So it says here that Netflix announced it as part of the Geeked Week, which also included announcements about the Cuphead cartoon, as well as news about the upcoming season of The Witcher. Well, that's good to hear. Bright was a 2017 fantasy film that was distributed directly on Netflix streaming service. The film was a cop thriller taking place in a modern fantasy, blah, blah, blah. We already explained all this stuff. So the reimagining of Bright Samurai Soul replaces the cop Daryl Ward, played by Will Smith, with the samurai Izo. No!
Oh, man.
Are you guys familiar with Izo? The gay samurai?
Oh, wait. God damn it.
The happiest samurai alive?
I'm not gonna. I lost all interest in this, right?
In Takashi Miike's film, Izo, I think if I recall correctly, it's his apprentice samurai. Because again, this is a gay samurai, right? His apprentice samurai comes to kill his former lover, Izo, and he spreads his legs, and I shit you not, the sword slowly and very painfully looking retreats from his asshole.
Why have I not seen this yet?
Retreat?
Yeah.
Well,
like he's
He's
inserted it all the way up his
21.
intestines in the sheath and everything, right? And it starts to come back out because he's been walking around with it all the way up his butthole. Right?
You know what? He would fit perfectly in China.
Why?
It's you're watching it, you're like, oh my god.
And now my most ultimate technique.
You can't
from Jutsu.
That's not something you can survive through.
I don't remember. It might have been a knife and not like a full length sword. But yeah, it's really weird when it happens.
There's no way.
It could have been a fucking wakizashi. That's still too damn big.
You'd have to see it, but in order to see it, you'd have to see it. So, you know.
You know what? AC, hold on, bitch. I'm your guy.
So is this Netflix anime or whatever thing made? Is this going to be like produced by Netflix?
Yeah,
probably. Let's see. I haven't read this article yet, so let's see. The overall story appears to be the same as Izo and the Orc Raiden. It's Raiden, damn it, Mortal Kombat. The Orc Raiden protect a young elf girl and the magic wand she carries, much like the original film. So when they say the original film, they're talking about Izo or they're talking about Bright?
Bright.
Okay, good. Because I don't remember this magic wand. Maybe that's what the guy was pulling out of his butthole.
Well, you know what? She's carrying around a magic wand.
Your definition of wand is going to start really. It's going to get some gray areas.
Well, I hope that Raiden isn't the jilted former lover apprentice who pulls this mace out of his butthole.
Hold on. Now, look, man. Look, I don't. This might be my eyes, but that mace might be coming from somewhere else.
Are we sure that's a mace?
Are we sure this not one of them Olympic-sized condoms from earlier?
All right, so let's see. I think that's it. No, here we go. The film is being directed by Kyohei Ishiguro, who has been an episode director for many series. That's great. Give me one of them. But he's mostly known for being the series director for Your Lie in April and Occultic 9. Wow, you've given me hope and then dashed it against the rocks. All right, so moving on from here, unless anybody else has something to say.
Yeah. So my question is, like, the Bright movie was made by some random director, and then Netflix like picked it up, right? like Netflix didn't go off and make it themselves, I guess. But
no, I don't think so. I think this is around the time. This is 2017. Yeah, so this is around the time when Netflix didn't actually do any original stuff. They were picking things up and being a distributor and kind of tacking their name on it, sort of, I think, in the same way that they did with Ajin and Knights of Sidonia back then.
Even in 2017, I think they were doing both. But anyway, it doesn't matter. My main point is, they've clearly picked up this anime, but like Netflix is a super woke company, so you would be thinking like, why are they supporting a whitewashing of their originally black-led movie?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Like,
I
if
mean,
this is okay, I don't want to hear about like any.
They're changing them from black to gay. It's not.
Hey, this is assuming that it's that Izo. Okay, look, it could have nothing to do with Takashi Miike's Izo.
I'm going to assume it doesn't. But so let's say he's not gay. Let's say he's normally straight and he's
Normally
just a samurai.
That doesn't rule out the possibility that he's bi.
He is no longer African American, and they have now stolen a role.
Wait! I gotta know. Wait, are we saying that you can no longer be African American and gay?
That's always been a thing.
That's not what we're saying.
I got friends to call.
So, real quick, Izo is a 2004 Japanese film directed by Takashi Miike. The main character of the film is Izo Okada, the historical samurai and assassin in the 19th century of Japan who was tortured and executed by beheading in Tosa. Izo appeared previously in Hideo Gosha's Hitokiri. Oh, really? I have that movie. Then played by Shintaro Katsu. However, Miike's portrayal of the character, or rather his spirit, transcends reality and time and space, and is more of a surrealist expose of Izo's exceedingly bloody yet philosophical encounters in the afterlife, heavy on symbolism, occasionally interrupted by stock footage of World War II, accompanied by acid folk singer Kazuki Tomokawa on guitar. Kazuya Nakayama plays Izo, and the many characters he encounters on his journey include figures played by Takeshi Kitano and Bob Sapp. Okay. That's a great look, dude. Dude, okay. Those gloves make his hands look so fucking tiny. Imagine how he's got, like, imagine underneath those gloves. Boxing gloves are big. He's got the baby hand from Deadpool, right? I hope you're putting this in the thumbnail after you. Anyway, okay, no mention of the gayness, so maybe I'm thinking of a different movie, but whatever. Either way, we're gonna move past this, believing that he's not gay. Not that it matters, of course, but that, like,
I don't.
If I have to see somebody. If I have to see somebody pull a very long bow staff out of their butthole, it's like that must have been like reaching your esophagus, eh?
I just don't want Netflix.
Look, man, how do you know? How do you, dude? Come on, man. You don't understand. This is fiction. Almost anything is possible. His ass could be like Santa's bag. It could have no end.
As long as I don't have to see another character get alicarded. All right. So, Record of Ragnarok.
Speaking of Alucard, we're watching Housing next week.
Good segue. So, Record of Ragnarok, that anime that had Adam. Remember Adam versus Zeus and Loki? Like,
yep.
It's like all the different gods come together. They've been denied release on Netflix in India.
Oh no.
So, also, remember the character that we joked, the really well-endowed character that I had put, or actually, no, FDM, because we used your thumbnail, holding the pickle. Remember this?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So I saw a picture of that character from this show, and she's so well-endowed that she has servants that, like, kind of kneel down before her and hold her breasts up.
I feel
where can I sign up for this job?
So
I'll be an underboob bearer.
So Record of Ragnarok has been denied release on Netflix in India, presumably because of its depiction of the Hindu god Shiva, with the god even being removed from the trailer on the anime's official Netflix
Oh my God!
page.
Wait. Traditionally, Shiva has a dick.
Does she?
Mm-hmm.
Or
Yeah.
he? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure this is Shiva right here.
Traditionally, Shiva is a beautiful woman and also has a penis.
Oh.
Look it up. It's
I'm
terrifying.
not sure if I want to look it up, actually, Lance.
All right, so they said, for the first time in millennia, my blood is running hot. One astute Reddit user made the realization that the trailer on the official Netflix page removed both of these shots of Shiva, though his voice, misgendering a deity, is still audible. So they took out the shots, but they left in the line of saying, this thing.
That's
assumed.
I was just gonna say that's like in fucking Pokemon where people they heard the male voice from Mewtwo and then in another movie they heard the female voice from Mewtwo, like, oh, that must be a girl. I'm like, okay, you're stretching for this gender recognition here.
Yeah.
What?
Aren't the legendaries genderless except
Supposed
for
to be, yes.
Yeah.
those two? Isn't it Cresselia or something is female?
Latios and
Darkrai is
Latios.
male or something.
Latios and Latios are pretty much the only ones that are really ever, from what I understand, are ever really legitimately determined male and female.
No, in the Diamond and Pearl games, there was literally, I'm pretty sure it was Darkrai and Cresselia. Literally, you could see the gender little thing on their
Okay.
name.
Okay. I never beat those, so.
I
I'm a little out in the wild with that one.
Okay.
I don't blame you.
I can just use that to shut you guys up now. So it's assumed the outrage from the religious Hindu groups is the reason for the anime being denied release on Netflix in India. The concept of things getting censored because people were offended at being an oh so common one, as the show revolves around a tournament between humans and gods from mythology. Back in October 2020, the president of Universal Society of Hinduism, Rajan Zed, criticized the Record of Ragnarok manga for the way it depicted the Hindu gods, explaining that the media misrepresents the teachings and presents them inaccurately and potentially hurtful. The question is, did Muhammad make it into this story? He's the narrator. You never see him.
Damn it.
That would be funny.
Every time
Right,
they mention Buddha, I have to go to the pot he's still stored in.
Mother of the Goddess Dormitory TV anime to get 3 different versions when it opens its doors on July 14th. So to give you a reminder of what we're talking about here.
What, is it 3 different versions? The one on the left is a different gender in each version?
Oh.
So, male, female, bi?
I mean, bi isn't a gender, but I mean...
I don't know.
That's pretty powerful.
I love how Augie's a
Strong words. Strong words.
So the above tweet reveals that the series will have 3 different versions. An upholding the public morals modified version, which will air on TV.
What?
A see-through version that will be streamed a week after the first version on streaming services in Japan, and then an uncensored version that will air on cable channel ATX.
I'm sorry. The see-through version? That sounds like it's even more uncensored than
Right?
the uncensored version.
Dude, you can
just get an
literally see their
X-ray
liver.
vision
I
for
want
the
the X-ray version.
Oh my god.
Turns out it's just it's the Mortal Kombat X-ray mode where the bones get shattered.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just
I think we're
shit.
talking about a different X-ray version, but yeah, we'll go with that one.
Look, Rhys, not all of us can have titty vision. Come on, man. Stop gloating it over us. Continue, though, Brad.
Okay, continuing. So Crunchyroll and Adult Swim revealed the new Fena Pirate Princess trailer. Now, you guys will remember, this was the Crunchyroll original that got roasted because the character is a slave and she's white. looking. So that was a thing, if you'll recall that.
Oh
I
my
don't
god!
recall that, but I'm not surprised.
Just like almost every other character in anime is usually white looking, especially when they try to make.
I guess Raftalia wasn't white enough to be considered, I don't know, a white slave.
Didn't the English treat the Irish basically as slaves anyway?
Yeah, we're just reiterating the exact same conversation from the last time we talked about this. But yeah, it's neat to see that it's come a little bit further to fruition.
They retcon it so she's no longer a slave.
The animation looks pretty damn good too.
I have a friend of mine who's extremely excited about this.
Yeah, so I'm kind of excited about it.
Well, your friend clearly wants a slave,
and it's a Crunchyroll original. That's shocking.
Yeah, looks pretty good for that, especially considering they never actually released High Guardian Spice. Right?
They had Mappa do like God of High School or something.
I watched that. That was like watching like the scenes from a video game and getting no real context because goddamn did they jump from one thing to the next.
Wow.
Wow. I hope this isn't like God of High School. No, please.
Isn't God of High School based on like a manhwa or something?
Yeah, manhwa, webtoon. Same with Tower of God. Like anything with God in it is just a webtoon.
So, a digital manga service called Azuki announces a June 28th global launch. Azuki will have content for both free and subscription users. Free users will be able to access select chapters with ads, and subscribers will get to dig through the full catalog without any ads for a monthly price of $4.99. Also, disclosure: 3 former Crunchyroll employees are among the founders of Azuki.
Oh shit!
So yeah.
Why are they former?
More than this is Shonen Jump subscription though.
Right.
Like,
I'm gonna yeet myself because I just noticed that my data is like at 31%. So.
Well.
Only 31%.
I got 13 days left. So I gotta try and make it well.
Podcast is wavering. You should at least be at 69 before you drop out.
I hope that your internet is fixed soon. I guess just keep trying.
I do too. So if I can come back on my laptop and I might pop in for like a minute at a time every like half hour or something.
Okay.
Drive to your local McDonald's.
Brad, you need to cut that clip to say "come on my laptop" or something.
All right, here. I'll say.
He's gonna come on his laptop
Everybody shut up.
minutes.
Everybody shut up.
Oh.
I'm gonna come all over my laptop.
That was.
All right. I almost think that was too enthusiastic.
It was.
That's pretty powerful.
I mean, amen,
I need that sound bite. Give me a second.
You asked for it. All right.
Okay.
I guess.
FDDNM, weren't you going to leave?
No, that was Rhys.
I'll save my pickups for next week.
Oh shit. Okay. Sorry, man.
Do you pick up?
Oh, I didn't do my pickups either.
Just yell them.
Oh boy.
No,
Alright. We'll see you guys next week. We'll talk about
Definitely keep watching though, because I want that watch.
Shut up. I can't.
That's all right. I'll catch you later.
All right.
Okay.
See ya.
So we talked about this last podcast. We were speculating that it was going to be coming to theatrical release, and it is. So Belle is coming to a winter 2021 theatrical release. I think in the U.S. and Canada, but maybe just the U.S.
Same friend I mentioned earlier showed this show to me, and I was like, eh?
Yeah. Yep.
It's a movie, not a show.
Whatever it is.
Also, Funimation plans Josei, the Tiger, and the Fish anime film screenings for North America.
Josie and the Pussycats?
Josie?
Well, it's not Josei. It doesn't have an eye.
You're right. The showings are going to be in the U.S. and this is the one that's in the U.S. and Canada. It's going to be July 12th through 14th.
Nice.
So there you go.
No clue what it's about. So cool.
Well, that girl's in a wheelchair, but then she also can swim.
Dude, she needs
that
to play
right there.
D&D.
That's forward thinking.
She needs to play D&D with those new miniatures.
All right, so the final Evangelion anime film, the final weekend for the Evangelion 3.0 plus 1.0 and 1.01 or whatever it was, jumped 900% over previous week. So the release of the new version on the 12th, that was the 1.0 or the 3.0 plus 1.01, as well as the new theatrical gifts for moviegoers, helped the final Evangelion film from Hideaki Anno each, I'm sure I was supposed to say reach, a box office gross of 960.5% higher than the weekend before. So there you are. And more news about that, which I thought I highlighted, but maybe I'll just read the headline. No, I guess that's it. Okay. So it became the 10th highest grossing anime film in Japan with a 9.33 billion yen box office, which was... No, I guess I don't have any more. I don't know. Something in millions in the U.S.
Something million.
So Gundam Hathaway surpassed the 1 billion yen mark already. It says here the trilogy anime film project Mobile Suit Gundam Hathaway has earned an impressive, dear God, 1,016,249,400 yen or 9.2 million US dollars by June 20th.
Damn.
Its second Sunday. This is the first time in 33 years that a film from the Gundam anime franchise has grossed more than 1 billion yen at the Japanese box office since Mobile Suit Gundam Char's Counterattack, which was released in 1988 and earned 1.13 billion yen or 10 million US dollars. So I want you to think about this.
That means that their movies have been so ass since Char's Counterattack that...
Well, no. Think about this, though. So there's a lot going on here. First of all, this is the first one to reach 1 billion yen in 33 years. And it did it in 2 weeks. Number one. Okay? The top grossing film in the Gundam franchise is Mobile Suit Gundam Encounters in Space, the third part of the compilation film series based on the first Mobile Suit Gundam TV series, which earned 2.3 billion yen or 20 million US dollars from its domestic run in 1982. If the current pace continues, this critically acclaimed film, this one, may finally break the record for the first time in 39 years. So Hathaway is based on a character, Hathaway Noah, I think his name is, from the original Gundam series, or perhaps Char's Counterattack. I can't remember which one it is. But it's based on Hathaway's Flash, which is like it predates Char's Counterattack or whatever. So I'm wondering if the reason this one's doing so well is because it's a story set in that same part of the Gundam universe, and people are interested in revisiting it, or it's just because of COVID. Same reason Demon Slayer broke all those records is because people are like, fuck, I've been stuck inside for goddamn years.
Quote, universal century, as everyone says, or something?
I think it's because everyone thinks Anne Hathaway's in it.
That's why I hated the name of the movie and was like, I don't want to see it because it sounds stupid.
The character's name is Hathaway. It's a name.
I didn't know that. It was Anne Hathaway, the movie. Also, you've just confirmed to me that their films are so ass that a compilation movie was the best one. So good job.
Yeah, right.
Good job, Gundam.
Yeah, that's what I was saying though. The compilation film was of the original series, though. I'm wondering if people just really liked the original series, even though it was canceled.
The reason it's so successful is because the original Gundam was a massive flop, but when they turned it into compilation films, people could digest it way easier. So that's why it was successful.
Right.
Well, Star Trek was failing until Star Wars came out.
I mean, Legend of Dragoon was kicking Final Fantasy's ass, but we all know how that turned out.
All right. So, Earwig and the Witch is getting a theatrical release date for Japan. It was scheduled to be released in Japanese, or it is scheduled to be released in Japanese theaters on August 27th. Previously, it premiered December 30th, 2020 on NHK General TV in Japan and has already rolled out around the world on digital platforms and physically. The theatrical release, which mirrors the physical release from G-Kids, was scheduled for April 29th in Japan with updated footage, but was delayed by the state of emergency, which saw cinemas close. So are they telling me that there is or is not going to be a version with updated footage? Or is the one that G Kids has already the one with updated footage? It says the theatrical release, which mirrors the physical release from G Kids, was scheduled for this in Japan with updated footage. So that tells me the one G Kids has is the updated footage one, perhaps? Anyway, that's interesting. Jujutsu Kaisen Zero anime film reveals a December 24th premiere with a new visual. The character looks like L from the neck up. Like the rest of this is like he's on fire or whatever the hell's going on.
Fire Force and Death Note.
Yeah.
God,
I haven't watched any of this.
This whole Zero thing. All the franchises that do. What is it? Gantz Zero.
Fairy Tail Zero. Akame got Killed Zero, which never got an anime.
Really?
Steins Gate Zero.
There you go.
Yeah, can we not just like
Steins Gate Zero
tell it as it is from the beginning or something? I don't know.
Believe it or not, I enjoyed everything Steins Gate, but that was just me.
I still haven't finished Steins Gate Zero.
I haven't started.
We did that for like podcast 35 or whatever.
It was crap. You don't need to finish it.
So Heroes get some, I wish Rhys was here for this. Heroes get some hand-on training and new My Hero Academia trailer and visual for the upcoming arc. So I guess this is for
training.
I put this in theater news, but this is for the next arc, so I think it's probably actually going to be the show, maybe. Yeah, on air. Sorry about that. So what I want to, so apparently Hawks is finally getting introduced. Maybe he's already been introduced and I'm just behind. Is this Endeavor without the fire effect, or is this a completely different character?
It just looks like what's the name of the red-haired guy in the front? Just an older version of him.
It's Endeavor.
Okay.
He's not using his fire power.
Is this
he's not got his
Endeavor's
fire force
wife?
on.
And spoiler, he got burnt. And that is Endeavor's daughter.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that's why she has both color hairs like Todoroki does.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on from here. My Hero Academia World Heroes Mission theater goers are going to receive a bonus booklet including a newly drawn manga.
Oh God.
So, I wonder if we'll be so lucky.
Here.
Yeah, right?
No. No.
We can't get the cool stuff here, remember that. Stereotypical.
Moving on. Junji Ito's Uzumaki anime adaptation has been pushed to next year. At least it's looking pretty good. Because they're sort of taking it in the they're sort of making his drawings come to life versus animating it like a traditional anime.
Yeah, it's animated like a traditional CG 3D anime with a shader on it.
That's unfortunate.
Oh.
Well, I don't know. I'll still watch it.
I mean, I don't know how else you do that style without doing it in CG, but
true.
I don't know. I'll give it a watch just because the style does look interesting. But
yeah, as I was looking at it, I started to realize, wait a second. Oh yeah, let's get a real close up on his lapel mic. Great job, guys.
Got to show that wiring.
Fuck, it looks really good. Actually, it's definitely CG.
Yeah,
but it looks really good. Like they've got a very interesting effect going on with it.
I don't know, man. For some reason, it doesn't look CG to me. For some reason.
Yeah, well, it's
and CG.
It's not rotoscoped. It's what do you call it? Mocap.
That looked rotoscoped. The way she stepped.
Yeah, I think it's mocap, not rotoscoped.
Well, I'm not sure if that's much better, but yes.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, yeah. It does look. It looks like traditional rotoscoping in like Snow White looked. So yeah, I agree. But it looks better, and I kind of look forward to seeing it. So Shingo Natsume's Sunny Boy anime reveals a new key visual and promo. So the actual animation in this looks fucking amazing. like really interesting kind of surrealist artwork going on. And remember, this is another one that's going to be taking on that sort of leading with the music. Looks pretty good. Anyway, good to see you a little bit more about it.
Who's the animation company on that? Do we know?
Let's see. It was from the director of One Punch Man Season 1.
Oh, right. Okay.
But which one?
It's got Shinichiro Watanabe is the music advisor. And I don't see a art direction with the guy from B-Stars. I don't know. I don't see anything regarding the studio. What do you think?
Well, I mean, if it's the guy that did One Punch Man, he brought in his own friends.
Okay.
For well, it was Madhouse.
Madhouse,
right. That's why I said which one.
And he brought in his own friends to basically do the animation on that season 1. Okay. So in theory, it wouldn't matter really what the studio.
Right. It doesn't really look like One Punch Man to me, but it does look like some very talented people are working on it, so that's kind of cool. Continuing. Okay, so teens take back reality in D-Side Trauma Ray, the animation. So this is giving me serious
PTSD.
What was that crap homemade premium edition Kickstarter box from Mecha Ude? It reminds me of Mecha Ude.
I see what you mean.
And it's CG. It's got a nice color palette aesthetic to it. But the lighting is pretty handled pretty well as well. God damn. I'm choosing the worst word combinations tonight. But then I also saw this one, and I'm thinking, oh, I guess CG anime is here to stay.
Yeah.
So this one, Rusted Armor's anime project reveals first character visual. It's based on...
Is it crazy that I'm seeing Vash the Stampede for some reason?
Yes, because that doesn't look like Vash at all.
Okay.
Am I the only one thinking that it's just going to be an advanced version of that King of the Hill episode when Bobby goes to Japan?
Oh. No, not right. Because I'm not thinking that either.
So something I thought was interesting about this is, and this isn't an idea that is new, but I thought it was cool to see how they executed it. If you look at the shape of his sword, and then you realize that once he puts that in there, this is a trigger.
Oh,
and
shit.
that's the barrel of a gun, and that's a
gun
scope.
sword.
Yeah. So that's kind of a neat
honestly,
idea.
I'm also interested in seeing how he's executed, like beheading, electric
The blade
chair.
looks longer than the sheath.
It's up in the air.
True. Maybe, you know what it probably is like maybe when it goes in there, it becomes like a bayonet.
It like sticks up the...
I bet you that's what it is. I'm looking forward to seeing how that works out. That's cool. I like the ingenuity behind this. Anyway, moving on.
Believe it or not, for it to go in the sheath and not be a part of the gun, I'd not be a part of the blade. I kind of applaud it.
Just watch every Final Fantasy cutscene ever, and you'll find a couple of gun blades.
Just play Final Fantasy VIII and suffer from beginning to end. Continue.
Well, they also did. It's from Death Trance. That was another movie that did that.
They did it in a smartphone as well. What is this?
Let's Make a Mug 2 anime fires up a second season. I didn't even know the first season came out. Yeah, it's like a do-it-yourself
anime. Do you just make a mug for every episode? Like,
is this?
Well, I think it's like it seems to me like what's the Color Me Mine?
Is this the Pottery Club's wet dream?
Yeah.
No, it's their dry dream, Lance.
Oh God.
More Sho Harusono's boys love manga Sasaki and Miyano gets a TV anime by Studio Dean.
I'm looking forward to this. Discotheque just released the show already. Give me a hard copy. I want to slap people with it.
He wants a nice hard copy.
All right. Anyway, so this
Lance,
looks
did you
almost
see my,
identical to the other
evidence?
yaoi we covered tonight. Character with black hair and a blue shirt. Character in a white shirt with light hair.
Did I see your evidence putting them?
Yes, on Discord for Monica Rial.
Oh, no, I haven't seen it.
It seems like you said, please tell me she's voiced by Monica Rial.
Oh.
So that might have been the thing. But there's other messages.
Oh, okay. Well, there you are. You guys continue. I'm looking into this now.
The picture at the bottom looks like they're having some nice rear intercourse. To a degree when you glance at it.
Oh, we've been caught. All right. Saga of Tanya the Evil TV anime continues to march on in season 2. So next Anime Expo, if it not the one coming up on July 4th, but the next one, I think my daughter will be exactly the right size to be Tanya.
Oh. So you're gonna make her your little Führer?
Okay.
Even though I completely disagree with that,
way, yes.
I completely disagree with that comparison. Loli Hitler. It's like, dude, she's not even remotely like Hitler. She isn't just like testing an entire race with their drugs and stuff to kill them. She's not literally gassing all of her men. She's just kind of a tough nut when it comes to being.
She's literally not Hitler.
Exactly. Like, she's just kind of a tough instructor type person. The only thing that seemed over the top was when she's like, here, you guys are going to have to dodge these, defective mortar shells that don't explode. Oh, some of them are actually working. But she said you have to do that for 36 hours straight? And I'm like, Jesus Christ, if you had 36 hours worth of ammo, shoot it at the enemy. Maybe you'll win. Oh my God.
But she's not the leader.
It amazes me. The whole, anytime there's a fucking character that is militarized, a lot of times people just all of a sudden start screaming Hitler, and I'm like, what do they have against the whole Jews thing?
Everyone calls
good
everyone
Lord.
Hitler nowadays. Insert president here is a Hitler.
Oh God.
But if you're Bradley, you can see okay, I see that one.
You can see he's a Führer. No.
Yeah, but this one, she's not even a Führer. She's a commander. She's
right.
Part of the army. She's at at most she'd be like an SS officer or something.
I just zoomed way on this. Is it just me, or does she have skeleton fingers and her head's like a bobblehead?
Yes.
Also, she's voiced by Monica Rial.
We'll have to watch it.
That made me enjoy the anime so much.
Will season 2 get dubbed by Funimation?
I assume.
Well, who would it get dubbed by? Crunchyroll, who is probably going to use the same studio.
I can't remember.
Well, did Funimation dub the movie?
Did Funimation give? They didn't give this a limited edition, did they?
No, I'm glad they didn't.
Yeah.
If there's some issue with them dubbing the movie, then wouldn't that same issue
persist?
Did they release the movie?
Well, Crunchyroll did in theaters, according to Rhys, and I assume it was sub only.
I don't know. I plan on watching it subbed for reasons. Moving on. Cooking with Valkyries anime returns for its second season. So I thought that this looks really funny to me because when I look at it, I'm seeing the show Bake Off or whatever it's called, where they're all in the tent and they're competing with each other, but it's with hot anime girls, and I could totally get on board with this as a concept.
Okay, that's okay.
The thing is, I usually love cooking shows, but my buddy AF was talking about this, and I'm like, is it gonna be a cooking competition, or was it gonna? Oh, or you are just moving on? All right, well, later. I
No,
just
go
saw
ahead.
it just flipped
Go
over.
ahead.
I was just going to
Go
say,
ahead,
is
go
it going to be like a cooking competition between them, or is it going to be just, like the After School Dice Club was, where it's just,
I like the idea of them all having to follow a theme and getting judged, and one of them getting kicked out of the tent. I really like this.
The
I don't know.
difference with real cooking shows and fake cooking shows is real cooking shows, they have actual food and they can actually evaluate it. You just have to interpret that they're actually, I don't know, doing this right.
Look, just like in Food Wars, one of the fucking best shows ever, in my opinion. You elaborate, you can determine how good the food is by how much they scream and orgasm while they eat it.
How naked they get.
Just like
Dude,
Gordon Ramsay.
To blow people's clothes away, the better the
Just like Gordon Ramsay, you don't get to taste it, but you can tell how good it is by how loud he's yelling at the person and how much they're crying.
I feel like after Food Wars, there's really no room for any other food anime, though.
I mean, Yakitate Japan's pretty interesting. He's some guy who just makes a bunch of bread, and he doesn't even have formal training, but he's like, this is Japan, because pan is bread, Japan number 50. And they're like, dude, that's like a creme brulee. I don't even know if that's a bread. And
if we ever get a chance to watch this or watch this by parts, are we going to take turns wearing an afro?
Yeah.
Sorry, you brought up Yakitate Japan. I'm like, no, it's my chance.
I've rubbed off on AC. He will now abuse these powers. All right.
All right. So, Banished from the Heroes Party TV anime reveals more companions. There's a very thick maid.
Oh my god.
She ain't hiding it.
She's not playing Charlotte Benoit on this one. God damn.
I don't really see the lewdness. Then again, I was the kid that ran up and did stuff, but
Cass is late.
Well,
because you took the extra time to go find all these voice clips.
You're welcome. So
Movie
in
Magic
my
OCA podcast,
your Patreon donations at work. Yeah, so in my rewatch of the podcast, I take out my, I got my phone. I'm listening to it on my phone with AirPods or whatever. And when something that particularly weird gets said or something, I'm like, oh, we should do a podcast clip of this. I pull out my phone and I take a screenshot of the timestamp. So I spent like the last week straight going through the timestamps. I only got the podcast at 39, by the way. But yeah, so
this is, by the way, just randomly, this is a quote from Lance to describe the 5th season of Digimon. Fisting Digimon to save the world.
Oh. Hey, did you read that article I sent you about that Crunchyroll editorial piece about the reason Digimon Tamers is the best one?
I didn't read it because, I probably know what they're going to say, but, I don't know. What did they say? Was there anything that was like...
I didn't read it. I sent it to you because I thought you'd get triggered.
What was that?
I said I sent it to you because I just thought you'd get triggered. I didn't read it. So Demon Lord shrinks down and the Great Jahi will not be defeated against the character setting. So here you go. You've got the slut version and the jailbait version.
Oh god.
This boom.
Oh, she's gonna get canceled despite being completely covered like Uzaki-chan.
This one kind of looks like Sid Snap.
The next one kind of looks like what's that CG anime everyone loved?
Land of Lustrous?
Yes.
I'm looking at him like, what could you be talking about? Yeah. Anyway.
Look, guys, it's prison school.
I mean,
yeah.
Go
Gonna
to
be going to
prison
prison.
school.
yeah.
So also in great Jahi news, Hololive VTubers Aqua, Subaru, and Nene are going to sing the ending theme for The Great Jahi Will Not Be Defeated. So I'm interested in the timeline we live in right now, where Hololive VTubers are now, just, I guess it makes sense, you're going to go after anybody who's popular, right? That's why they, like, Jessica Nigiri became, like, popular or whatever. So they said, hey, let's get her to voice in Supersonico or whatever, right? So I guess it makes sense that a company's always going to try to take advantage of the brand name or whatever that's already known. So people like, VTubers, let's use them for an ending theme or whatever. But I don't know.
I will still never forgive them for only giving us a special behind the scenes with the voice actor feature for Sonico from Sentai. Just because Jessica N-Word was on their stupid show.
Yeah. Okay. I haven't watched it. We'll get that into the watch club at some point.
Seemed like there was going to be more to that sentence.
Yeah, I was just sat here quietly like, this is going somewhere, and then it just abruptly stopped.
Well, I mean,
have
what
a
else?
distant cousin that ended up marrying his stepsister.
Sorry, I had to break up the... Okay, so Vampire Rock Anime Visual Prison unveils new art and crew. So FDM, I know that this is how you dress on the weekends.
Clearly, I'm actually the one on the left, the furthest to the left. Thank you very much.
That's me on the bottom right.
That's clearly
I don't know
Rhys.
which one I'm looking at, by the way.
Anyway, so what is this about?
Vampire.
What is it called? Visual Prison? So that's just Lance the anime.
Oh, I can turn the fan back on here now that all the food's not going to get cold. Should have done that a while ago.
You don't turn on the fan in your house because you're afraid your food is going to get cold?
Well,
Dude,
because when the food came
if
in...
he turns on AC too much, his wife will get sick of him. Just continue.
Guys, we're eating dinner. Turn the air conditioning off.
No. I'm talking about the food that my my wife brought to me at the beginning of the podcast. I wasn't sure when I was going to have a chance to eat it.
Chicken nuggets.
So I turned off the fan so it wouldn't make it disgusting by the time I got to it. Anyway,
I don't think the fan is going to significantly change the temperature of your food.
Yeah.
Well, you don't know how much I hate cold food. So Visual Prison is set in modern day where music-loving vampires gather once a year for the anime's titular party. Wow. They're going to Coachella, guys.
Turbo cringe.
Oh my god, guys. This is that freaking vampire movie. What was it? The one with Selena Gomez in it. With the stupid Disney movie. They all just get together for a party.
Yeah, I just want to
Hotel
see
Transylvania.
That's it.
Oh, okay. I want to see this
Transsexual Vania.
I want to see this movie or this show, and they go to the party, and then they're like, this is really weird that they went to all the trouble to do this. Why did they make these people vampires? What's the significance of this to the story? And then it's literally the opening to Blade, where the water, the blood starts spraying out of the sprinkler system and stuff. I'm like, all right, they're vampires.
Like it needs to be a 12 episode show that's just about vampires and like mildly dramatic.
It's all about vampires and how they get down
in the last episode. Blade shows up and just kills them all.
Have you guys?
And then that leads into season 2 of Blade.
Have you guys?
That anime is so terrible, though. The Blade.
Have you guys
anime.
heard of the My Immortal fanfic
from Evanescence?
Well, that's what the title's named after, but I think it's like, is it a Twilight fanfic? And the internet historian, I think that's who made it. Well, he didn't make it. He made a dramatization on his channel, and it's full of I woke up and then I slit my wrists and then I dressed up for the day and then and all this garbage and it's glorious.
Verdict, look, man. Vertically.
And we went to see My Chemical Romance and stuff like. So that's what I'm getting vibes from it, from the show.
Did he do?
That's pretty powerful.
Sorry. I'm overusing that one. Here, I'll use this one.
Makes me feel like the Hulk. Come on.
Okay.
Well,
okay. Final Fantasy IX is getting a. Damn it.
A children's animated series by Square Enix and French studio.
This wouldn't interest me.
Sorry.
No, legit. As soon as I read French studio, I'm like, oh, they're gonna have like good, high quality animation for this.
Why can't they're re-release? They're finally putting out Final Fantasy VI and all like pixel art ones.
Yeah, all the pixel remasters.
They're finally putting those out. But come on, man, they have remastered everything that they didn't have to, and now can we please get a remake of 6, please?
So,
I think curious. 6 was included.
For the audio, we got 5 viewers all of a sudden. That's great. Welcome, 5 viewers. Please like the video. So this is the studio that Cyber Group Studios is the one that's working on it.
Oh my God!
I take it back. This is going to be a travesty.
They have a very varied style.
The place where Doc McStuffins died and what the hell?
But they do have 3D and 2D in their repertoire. So if they're using 3D and they're doing it the style of the game, for
that could work.
If they do this and make these characters 3D models that are rigged in a way where they can talk and animate and everything, then that might work. But other than that, I don't know.
Dude, look, man, I really enjoyed.
Could also be this shit. Who knows?
They have way better French studios than this.
Yes.
Oh.
Agreed. But these are okay. So this is preschool, kids 6 through 12, 4 to 6, preschool. Is 6 through 12 the highest it goes?
6 through 12th grade, or you said preschool, and then you said
I think it's age 6 to 12.
Okay.
Oh, there's Happy Yeet.
Yeet.
What is that?
Happy.
Wait! Hold on! Is that fucking Stripperella in the fucking?
That's what I'm looking at. Blondes.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what the fuck?
Wait, hold up. What age rating is that one?
That one is shorts. These are shorts.
So they're unrated.
These are French.
Those are Pornhub shorts.
Oh my God!
Is that what they're gonna do now? They're totally gonna capitalize on that.
Guys, look. I like just back to the Final Fantasy IX thing. I like
call them
Bravely
quickies. Pornhub quickies.
A hand job, hands free.
Yeah. Get you to come in 1 minute or less. It's secretly just their premature ejaculation tag.
Oh my God!
You won't last the entire video. The video's over 16 seconds.
If they use my title of quickies, I'm gonna sue.
Quickies is a trademark of the OCA podcast. Pornhub, come give me money. I'll give it to Footman. All right. Hotondo Shinderu's uncle from another world. We should put that as one of our clips we can click on. Uncle from Another World manga gets TV anime adaptation. So that's pretty much it. I don't know why this is what the guy happens to look like that they chose to talk to. Also, this is the same image, but one of them, she's making a face like, "Oh no, why'd you take your dick out?"
Is that a boy? So that's a female character, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hence the feminine characteristics.
Shut up.
It is an elf.
Because I was confused for a second.
Elves have, female characteristics.
They all do, especially
well,
the male
let's
ones.
see. Does it say it's a trap? 17 years ago, Takafumi's uncle fell into a coma. But now he's back like a man risen from his grave. Soon, Takafumi discovers two bizarre things. His uncle treasures video games above all else.
His?
And, yes, Takafumi's uncle. And while comatose, he was actually transported to another world as some heroic guardian. Now, not only does Takafumi have to room with an uncle who is literally magical, he also has to catch the guy up on 2 decades of history, smartphones, high-speed internet, modern anime tropes, and the traumatic outcome of the 90s console war.
Listen,
I read that as crossover.
Listen, all of these shows usually have the waifus on the cover, and then the main character is the guy or whatever.
That's what I'm wondering if they're doing.
My God, look at that panel! Holy shit!
What?
This one?
No,
the bottom right.
that one.
Where she's like anally raping him.
For the YouTube overlords, she is literally just sitting on the rump of this guy so that she can apply ointment to his burns because clearly he's a mummy.
And to play horsey afterwards.
All right. Anyway, moving on from here. All right.
Powerful.
So, preteens
the
and
tissues,
teens.
Pornhub quickies now available.
Preteens
If you're not
and
jacking
teens.
off to this podcast, you're doing it wrong.
Preteens and teens pick the anime that makes them cry the most. Okay, so preteens and teens, I think it's ages 10 to 19. This is what they picked as the anime that makes them cry the most. Number 10, Your Lie in April. All right, off to a good start. Number 9, Tokyo Magnitude 8.0, followed by Violet Evergarden at number 8, ReZero Starting Life in Another World at number 7. By the way, congratulations, Hollow, getting your channel back.
Yes.
Number 6, Anohana, the flower we saw that day. All right, yeah, that was a tearjerker. All right.
Hold
number
up.
5, Crayon Shinchan.
That's a bigger tearjerker, clearly. Like, someone jerks those tears every day to some
Oh my God. Okay, please continue reading these numbers. I'm bracing myself because
Number
they've already said
4,
Violet
My
Evergarden.
Hero Academia.
Oh my God, I knew it.
Is the kid on that box there? Is that Crayon Shinchan?
That's his ass. I mean, yes.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
his
I heard about the movie. Like, there's a movie, where like all of his parents and stuff, all the adults in the world,
Disappear?
They start thinking they're children or something, and all the kids have to be like grown-ups. But they don't de-age. They just like have
Mentally
the
de-age.
attitude of children. And I heard that's a sad.
It's
movie.
a tearjerker? Okay.
Apparently, I mean, I don't think I would be a tearjerker because none of these so far
'cause you're an
have been
adult.
that. But anyway,
So, My Hero Academia, number 4, number 3, Your Name, number 2, A Silent Voice, and number 1,
wait.
Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba.
Oh, God.
how? That's
Right.
That's just a popularity contest.
Okay,
at that
look.
point.
They start.
I
the
know
clock
that one,
because
I
every
click on
5 fucking seconds, he's like, "I gotta pull out my sword, and when I do, you're gonna cry."
Dude, what? This is basically like if at the Oscars or something they had the award for the biggest tearjerker and they chose Avatar or something. Like,
No,
but
I
hold
paid
up.
the judges.
I think that's just a popularity thing there. Like,
I haven't seen Your Name, but I'm
They
pretty
got
sure Your Name
they
is
got,
like what is
My
it?
Hero and Demon Slayer are definitely on there just because of name recognition.
They received a grand total of 999 responses, so it's not like it was a small sample size or anything.
Dude, come on, man. You know damn good and well people could have just like, hey, we're gonna get about 20 people together, and they all have about 50 fucking emails.
Number 1, interspecies reviewer.
That was a real jerker of sorts.
Hey, look, that's what happens when people actually get to choose.
Now, Your Name, I haven't actually seen it, but isn't that literally like the only one that isn't bittersweet tragedy, kill yourself?
Oh, right. Like it should have been 5 centimeters per second instead or something.
Yeah, sure. Except I'd still disagree. I'd be like, you're a cock, but
Yeah. So, mentally ill K-pop cultists attack the Hero Academia Twitter account. Okay.
Was it Kim Jong Un was onto something when he made
Yes.
K-pop illegal?
So wait till you hear this. I love whoever's in charge of the My Hero Academia official Twitter account. So lovers of K-pop have persisted in showing the world why they are considered inhuman, as they recently targeted the official My Hero Academia Twitter account after it stated it wouldn't wish some random K-pop singer a second happy birthday. The mob naturally issuing threats and insults in a tantrum that some would liken to a child. The insanity began when the Western My Hero Academia Twitter account issued a friendly message before a K-pop fan then requested the account to wish some bland and forgettable K-pop singer happy birthday. So they said, obligatory, it is Thursday. How are we all doing now that the weekend is nearly upon us? Flex emoji. Sorry, I'm thinking of our short.
I flexed a muscle.
So they said that, and then this person says, so an account called Cam Loves Suno, or Sunu or whatever, says, can y'all say happy birthday to Suno? He deserves one. Then the My Hero Academia Twitter account complied. But another user immediately requested if they could say happy birthday again a week later, as the K-pop singer's birthday is apparently on June 24th and not June 17th. So they said, happy birthday, Suno, cake emoji. Can you say this again in a week? No.
Hey, at least they were honest.
The account responded rather succinctly. Y'all are wild anyway.
Oh my god!
Observing K-pop fans and the observing K-pop fans entered into a bestial rage over the random social media manager refusing to refusing to wish some nobody a second happy birthday message. This caused the account to eventually cave. No, come on, just do it. Stop being stubborn. No, y'all are taking this way too seriously. Please, My Hero Academia official, all we want is for you to say it on his actual birthday. Is that too much to ask? I will. Yes. I promise. Hold on. Is it the 24th? That's tomorrow. I will have to report back if this actually happens.
As much as I hate myself for this, I already knew this was happening. God damn it, this is so stupid.
It's so funny to me. Everyone thinks because I said no means I suddenly hate him. It's a joke. Just a prank, bro.
The thing is, it's just like, why the hell bring up your birthday if it's a fucking week away and then you're going to get upset when someone wishes you happy birthday?
Ask me then.
I haven't celebrated my goddamn birthday in like 7 fucking years. I'm lucky when someone remembers that it's happening.
Speaking of Sun O, this is what I think of when I hear his name.
Maybe his name's Suno. I don't know. What do you think?
No. It probably is, but I said Sun O because I linked you a thing in private chat of what I think of. You could probably play it without getting copyright stricken because the whole song sounds the same.
Do you guys think that
literally go to halfway and you'll that's the whole song basically. Just 14 minutes of what sounds like an amp that was left on.
Yeah. Well, I went to halfway and something else starts playing at that point. But yeah, I guess there's a band called Sun O. So there you go.
They're called drone metal, where it's like ambient, long, drawn out.
It's metal ASMR.
Basically.
Okay, I'll play some of it. Jeez.
Whoa.
Hold on.
My God, he caved. Here happy birthday 7 days from tomorrow.
We're about to experience.
This is it. Are you ready?
What the fuck?
No, go further to the better part. Is this for like 10 minutes straight?
It's a 16-minute song.
Yeah, but the first like 5 minutes was just silence almost.
Yeah. All right, there you go.
So,
riveting.
The My Hero Academia Twitter is, I assume, run by someone at Funimation.
Probably for the Western one, yeah.
Because they use the word y'all.
Yeah, y'all are wild anyway.
Hold on.
So, Hold on.
You can finish.
I'm because we think that, or because I think that it's someone at Funimation. I already know it's not Monica, because if this happened to Monica, we would get all.
Thanks
You would
for
have
the
got
tweet.
screenshots and sent this to the
I've
police.
taken a screenshot. I'm
I've sent
sending it
my
to
attorney
Homeland
and law
Security.
enforcement. I will not be harassed. Have a nice day. It'd be really funny if I paid Tiffany Vollmer to do that in the real Bulma voice.
Does she have a cameo?
Who? Tiffany Vollmer?
Yeah, because you could probably pay her to literally do that.
Oh, the cameo, the website. She might. I might look into this.
So question. The thing I was like, whoa, is Legendary Anime GP Fan 2.
Mhm.
I'll post at next week for full quintessential quintuplets gameplay with sexy scene. Can you elaborate?
Scenes.
The fuck?
Can you elaborate on what you're talking about?
They're going to post it to YouTube.
Is
Time to
this-
subscribe, everyone.
Is
They're
this
gonna
game like
include the
rated
sexy
A
scenes.
or what? Like, I'm worried.
Well, they said sexy scene, not sex scene. So,
Well, I don't know, man. That's maybe the Y is the typo.
Oh
We'll
no!
tune in next week to find out.
Hold on. Well, everyone go subscribe to that.
Yeah. I'm gonna
'Cause,
do it
Because
right now.
we're gonna fucking find out. Because I didn't know until yesterday that there was even like anything other than the anime of this shit.
Well, yeah. What is it? I was mentioning this the one time that Legendary Anime JP Fan brought up the game. He's like, "Yeah, you can choose which waifu," and I'm like, "I need this game."
That's
But I
what you
think
told me yesterday.
It's
How come I
only
can't
in
go to the channel.
it's only
this-
in Japan lands though. The game.
Is this game like? Is it a Fate Stay Night kind of bullshit, or is it?
I feel like it's a visual novel.
I
Doesn't
feel like you
sound-
used to
YouTube-
be able to do it,
Yeah.
but yeah, YouTube took it away. I
You
don't know
used to
why.
be able to click on the three dots and it said go to user's channel or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's really
Wait.
annoying with trolls now because if you're not verified, like you can't check.
Oh,
cool.
right.
So, Legendary Anime JP Fan 2, I'm going to ask you to grab the
Dude, when I
URL
type
from your
in
channel
his
and go ahead
channel,
and...
you get our videos.
Actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add your moderator now. Now you can post links. Go ahead and post the link to your channel, and I will shill it for a moment.
you
But
will
not
you will
next
get
week.
subs, bitch. Do it.
By the way,
Don't
I
ask
noticed
me
when
to
I
give
was
you a happy birthday.
I noticed when I was looking for when I was looking for that Sun O video that there's a Ricada thing for the Vic interview.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
So
that's,
we got,
in like 40 minutes.
Yeah, we have 40
Yeah.
minutes to wrap up. So speed run.
Can't wait till he says, "Oh, it's canceled again," though. Anyway, yeah, I also think we should hurry up.
I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to be here for another 40 minutes because I've eventually got to eat dinner because I haven't had anything all day.
Oh, well,
FDD,
should have had a wife bring it
to
to you
go.
like me.
Yeah, I know, right?
Just
Right.
watch Legendary Anime JP fan.
You know what, AC? I'll get right to work on that. You got one you can loan me?
Hold up.
Hold on,
just
I might have an Augie vid that...
What?
I'm sorry, Ogloid, dang it.
You are
I'm-
breathing my air.
That's
Who-
not- I panicked.
And AC was the one who ruined that, but
All right. By the way, audience, which one of these is your favorite that we should actually keep for react? I think that's pretty powerful.
I think
that's
you know
the
what?
winner.
There's that one. There's another one that hit me. It's my brain. But the one that Putnam, I thought you were leaving, is probably my favorite right now.
Oh.
FDDNM, weren't you going to leave?
What about this one?
We're educated and much more smarter than they are.
much more smarter.
How about
We
this
are
one?
much
Okay to
more
talk
fun.
now.
Okay to talk now.
Good on you, Augie. You are
Here
the
you go. Hold on, hold on.
literally the bread of this stream right now.
Here you go.
In this case, rate.
Okay. Yep. All right. Anyway, so yeah. So this person responded, "You the one who said you wouldn't wish Kim Soo-no a happy birthday next week. This is not on us." The fuck I think you will.
Ugh.
Anyway, this is why I dropped My Hero Academia. Bakugo ain't all that. Why are they bringing Bakugo up? Oh, D's nuts, Will.
I have no idea.
Oh.
She, her black fan account.
Yep. Anyway, yeah. So there you go. That was the thing that happened. Sorry to hear that they went back on their no.
I like to think that Legendary Anime JP fan was the guy who actually wanted to infiltrate us, and he'll like just delete our channel from being a moderator.
That'd be pretty funny. So,
with great power
Kaiju number
comes
8
great
manga.
responsibility.
The Kaiju number 8 manga has passed an impressive 3 million copies printed and sold.
I may be over speculating, but I think the manga probably oversold a lot.
No, it undersold because it's not 8 million.
So this was Kaiju number 8. Tokyo Revengers manga gets around town with 20 million copies. So this is the print run, though. This isn't necessarily all 20 million have sold, but still, if you're actually printing 20 million, that's still pretty damn good, right?
I thought you were going to play that again.
You know, I'm not going to say it didn't cross my mind. All right. Christopher Barker, this one's for you. Superman to star in upcoming gourmet manga series.
Well, that's how they one up Food Wars. They make it.
That's pretty powerful.
Super
okay.
Food Wars.
I interrupted you rudely, FDDNM. What were you saying? That's how they went up Food Wars. What?
Was I not leaving just now?
So it's Superman like you've never seen him before, eating Japanese food.
Oh my god.
His
Cultural appropriation.
His why is this so squatty and tight?
It's so undefined.
Superman like you've never seen him before. Why is this so squatty and tight? Footing falls in so fine. I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
It's almost like a skirt, a really short skirt now instead of, underwear or
It's
whatever.
pantsu.
Anyway,
Is that what you mean?
as one of the most enduring characters in comic book history, Superman has gone through has gone through an uncountable number of exploits and adventures from the. I like mine better. He's gone through an uncomfortable number of exploits and adventures from the ludicrous to the tragic. There was that time he stepped into the ring with Muhammad Ali, as well as when he learned to shoot rainbows out of his fingers. Please do not reveal the secret of Superman's new powers. Happy Pride Month, everyone, by the way.
Pride. Dude, you beat me to it. I was literally doing a fucking arm motion about to say Pride Beam.
Earlier in the podcast, I'm like, damn it, I forgot to keep the Pride meme going.
Look how small his head is. And, his body.
Hey, his eyes are above the waist for him. Come on now.
Those are realistic proportions, okay? We have to start putting more realism.
Those look like he skipped leg day for a long time.
So, yeah, Jason South says Superman eating pork buns of steel. Legendary Anime JP Fan 2 says, yeah, I forgot Neon Genesis Evangelion, Rei Ayanami, and Oscar Langley.
While you're here, post your channel link. We made you a mod.
Yeah, post your channel link.
I searched Legendary Anime JP Fan 2, and all I got was this podcast.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Maybe it's maybe they're posting it on Twitch or something. I don't know. Maybe.
Well,
let us know where to go. I want to see the sexy scenes.
Yes. No, singular.
Become
scene.
Pornhub verified. I don't know.
I want to see it on a Pornhub.
I want to watch you play this game.
All right, so it says, please do not reveal the secret of Superman's new power. Like, great Scott, I know Superman can fly and has super strength, but his new power is fantastic. It's literally the CIA's gay ray gun. I'll have to photograph the effects of Superman's new power, or they'll never believe me. Maybe Christopher Barker can let us in on what this power is.
Come on.
Anyway, so it says here, and yet all this time we've never really dug deep into his diet and eating habits. Does he put a napkin on his lap? What fucking lap? Like, does he put a napkin on his lap? Is he a picky eater who always wants to alter menu items to his taste? Does Earth's yellow sun cause his gut bacteria to produce gas at a superhuman rate, thus producing farts that could fill entire stadiums? Yes, I like this. That's canon.
This
right?
is getting good, actually. Continue.
Geez, Superman, you're getting rice everywhere. Hopefully, an upcoming manga published in the manga magazine Evening and website Comic Days. Why would you... Why are you going to publish it online on Comic Days, but in print in Evening? So it's going to answer these questions. So unlike Superman's previous titles, this latest series will be a gourmet manga titled Superman vs. Food. Superman's Meals of Solitude. What a great title, using Superman in there twice. Superman versus Meshi. Superman no Hitori Meshi. Okay. Written by Satoshi Miyakawa with art by Kai Kitago. So look at the bottom of the screen and tell me that's not a woman with 80s hair ready to give him fellatio.
If you see anything else, consult your doctor.
Jason South says body positive Superman coming soon. Which actually I would invert it, actually. I feel like the stereotypical muscular one is coming soon. If you look at the rainbow fingers one, he looks more body
look
positive.
at his hand.
He's only got
this guy's
3
art
fingers.
sucks. First of all, oh geez, terrible.
Hey, look
at his pinky on his right.
I think the biggest crime is his broken wrist. Like,
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
Hold
saying.
on, now he might be asking you
circle.
to kiss his wrist. I don't know. I'm looking at the specimen.
The person who drew this knows less anatomy than a traditional Western comic artist.
Dude, hold on now. That's hard.
We shall see when the first installment hits stands on the 22nd of June. I'm sure they're going to fly off stands for sure.
Probably.
In evening number 14. Yeah, that was you got the pun. Flying off stands.
No, sorry. I was reading Jason South's comment. Oh, look, it's Plastic Man in cosplay.
Yeah.
That's how he got his hand like that.
Yeah. There you go. Meanwhile, people online are abuzz with this looming new culinary adventure. Something feels off about a big muscly man holding a heap of rice. He's American, so let him try some of Japan's delicious American food. Okay.
Hold on.
It's Superman, but he's doing stuff basically anyone can do. Superman eats rice? Wait, what? Why? Japanese food is good. He's in for a treat.
Oh my god. All right.
And so are we when Superman versus food begins, probably. DC's previous manga adaptations, Batman Justice... I almost read that as Justice Bieber.
Not
Batman
Buster.
Justice Buster and One Operation Joker were well received, and both have upcoming Tankobon editions this summer. But a Superman gourmet manga is uncharted territory. Yes, these were well received because they're about Batman. They're not about Superman, the lamest superhero to ever exist.
Let it be a warning to you. You make your character where they can't be beat and all this bullshit. Yeah, you're gonna have one boring fucking series.
Superman and his alter ego.
What are you talking about, Lance?
Superman can't be beaten. That is literally his thing.
No,
One Punch Man is like one of the
He's
greatest
also an
series
idiot
of all
and
time.
practically useless.
So is Superman.
No, you are missing the point.
All right, I'm listening.
The problem with Superman
Okay.
is that here's the writing prompt for it. They're like, okay, we're gonna make a new superhero. He's faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, leaps tall buildings in a single bound, and can fly. Super strength, impervious to anything. Bullets they bounce right off of him. So let's get to work. Okay, so he flies into town, and there's a robbery happening. Also, he's got X-ray vision. That's how he knew it was happening. So he's in the bank in the vault. They pull the gun on him. That's not dangerous because it bounces right off of him. He's also got laser vision. So let's have him melt the gun. Damn, this is really hard. Fuck.
Let's just give him a superpower. For
In the
every
safety
situation.
deposit box just happens to be kryptonite. The one thing that is his weakness that will hurt Superman and make him like a normal man. Will the bullet bounce off now? This is really good. We've really got it. Okay, that was a great issue we sold. Let's write down the next one. Okay, so Superman, the train's going off the cliff. Okay, but he caught it already. Somebody on the train has kryptonite. The one thing that's the whole thing. Is
You know what's
he's
funny is
literally
that
allergic to the one
universe
thing
must be
that
full
is
of
the most
cancer.
prevalent, like freaking thing on planet Earth because it's in every single goddamn chapter. The thing about Superman, it's not that he's impervious to everything. Otherwise, it would also apply to One Punch Man. The thing is that because they wrote a very stupid character, they had to write themselves back out of that stupid thing with an even stupider premise that kryptonite is his weakness, and literally everybody has it, right? That's
Lex
the reason
Luthor
Superman
carried
sucks.
around that shit for a while, and it literally gave him cancer. No offense, this world is dying very fast.
Superman and his alter ego, man. You know, the thing about Superman that I like, I do this all the time because I'm a fucking child. Every time I see the word Superman, I put my finger over the U and get a little chuckle. Sperm Man.
Sperman?
Sperm Man. Anyway.
Oh, I hate that.
Right, so the synopsis says that Superman will visit some chain restaurants, cook seasoned rice in an iron pot to make the dish called kamameshi with his heat rays. Oh, and form a Justice League with the ingredients of a tempura rice bowl. Really reaching for that one. I'm not sure what that last one means, but I still have faith this could work. It's already well established that he could punch most people's heads off before they even notice him. So it would be much more interesting. It'd be funny. It'd be really funny if calling it now, it'll be a hit only if he goes to a sushi restaurant and the sushi chef warns him, careful, this one has lots of wasabi. And he eats it like, I'm Superman, bitch. Oh no, is that kryptonite? He's like getting the effects of the wasabi because somebody walks in with kryptonite.
Dude, all of the plates in the restaurant aren't jade. They're kryptonite.
Yes.
So he gets his dish.
That'd be funny.
It might be the last thing Superman ever ate.
Secret thing is wasabi actually is made with kryptonite.
Oh god.
That's why it's green.
Yeah, wait, it is green? I thought wasabi. Never mind.
I like the theory. Well, yeah. See, Lance is colorblind, so this is a hard conversation for him.
Just continue. We're good.
I like the idea that next he goes to China and goes to all the Chinese restaurants, but the jade statues everywhere actually are just kryptonite. He's like, no, I'm a normal man in this land. Old man says Superman is weak to magic also. Again, lame plot point. They literally just made the impervious character said, yeah, and also magicians, they can get him.
Yeah, but the thing is,
he's weak to street magic. No, Superman lost all his money again. Those damn street peddlers.
The thing is like, never mind. I was going to go into Lex Luthor, and if I remember correctly, how he was a pie thief. But
yes,
it's
he
like,
stole 40 cakes.
Yeah,
that's terrible.
All his birthdays are ruined. But it's like, next thing you know, he is this guy's arch nemesis. I'm like, you are literally fighting the Man of Steel with the guy that literally can like make a Walmart be afraid.
So let's see, what else do they say here? It would be much more interesting instead to see how well Superman handles random compliments about how he uses his chopsticks or how he feels about getting charged for an appetizer that he never ordered. Okay, apparently that happens.
Oh my god.
Anyway, I look forward to this. The artwork.
This already sounds better than the original Superman comic does to me.
It sure does. The artwork is terrible.
Are we ready to move past this?
We sure are. Let's move on.
I'm about to go get me something to eat.
All right, Isekai Quartet Kadokawa crossover anime gets a cute side-scrolling platformer. If by cute you mean it looks like a Newgrounds game, yeah.
Oh, really?
Guys, it has been fun. Lance is now out.
All right, man. Catch you later.
Later, Random as well.
He's muted, but I'm sure he'll say goodbye when he's back.
All right.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
There you
Bye.
go. All right, so moving on from here. Mushihime-sama, one of the best bullet hell shooters, is now on Twitch. Yeah, I've been talking. I talked about this. Sorry, Switch. Thank you. I talked about this, like, I don't know, podcast 4 or something like that. It's a bullet hell, and it lives up to the name. Let me see if I can find any of the levels that's not even close. Yeah, here it comes. When it just gets freaking like there's literally a pixel where there aren't bullets on screen, and you got to be in that pixel spot, right? Anyway, so that's the thing. If you guys are interested and you have a Switch, you can pick it up. Also, Nintendo announced the first new 2D Metroid game in 19 years, Metroid Dread. Unfortunately, they don't post any freaking side like 2D parts of it. So
it's in the
go
trailer.
ahead. Well, they don't post the pictures of it, so I'm gonna have to like
there it
scoot
is.
forward and show you.
You're there.
There you go.
Good God, click.
So it's a sequel to Metroid Fusion. And I guess it jumps at one point in the trailer during that sequence here. It goes from the 2D, the thing catches up to the character, and it goes into like this 3D like cutscene, like literally zooms up into the 2D level and shows that. So it's kind of an interesting idea.
The thing I don't like is the color scheme because they still have the orange like head chest piece. It's like, come on, just like embrace the white or don't add the white.
I like the color design. I think it looks.
I just
What are you
think
saying?
that's
Sorry,
too
can you say
many
that again?
colors.
I was reading this thing that Random 11 just sent.
Well, you can scroll down to the new design instead of seeing this GIF that pops up.
You talking about the white down here?
Like, I'm saying they should have made the helmet chest piece like blue or white, even the black, because there's the black accents. But like the orange just feels out of place.
I think it's supposed to be like an evolution of their suit. And if you've like played the games, like I think this takes place after Metroid Fusion.
It does. It's a direct sequel. From what I understand.
The suit has evolved into this. I think it looks good.
In other news, breaking news from Random 11, Space Jam 2 is getting a video game tie-in. What is it, for Sega Genesis?
For Xbox in the bottom left.
Also, what the hell am I saying? What is this e-thought for hot tub streamer Amaranth? Harassment is just part of the job. Polygon, of course, I should have known. Didn't she get yeeted off of Twitch?
Yeah, because she was telling the ASMR where she's like licking the ear microphones or whatever.
The ASMR that's actually just JOI.
I think it was because they all started just lying on their bed showing their ass.
JOISMR.
So a bunch of them got banned for that.
And you can see that you have the brand new, less sexualized, what's her face? Lola Bunny in the sprite.
Right.
Yeah, so it's going to Game Pass day one.
So I can't quite put my finger on what it is, but this looks like a reskin of an old game with graphics like this.
Yeah. I mean, Final Fantasy 15 had a game spin-off that was like this.
Part of the trailer kind of said, like, I don't know how true it was, but Bugs like starts introducing it, and he's like, "We asked you guys what type of game Space Jam would like a Space Jam game would be," and then it shows like a couple like little clips of like fan submissions of like what games would look like. So I could fully imagine this being like just a fan taking some actual game, slightly changing it, and then Warner Brothers looking at it, being like, "Okay, yeah, let's do
Yeah, so
that."
it's basically an arcade. It's like the old
Yeah, it's a beat 'em
Simpsons
up.
arcade game.
Yeah.
Double Dragon and stuff or whatever.
So if you go to the like 5-second mark, you'll see the bit where Bugs is like introducing it. Those are the submissions. The
The thing I like is how
2 seconds
apparently
there.
because the old lady is animated, that means she's capable of, playing basketball at full capacity.
Actually, even better, Bugs introduces her as the programmer of the game.
Wow,
Why
she's
is Grandma
so capable.
CG, and are they CG in this one, or are they still 2D drawn?
No, in the movie they're CG.
Oh, well, that's lame. Is that because they come to the real world instead of going to
probably.
the Toon World?
Probably because they
That's
didn't want
gotta
to
be
have
it.
the budget of animating 2D.
Yeah. Wow. I don't have any
But
desire
yeah,
to
this
see
must be
movie.
like elder inclusive or something. I don't know.
Well, that's interesting. I'm just going to leave this over here so I remember to edit.
Oh,
back
by
in.
the way,
Wow.
Xbox had this
That's
thing.
a picture.
Xbox, they on their channel, they were talking about the Pride Month thing where they're like, the gaming, spelt gay-ming.
Yeah. So that's
Marketing
been a thing
companies
for a
are
while, and it is super cringe. But it's not like they just invented that.
If it wasn't pandering, I'd find it really funny.
Hey, DDLC get some DLC.
And Duo is pumped
And a
about
physical
that.
edition.
Yes, which I don't know. I Duo, if you happen to see this, I am still going to play this game at some point.
Yeah,
I
now
do
you can
want to
get
do this.
physical with the game.
In fact, I have prepaid an editor, and with the express, I gave somebody money who needed money who is an editor, and I said, hey, in the future, I'm going to be doing a video game recording with me and the other host of the podcast, and I want you to edit our stuff together, like a MLG supercut thing, whatever, So it's going to happen. I've already got all of this planned out. I just don't know when. Anyway, but it's great to know that I can play an expansion, assuming I could even play it on a Mac.
It's for
Anyway,
Switch, though, the physical or whatever.
It's for the physicals for Switch, Xbox, and PlayStation.
Well, it's not even for PC, so you couldn't even pretend that it's going to work on Mac.
So I already know the twist, but
At
it
least
would
I'm
be
pretty
funny.
sure it's for all consoles.
It would be funny if the
At the bottom.
DLC or whatever, the expansion, when they get to, we're gonna have to hit the hearts of our existing fan base who weren't seeing, they never saw the twist coming when they were playing it. So we're gonna have to hit them twice as hard with the next one. That's right, they're all dudes, right? That's the twist.
I haven't really looked into the game. I know more or less the general idea of
I've
the
just
twist.
seen that screenshot of the swollening.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I bought it. I'll play it. Figure out.
I still want to play it for sure. Anyway, moving on. So Tekken's Kazuya Mishima joined Super Smash Bros. Ultimate roster.
But he's from a fighting game already, so it feels like it almost feels too at home in here. Plus, don't they already have some Street Fighter or whatever?
Yeah.
Or sorry, Tekken.
Well, I really
They don't have any
liked
other
the
Tekken
trailer.
characters.
I really liked the
lost
trailer
with it.
for it, where they have him carrying Ganon.
Wasn't it
Ganondorf.
Kirby?
They have him carrying Ganondorf, and he just tosses him into this lava pit, right?
Yeet.
Yeah. Yeah, they pretty much exclusively show him fighting the already fighting characters like Terry Bogard. And then they do it again now, this time with Captain Falcon. There's just like a compilation of him tossing people into this pit. I like the idea that he goes all the way to this lava pit for every time he defeats somebody, no matter where they are. He's like, well, got to take him to the hell realm.
That
drop
better
him
be
into
the
flame pit.
victory animation.
Yeah. So the funny thing is that at the very end, he takes Kirby and drops him, and then he looks over the edge. Right, pretty good. Gotta say, I like it. Also, I really like the characters in Tekken more than Street Fighter. The anime is garbage.
Words.
Oh no, what I'm saying is I like the characters like Heihachi and this character. Literally the only two I remember. I like them design and like lore more than I like some other fighting game characters. I do like King of Fighters more than all of them though. Anyway, moving on. So Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild sequel gets a gameplay trailer. So apparently there's a sequel. Breath of the Wild Majora's Mask is coming out.
Wait, what?
I don't know. I guess it's just a sequel. I have not
it's a
played
sequel to the first Breath of the Wild.
Yes. Okay.
I think he's saying
Moving on.
like.
You go ahead. Did you want to say something?
I was just like Majora's Mask was a sequel to.
Yes, exactly. Because it's a sequel in the same way that it's like similar assets. It's not like a completely reimagining as they did with Skyward Sword, Twilight Princess.
Yeah,
you know
like
what I mean? Anyway.
Breath of the Wild 2, I'm not necessarily hyped for.
Get fucking hyped.
It would be
Get
worth. No.
I'd like to play Breath of the Wild.
No, shut up. I have Breath of the Wild. I played it. I'm saying I'm not hyped for it because I haven't beat the first one. So I'd have to just play essentially what this game is already going to play like. So it's not going to be like some massive...
Literally walk to the castle in the first 20 minutes of the game. Walk your ass to the castle and win the game. It'll take you 15 minutes.
Well, apparently I did not do that.
So Jason South says, I have a pure titanium crotch plate, so the bullet bounced off and hit him in the balls. Okay.
Oh, I thought he was saying he actually owns one. I'm like, interesting, I guess.
And it was all a dream. I'm not sure where this is from.
That was Doki Doki Panic, I think.
Okay. Oh, yeah. That's the DLC. Literally, you just play the game like normal, and the scene that's the twist comes up, and then before the game goes to credits, a new scene that's the DLC is added with the main character waking up going, oh, it was a dream. You know?
And then he has the Shinji hand.
And then the character turns out to be a dude. All right. So,
congratulations.
Okay, so Pokemon Go developer Niantic reveals a Transformers mobile game. So I don't have any faith at all in, like, it seems to me, this is kind of how I see it. You blew your load with Pokemon, right? Like, this is why I don't like playing Animal Crossing. Niantic.
Oh.
They made Pokemon Go. The fact that they made Pokemon Go after Ingress, right? Pokemon Go, they peaked, right, with Pokemon. Because that's the one that you're going to... I don't see... What are you going to get, like 10 people to play the Transformers game?
Well, they already made... So there's Ingress, there's Pokemon, then they made the Harry Potter
Potter one.
Then the Animal Crossing one, and now Transformers.
Is this one
what I
going
was
to
say is that
up to the traffic that goes by and it transforms in AR?
Or sorry, no, not Animal Crossing, Pikmin. It's a Pikmin thing.
Yeah, Pikmin, yes. And then there's also Niantic didn't make this one, but there's also Dragon Quest Walk or whatever it's called. So anyway, what I'm trying to say though is that it seems to me like Transformers isn't actually going to get you a big payout, right? Like if it were me, I would be focusing my resources on getting people to continue to play Pokemon Go and continue to buy like in-app add-ons or whatever as a way to bring in more money for the company. Because I don't see Transformers Heavy Metal being a huge thing. And the fact is that you have to pick one of these apps to actually have up on your phone when you're going for a walk or whatever.
Oh.
Unless they integrate it all together where you could play each of them simultaneously, I do not see this as being...
In Pokemon Go, there is an option to have the game play itself, basically, if you buy an add-on. So
Oh, great.
Are you talking about the Pokemon Go Plus or whatever that is? The little thingy that you.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Pokeball.
Yeah.
But I think the screen still has to be up on the Pokemon.
No.
It doesn't?
Yeah, no. It could be locked, like your phone can be locked, and you can actually go on to different apps too while working on it in the background.
Because I had that, the Pokemon Go Plus or whatever that was.
Yeah. So in theory, you could load up Pokemon and Transformers, have the Pokemon Go Plus, just keep clicking it every once in a while, and walk around with Transformers. I don't know. I don't know. I don't play any of the other games, so I don't know if the other ones have similar features.
Well, I'm just saying that from the perspective of if I was Niantic, I would make it so that if you are playing another Niantic game and you have Pokemon Go,
what you see an Optimus Prime next to a Pikachu on the map, like.
No, I think it's just integrating you walk.
Yeah, the walking, like the perks that you get for walking in one game will be transported into the other game as well, is what I'm saying. So that because otherwise, you're making somebody choose between all these different franchises. Like, oh, I'm a big Pokemon fan, but I also like Harry Potter or whatever. You know what I mean? And I just feel like eventually you're going to give people the decision fatigue where they just stop playing altogether.
Well, for me, I just don't find it worth playing any of these.
Yeah.
So
I know the Harry Potter one uses the same stops. Like in Pokemon Go, they have the Pokemon stops.
Same with English.
They use the same data to fuel those.
Yeah. So if you didn't care about the walking to hatch eggs. For Pokemon, you could just swap between them to grab the Pokestops. Super chat $10 from Greenline 743. Seriously, I waited past. I'm so sorry, Greenline 743. May I help you with an old friend?
You are breathing my air.
That is why it was late.
Yes, because I needed to. I needed to put all these in.
FDDNM, weren't you going to leave?
No, but
about a half an hour
potentially was going to join.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're welcome to join.
Yeah, you are. I've got the link.
We're short staffed at the moment. We have 3 people.
Yes. That's actually normal staffed.
Actually, you're right. Anyway, so yeah, I agree with all the stuff regarding the Transformers game. I think that it's. The only way that I could see it working well
is if the music reflects the name. That's for me anyway.
Oh, heavy metal. Yeah. The only way I could see it working is if you're going to just swap over to each app and grab the Pokestop or whatever they're going to call it in this.
Yeah.
So anyway, continuing. Guilty Gear Strive censors the mention of Taiwan and Uyghurs from the in-game lore.
Why Uyghur is in the lore?
Yeah, so apparently it said in the International Affairs After the Crusades, which I don't know why this is in a Guilty Gear game, but this is what it said. Countries that had high population density and tended to import their foods, such as Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore, could not solve their nation's problems with the availability of energy alone. During the post-war restorations, their own governments became weaker in their ability to even enforce their own borders. Australia was heavily affected by the war, and over half of its continent is not inhabitable. That's just normal Australia, though. Uh-huh. China has further expanded their borders to encompass Uyghur, Tibet, Inner Mongolia, and Siberia, regions with lower populations but a lot of natural resources. The influx of Chinese has caused the indigenous races and tribes' population to diminish. At the same time, they have increased their own territorial waters.
Wow,
so that's what it used to say.
China will not let that pass.
Yeah. Onion Warlock says, "Wow, I'm so late." You know what? I started the podcast early because I have work tomorrow. So I'm sorry, you guys. I did put a notice in the Discord.
You put everyone on notice?
That's just Perth. Yeah, I put everyone on notice in the Discord, so I'm sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, Jason South would have insight to that.
Oh, is Jason South from Australia?
Yeah, he's from the South. Can't you tell?
So anyway, what they basically changed it to, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but just to read, basically, when it used to say that countries that had these issues, such as Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore, now it just says countries and regions in Asia that had high population density intended to import their foods could not solve it. So they basically just took out the such as part. So yeah, it seems natural and obvious that they removed this for the sake of it going over in China, but I find it kind of, so I understand the Taiwan thing, but it's kind of funny because taking out the mention of the Uyghurs is like saying like, well, China's not going to let you have that because we don't want people to know that we're definitely actually doing the thing you said, right?
Yeah,
like that there's something wrong with the Uyghur, like.
Yeah, FTDM. Didn't you say you have to
Y'all
go?
saying I'm from the South?
you're right, Augie.
Ogloy, come on.
Ogloy.
Right. Anyway, moving on. The War Revision's Final Fantasy Brave Exvius censors cleavage and thighs. So apparently they've decided to cover up the tatas.
They gave her titties blackface.
Such a thing. This is where we need that modified ESRB rating thing.
Yes. Yeah, because then the AO version, every character is just naked.
No, the X-ray version.
Yeah. All right.
The see-through version. Come on.
So yet another game has been censored to not offend easily agitated Westerners, as a new unit in War of the Visions, Final Fantasy Brave Exvius has her chest and legs covered up with black fabric. The Japanese version of the game having the girl wearing less.
That's fabric appropriation.
I love this hair. Jeez. She got tits on her head. Look at these.
Oh.
A new playable unit referred to as Celir, Sweetheart, recently made her way onto the Western version of the game, though players familiar with the Japanese iteration of the game discovered that the cleavage and legs are being covered up for the West. Well, that's just a shame.
Legs are offensive.
She kind of reminds me of that scene. Like, is it near the way her hands are positioned? She kind of looks like she's lifting up her dress like that girl in Aromanga Sensei.
Yeah.
But that's actually the shape of the dress, I'm guessing. Like, I don't see any way that it would work, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
anyway,
the hand position makes it look worse.
She's got black hand, just like you were saying about her breast. Look at them. Are those gloves? What the fuck? She looks like she dipped her hand in tar. I think they are gloves. I think that's like lace.
Yeah,
they
did
kind of
cover
looks
up
like
the
the finger cleavage.
What's up?
They had to cover up the finger cleavage.
The finger cleavage.
Yeah, for the Muslims.
So there's a summary of the situation in video form. The decision will seem more strange considering there are characters in the game dressed like this. No.
Really? They let that get away?
Under boob.
Yeah, well, there you go. Moving on. Take-Two Interactive uses E3 panel to talk about diversity and inclusion instead of games.
This was so funny and cringe and AIDS.
So terrible.
Oh yeah, it's what, like an hour and a half?
This was my day, okay? On that I think it was Sunday. I was like, oh, okay, what's going on? There was something in the morning. I can't remember what it was, but it was like, whatever. It wasn't very good night. Like, it wasn't interesting. And then someone was like, oh, there's a Take-Two thing. And I'm like, oh, okay. And they were like, well, maybe we'll get something about Grand Theft Auto 6. And I was like, normally Grand Theft Auto isn't at, or like that Rockstar games, they're usually not at E3. Mm-hmm. So I was like, I'd be really surprised. But you know what? Okay, I'll go out of my way. I'll watch this thing just to make sure. And then it starts with this like guy, and he's talking about, he's on the white background, but it's not the group. It's just one guy, and he's like, "Oh, we have to talk about the children and like the poverty." Yeah, that guy. we have to talk about like the poverty and the children and all this stuff. And I'm like,
This
what?
is games.
What is this? Are they doing like a info commercial, like save the children, and then they'll introduce the stuff?
We make
I was like-
games for these people we're talking about, clearly.
Yeah, a little weird, but okay. And then the panel came up. I was like, oh no.
Yeah, they're like, we need to
So,
talk about diversity
find
and
it-
inclusion.
Yeah, I'm a little bit like surprised that you guys think this is weird because Take-Two Interactive made the PlayStation 2 Grand Theft Auto games, and they were extremely progressive because they were bucking stereotypes by making Claude and Tommy Vercetti unable to swim, but CJ could swim in San Andreas, and
Well, I
that
don't
was a
think
brave
Take-Two-
choice.
I don't think Take-Two owned Rockstar back then, but it could
What
be
do you mean by swim?
So there's like the black people can't swim stereotype. It was a joke. Dear God, nobody got it. Thank you.
No, I'm trying to process this.
So
like, did
in
they
Grand Theft
deliberately
Auto,
make the black characters not able to swim?
No. I was saying the opposite. In Grand Theft Auto, in order to make it so that you can't get to areas you're not supposed to get to yet, they make it so that if your player character goes into the water, you
They
drown
just
immediately.
die. Okay.
Yeah. So with Claude, the main character in Grand Theft Auto 3, and Tommy Vercetti in Vice City, if you went into the water, you died. But when San Andreas came out, they made it so that you could actually go in water. And the lead guy in San Andreas is a black guy. So I was making a joke that they were bucking the stereotypes all the way back then. Yeah. Anyway, all right. I want to address Onion Warlock with this comment. But why thighs? Damn it! Now I have to move to feet.
And we all know.
Never move to feet.
Move up, not down. This was a great drinking game. Oh, watching the diversity inclusion thing. Yeah, so I don't know. I think I remember, or maybe it wasn't Take-Two. Maybe it was Remedy. I'm thinking of. Is that who had it back in the day? Rockstar? Because I remember when the gameplay starts, like when you put the disc in for Grand Theft Auto 3, at least I remember, is Remedy the one that has like the bullet in the logo?
I'm not sure.
I remember.
But first of all, you
Rockstar-
originally said Grand Theft Auto 2, but anyway.
No, I said the ones for PlayStation 2.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'd never played Grand Theft Auto 2, for the record. I would not have brought it up. But if I did, it was a mistake. So anyway, but I was trying to say the ones for PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I remember, I think maybe Take-Two worked on Max Payne. Rockstar and Max Payne. Take-Two and Rockstar on Max Payne. And it was Remedy who did the Grand Theft Autos. Anyway, the joke was lame. I'm sorry, hold on. Let me...
And AC was the one who ruined that, but
Okay.
Augie, save us.
All right.
Oh, yeah,
so,
sorry, we're actually at four people, so we are
Four
at full
hosts.
capacity. Sorry, Green Line.
I don't know if anybody's noticed the name in the corner when it comes up. Hold on, I'll play one. Let's do the good one again.
I have a distant cousin that ended up marrying his stepsister.
I think it's because at the beginning when you introduced him, you kind of stumbled saying Don Jubo, so it just sounded like Don Jobo.
Oh, okay. Well, I've
And AC was the one who ruined that, but
okay. Okay, I'm done. All right. So Viz Media licensed the Record of Ragnarok manga for fall 2021. So yes, you can see in manga form or anime form, depending on the way you prefer, the Aphrodite character with the guys whose job it is to just hold up her tits.
It looks like Stone Wars mixed with Baki.
Baki, yeah. So Funimation announces Robotech streaming and home video launch.
No.
Or,
You
sorry,
should
Dr.
have said,
Stone. I said Stone Wars. I meant Dr. Stone.
Okay.
I mean, that's the second season, so you're kind of right. But Yeah, you should have introduced this as Funimation announces this travesty.
So, Funimation has formally announced release details on its previous acquisition of the Robotech franchise, first announced all the way back in 2019. The release will consist of the original Robotech series in a brand new HD transfer on home video and streaming, as well as streaming releases for the continuation series. In addition, hold on. So just streaming for the continuation series, only the original Macross Robotech you're going to get on disc?
No. You can see the pictures. You see Southern Cross on the one set. You see the other on the other. Like, this would be stupid if they only had the Macross Robotech in that one set.
But it says the release will consist of the original Robotech series in a brand new HD transfer on home video and streaming, as well as streaming releases for the continuation.
The continuations are the movies and Robotech 2 or whatever it's called.
So this is probably why.
Because the original Robotech is considered the Southern Cross and all that, because what happened was they couldn't syndication regulations or whatever back in the day. They couldn't bring Macross over here because it wasn't enough episodes. So what they did was they spliced Macross, Southern Cross, and Genesis Conroe Spida together in order to make something that would be the length of episodes necessary to go into syndication at the time. At least that's how I understand it. So now, the original is that.
You'll have to open the last tab because Onion Warlock says, I thought the left character had a boner.
Oh. I would be happy to open the last tab.
Oh, I see what he means. It just jumps right out at you.
Not only that, but look at how veiny he gets the closer it gets.
Dude, look at the veins. I thought he was gonna say the lines, because on the right, look how many muscle lines he has.
Yeah.
That's what I say. It was Baki.
It's Baki. Yeah. Yeah. Well.
All right. Continue the Robotech cancer.
Okay. So, in addition, the media launch also includes the release of long-sought art books. Oh, I've wanted those for so many years that were previously announced but not released until now.
Yeah, the long-sought-after art books, of which they didn't use the art from on their box because apparently the guy who responded to me on Twitter said
I saw that.
Apparently they used fan art on their box. Like, not every side, because the one is from the ADB releases, the plane on the left. Whoa.
How's that for being ready for this? When you release Macross for real later on, please don't use this awful worn surface gimmick, and don't throw in figures I don't want, which drive up the price. The artwork looks like a sloppy compilation of key art instead of like a cohesive picture, more like ADV's box of Macross. To which the guy replied, a lot of it is fan art or done by in-house hack artists that Harmony Gold has been spamming on Twitter for years.
I love the hack artists thing.
Yeah, foreigner living in Japan since 2004. Likes heavy metal. Is this a follower of yours?
No.
Likes heavy metal, Macross, and building models. How did he find you?
The tag. Look.
No, the Robotech tag. He's hate bonering the Robotech release. So he's just like trolling.
You got to read the first. Maybe.
Yeah, sorry. The new Blu-ray release of Robotech on Funimation looks terrible. The gimmick of looking worn and beat up looks bad, and just like you got a damaged good. Collectors of Blu-rays don't necessarily want the forced figures that drive up the already high price, and it is Robotech.
Okay, so I guess I kind of reiterated it for clarity. But
so also there's a game thing here. So according to Funimation, the Robotech collector's edition box set, God damn it, will include a brand new HD transfer of the original series that preserves the film grain of the original elements, as well as a dual pack of Robotech action figures,
including 16:9 ratio.
Oh, no way!
No, I just made that up.
Oh, okay. See, the thing is that I actually believed that could have been a thing.
It is Funimation.
Yeah. Oh, God. So, dual pack of Robotech action figures, including a variant of Roy Fokker. Roy Fokker. Okay,
I know,
Roy
he's got
Fokker.
a great last name.
Is this Roy Fokker? Because isn't this Rick Hunter?
That's Rick, and Roy is the middle guy. Yeah, you're
I
right.
have never seen this guy before.
Me neither.
This guy might be in a different one of the. I don't remember this guy. I remember this character and this character from Macross. The rest of them, I don't know who they are off the top of my head. This guy looks vaguely familiar. I don't know.
The guy on the right definitely doesn't look familiar at all.
The blue.
This guy, the blue-haired guy.
No, the green-haired guy.
That's not a guy.
That's a woman. Nope, the lipstick.
It was a joke.
Oh, well, clearly, AC, run the clip.
Hold on.
And AC was the one who ruined that, but
Need to
that's pretty powerful.
need to
Insert
update
the
that
Simpsons
footage.
clip.
Yeah.
It was a joke.
Hold on. Where's the?
Makes me feel like the Hulk. Come on.
All right, I'm gonna get way too much use out of that. Anyway, all right. So it's gonna not that. Okay. Roy Fokker's transforming Robotech VF1S and Roy Fokker in pilot uniform. Yeah, so that's got to be him because that's the only one of these guys.
I'm telling you it's him because I confirmed no.
All right.
that's him.
Along with 4 military-style 3-inch patches. 3 foot is what?
Yep, 3 foot patches.
Is that not the symbol for foot?
Yes,
I thought
it is.
Oh wow!
Amazing job. Please tell me that this links to the Funimation blog and they also fucked that up. Because remember, they've got a lawsuit going on for not being blind inclusive or whatever.
Oh, now they're not going to be cited.
Oh,
no wonder it's so expensive.
Who wants to join me for the class action lawsuit that I didn't get my 3 foot patches?
The website said 3 foot.
It said 3 feet. I was led to believe that the picture led me to believe that the mech would be big enough for me to get in because the patches were 3 feet. Right?
Patches were for my military tent.
Actually, that figure's
tent.
That figure would be like less than 3 feet then, because
right.
it fits in a patch.
Well, it'd be 3 feet across anyway.
Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the discs. I'm an idiot.
The discs would be freaking huge.
Yeah, these are the patches. So if this is 3 feet,
3 feet,
then this is going to be like
disc.
4 feet across. Yeah, you could probably. Yeah, you could probably fit in it. It's hard to imagine because it's such a ridiculous idea, but I like this idea.
But hold up, go to the comparison because it looks kind of like it's way blown out.
It is. It looks jank as hell.
So I don't know if you guys remember me saying this a few months ago when I was on the podcast, but there was an HD version of Robotech
on Amazon?
On Amazon Prime. And they took it down when I was trying to show you guys. So this must be why they took it down.
Right.
Oh my gosh. I have failed you all so badly in being prepared for this podcast. Because I forgot to include something in the streaming news, which we will get to in a second.
Your mic sounds like it's underwater.
Is it really bad?
Oh, you're
better now.
Okay. Whew. Scared me.
Sounded like you were far away.
So let's keep reading this real quick. Oh dear God, I'm seeing words in bold.
What I was gonna say, just quick about the old Amazon Prime HD version, it looked like ass. I mean, they claimed it was HD. It looked like ass. It was like interpolated and
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, because we said I thought we were theory crafting that potentially back in the day when they broadcast it, it was on some sort of film or whatever, so it would be like you could scan it. But no, my theory was correct. They're just going to upscale it or whatever.
Yeah, it was just,
they can't possibly efficiently recut all of the footage from the HD scans of the original.
Dude, I just got stung so bad. I wish I could put this comment on screen, but it's a text message. My wife says, "Stop yelling! You are louder than everybody loves Raymond." which must be what's on TV in the room.
When you just said you got stung, I literally thought you got stung by a scorpion.
No, thank goodness that's not going to happen.
I was going to say you're rather calm.
Actually, that's never happened. HD, huge downgrade.
Wow. We're going to have to use that.
So Funimation can't measure in inches. Interesting.
Yeah, it's almost as if I wrote this article. Because I was going to say, is it the two freaking apostrophes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The standard quote mark is inches.
So let's see what it says here. It says if you happen to be into patching, okay, wow,
which no one is, especially anime collectors.
Well, I mean, Animego gives them out all the time. So
I know, and I have the same criticism.
Is this part of their press release? Jesus! If you happen to be into patching jackets.
Like
that was a Crunchyroll editorialized decision by Umberto Saavedra to say, yeah, well, if you happen to care about putting a 3-foot patch on your, if you happen to be so obese that you wear a 15,000 XL. Standard edition home video releases are also planned for Robotech: The Macross Saga on September 28th, followed by The Masters on November 20th. November 16th, and the New Generation.
Oh, standard edition. I thought standard edition. Right.
Yeah. Okay, so you'll be able to get it without the worn, awful art and everything.
Basically.
In terms of streaming,
if you look at that box. My net is still out. Watched nobody. It was awesome. Okay. But what is it? If you take a look.
Oh, that was the live action film that he gave the stream key to Otakuso.
Oh, okay.
With Christopher Lloyd.
What is it? Robotech the box. You can see the front face. A is probably fan art, and B is longer than the other side.
You talking about this face?
Yes.
You assuming this is the front face? Well, this is the one that you would put in the collection?
Well, initially I was thinking, oh no, there's no end label. But then you look at the left face, which is a recycle from the ADV releases, and I'm like, okay, there's an end label. But then you realize, wait, but it's thinner. So obviously that's
this is so much thicker than it feels like it has to be. How deep is this model?
Well,
model goes maybe to the center and then 3. That still seems.
Well,
weird.
take a look. There's a box on the right.
Yeah. You're right.
But
well, these are 3-foot patches. I mean,
yeah,
they gotta fold them up.
This is like a vinyl size box, actually. But
these are laser discs over here.
So yeah, if you do use that Robotech spine with the end label, it's going to stick out like a sore dick or something. Like it is just gonna be sticking right out. So you have to use the side without the end label, or you do what I do with. Oh wait, no, I was gonna say with Dragon Ball Z, but I actually don't. But or you put it the complete opposite way, so where you see the spines of the individual cases. Yeah. And I guess the extras, because that'll look pretty bad. So you lose. Yeah.
So with it's kind of ironic that it's this way, because with the set that I have on DVD from Macross, I have the set. It's like 9 volumes, right? And 9 DVDs is exactly the length of the like other face of a DVD. So what I do is like the 9 DVDs, if you were to put them
side by
side, like in your bookcase, is the length of the front of a DVD or something like that. I forget what it is.
So you can put the box.
So I put my box in for Macross with this side facing, because it has better artwork and it actually says Macross on it versus the alternative option. That's what I do for mine.
That's what
which is ironic. It's different here, right? And this seems like deeper than it should. Whatever. We're really overanalyzing this. We'll wait till
Dragon Ball Z, the complete box set, Blu-ray 16:9, I use the side face because A, it has an end label, and B, it's
too.
actually slightly more efficient.
And you can use a side that features trunks instead of something stupid.
The Piccolo one?
Yeah.
What do you guys do with your Rock the Dragon set?
I don't have the Rock the Dragon set because I don't like oversized coffee table set pieces. And I have all those on VHS anyway.
What you do is you take out the thin packs and put those in your collection and cry.
Yeah. So let's see, where was I? Right here. In terms of in terms of streaming availability, Robotech the series will stream in English dubbed format and will be the remastered version along with Robotech 2 the Sentinels and Robotech the Shadow Chronicles in standard definition. Beginning this fall. Further details were also confirmed regarding the availability of Robotech Visual Archives of the Robotech Visual Archive series of art books, which will be published by Udon Entertainment later this year, along with the future launch
buy it here
of licensed apparel through multiple retailers such as Hot Topic and special anime apparel retailer Atsuko. Okay.
They're literally giving you less reason to get all the crap that's bundled in because you can buy it separately.
It seems to me the people old enough to give a damn about Robotech, they definitely aren't still shopping at Hot Topic. That ended at junior high, right? So finally, Funimation have also confirmed that the remastered version of Robotech Macross Saga video game that was originally released for the Game Boy Advance nearly 20 years ago is now available for the Nintendo Switch. Okay. The game, seen above in a screenshot, is an upgraded HD port of the original game. All right, if you say so. Anyway, you got anything more you want to say? This is like a completely different character than this one, isn't it?
If they were going to go through the trouble of making a new HD transfer, why didn't they just do the rest of them?
What do you mean by that?
Oh, because I think that the generation of Robotech 2, the Sentinels, and the Shadow Chronicles, I don't think they had 16 millimeter film for those.
Shadow Chronicles came out in like 2004 or 5.
Yeah, I think that was a digital.
Actually, hold on.
Production.
Shadow Chronicles literally has a Blu-ray release standalone.
That's true. It doesn't.
Yeah, it came out years ago. So they were saying it's streaming in SD. So maybe they just need to. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe they're going to go to the trouble. Maybe they are still going to do a restoration, but that's going to be forthcoming, and it'll be the reason to get the set that they eventually release, because the one that's on streaming maybe is only going to be
inferior.
Greenline 743 is asking Rhys why he's not on the podcast. His internet has been out, like just completely out for days now. He was on the podcast in the beginning. He joined from his phone, but his data cap is dangerously close to going out. So there you go. That's the lore. I answered for you.
He hits it, or he's 30% through his data.
I think he's got 31% left, and that's not enough to get through his wanking for the rest of the month, apparently. So,
well, that's impressive. How long he was on here, and he's still not reached it. I'm just saying that because I have like no data.
Yeah,
it's definitely one wank a week.
Do you guys have anything more you want to say about this?
Don't buy it. Vote with your wallet.
Yeah. So something else that I'm shaming myself now for not having covered in the articles for the doc. It happened. Anime Lab took down interspecies reviewers. And this is what was said when they were inquired about it. Hey, we have determined that this series falls outside of our standards.
That's exactly how
Funimation utmost respect for our creators. So rather than substantially alter the content, we felt taking it down was the most respectful choice. As Australian and New Zealand users are now using the global Funimation platform, this applies to the AUNZ region, and this show will no longer be available to viewers in Australia and New Zealand. Wow. Wow.
They just doubled down.
Yeah. The thing that I find
Jason
craziest,
South probably is taking a very personal hit to that.
Jason South says, because they're fucking cowards. So,
Rip Jason
yeah,
South.
the thing that I find most amazing about this is that Funimation put out that statement originally. The shitstorm, the memes, the bad will inflicted on their company that came through that. And they chose not to alter the stinking statement like at all when it came to the inquiry with Anime Lab.
Well, I'll
Is
give them that
Anime
they're
Lab just
consistent.
the Australian version of Funimation?
So
Not
Anime
quite,
Lab,
because
okay.
they had titles that were licensed outside of what is it?
So, well, here's the
Madman
thing.
and stuff like that.
When we were covering interspecies reviewers getting taken off everywhere, one of the few places you could still watch it was Anime Lab in Australia, which was hilarious considering Sterling Griff tried to get all anime banned there with No Game, No Life and Eromanga Sensei and Goblin Slayer, which featured, quote, children enjoying being raped or whatever he said. Anime Lab was one of the few places that actually continued to stream it. Then Anime Lab, along with Wakanim in France and a bunch of other places, they were obtained by Funimation through the merger with Aniplex or whatever.
Wakanim? Isn't that the guy who's in Joker?
Not Joaquin Phoenix.
Oh, that's a joke.
No, Wakanim. W-A-K-A-N-I-M.
I know.
Yeah.
I just thought when I saw Joaquin Phoenix, it looked kind of weirdly like that.
Anyway, so the company, I forget what it was. I think it was Aniplex, the merger or the acquisition of Aniplex through what it was I'm recalling off the top of my head the stuff we talked about in like podcast 103 from my recent rewatch of those, where what it was is that Sony acquired Funimation. That was Sony Entertainment in the US. Sony Music Group in Japan already owned Aniplex. And because Sony Music Group and Sony in the US are under the umbrella of Sony, they consolidated things together, and that gave Anime Lab, Wakanim, and all these different streaming groups, that gave those under the umbrella of Funimation. And for a time, Anime Lab remained independent, like they were still operating as Anime Lab. Now, as of last podcast when we covered this, Funimation, it's now like Funimation
Rebranded.
AZ or whatever, right? It's rebranded as something new, using the Funimation branding in Anime Lab, or in Australia rather, instead of Anime Lab. So we joked last podcast, I had said, isn't Anime Lab the one that was still showing interspecies reviewers? I said that on Twitter. Simply G, friend of the channel who is a native Australian, said, yes, I watched it there 2 weeks ago. And then a week later, I see this tweet. By the way, shout out to JT Master who brought this particular tweet to my attention. Always want to give people credit where credit is due. Put this over here by the Polygon article, so I remember to include it back in there. All right, I have accidentally blown a load early. Maybe I should even wait for that one until Rhys is back. All right, so the remastered Evangelion 3.333 anime film gets a 4K Blu release in August. So earlier this year, the third Evangelion film. Well, the third
Are they going to get a red release later on?
I can't tell if that was a joke or not.
It was a joke because you missed the
Okay.
word Ray in Blu-ray.
Yeah, I'm thinking like, is this like something to do with HDR?
I thought you said a red release. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
I
because
did say red release.
apparently I accidentally said a blue release instead of a Blu-ray
Well,
release.
sorry. I misheard you saying a Ray release.
Okay, well, whatever.
Potentially.
Hold on. I'll see myself out here. Hold on.
And AC was the one who ruined that, but
All right. I ruined that butt.
Jason South also said that.
Jokes are just not flying tonight.
No,
Too much
I have.
kryptonite.
Fuck, man. Thank you. I like that this can be up while the video is playing.
And AC was the one who ruined that, but
All right. Actually, it hasn't even changed its name yet. Oh, for Anime Lab. Oh, right, because you're in Australia. Yeah. Hey, Danny's here. 2 hours and 40 minutes behind, but watching now. Well,
when you get here, hey, man.
Yeah, watching it 2 times speed. In other news, G Kids and Anime UK still haven't released the Ava Blu-ray. That's true.
They're getting to it.
They're probably redubbing it.
Actually,
okay,
maybe.
so earlier this year, the third Evangelion film, Evangelion 3.0, You Cannot Redo, got a 4K remaster built for IMAX screens across Japan, being released under the new title, Evangelion 3.333. God, you're going to have like 50 versions of the same damn movie. You know, if I were the people in charge of like the box office, I'd be like, sorry, Hideaki Anno, you didn't break the record for your previous
because this
movie
is a separate
because
movie.
we counted this as a different movie and it did abysmally poorly, you know, because you was expecting to combine them or whatever. Anyway, now it was announced that the rebuilt version will be released on 4K Blu-ray and regular Blu-ray on August 25th. But what about the other ones? What if literally just the third film's the only one to get 4K HDR?
What if the what?
What if the third rebuild film is the only one out of all 4 of them that gets the 4K HDR?
That would be pretty funny in a way.
That would be like, I bought it.
Rhys
Oh, great. Another
confirming.
Hunter x Hunter Set 1 Steelbook Best Buy exclusive.
Oh, yeah,
Don't
but
worry.
this one would be even better because it's just the
It's
third.
the
It's
third
not even
one?
the last. That would make sense.
Right.
They'll fuck up the Blu-ray and they won't put HDR on the actual Blu-ray. You'll be fine.
That will happen, yeah. On a positive note, the Akira went down in price from the 80 or whatever it was being listed at because I assume places are getting stock again.
Let me ask you this.
No.
Did Funimation start the trend of releasing these films again with a slightly different title?
Good question.
Because didn't they fuck up the release of the second rebuild or the first rebuild?
The first rebuild had 1.01 and then 1.11 was I don't know if that was just the Blu-ray release. Or...
So if I recall, Funimation fucked up that release and they re-released it with the other title because they made the screw up. And I assume that they got approval to do that from Studio Kara. And then Studio Kara's like, shit, we could use this locally, you know? And then that's what we've got here.
So basically, yeah, you're saying maybe Funimation's the one, their screw up inspired this cancer naming scheme.
Yeah. So
well, to be fair, they have been, it seems like they might be, what is it? The naming scheme 1.0, 2.0.
So they've got to be filming these. They've got to be doing this on cell. Because what the hell does this mean? Under the supervision of Hideaki Anno, Evangelion 3.333 was completely reshot for 4K. I'm sorry, you didn't just export the comp at 4K.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Maybe they literally just changed the canvas size and was like, okay, render it out.
That's what I would imagine, especially if you had already established that.
Done it in digital in 2016 or whatever it was.
All right. So it's using updated technology that wasn't around when the film first released in 2012.
So it's an upscale.
Well, technically the effects could be upscaled.
Oh, the CG because that can be re-rendered.
Yeah, and just like general effects. If there's
like the action lines might be like a vector version now instead of like a thumbnail version or whatever.
Yeah, it's also possible, unlikely, but it is possible that they used a vector-based drawing app to draw
to begin with
the cells. So
maybe.
Yeah, that's how Toon Boom and Flash used to work. They're vector-based.
I gotta say, Rhys, was it? I recently watched Quintessential Quintuplets season 1 and 2, and there was a massive difference in the line quality in season 2. It was like, dude, am I watching 4K right now? It is so crisp and clean. So I wonder if they literally could just get away with like the lower compression. I don't know, just making it look cleaner from a simple upscale or whatever.
It's funny because I've noticed occasionally when I have to upscale something that if I've got the PlayStation, Jesus Christ, the Photoshop document, and I still have the layers flattened, that it actually oftentimes looks better if you flatten it first before upscaling. Weirdly. Anyway, in some cases, obviously, it's going to be depending on the situation, but
yeah, the upscale could change with the aliasing on some things.
Yeah,
for sure.
So flattening it first can sometimes make it look a little less obvious or whatever.
If it was all raster based, well,
right,
it was tiny. Yeah,
rasterbation.
Yeah.
Ahead of the home video release, a double feature screening of Evangelion 3.33 and 3.0 plus 1.0 will be held at Shinjuku. Okay, who cares? Okay.
Man, the end of Evangelion was a real disasterbation.
Honestly, I when I go to eventually watch this rebuild stuff, I'm gonna need a freaking flowchart to figure out what order to watch
them in. So it also says here, while the overall story hasn't changed, some scenes were altered as well as some visuals updated to be more in line with the fourth movie.
They made Shinji actually trans alien to match the English dub.
Oh yeah, they added his pronouns to his name tag or whatever. Anyway, in Right Stuff news, Mortal Kombat, great. Oh, and 4K, wow.
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
The definite anime Mortal Kombat.
Here's the Robotech. Gymnastic Samurai, Black Clover Season 3, Part 5. With an art book version for some reason.
You're kidding me
that Robotech thing that you guys were looking at, the collector's edition, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
They're releasing the Blu-ray, like the new HD stuff, separate from that.
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure it's the exact same thing.
No, but if you want to buy the new HD transfer, do you have to buy that collection, or are they releasing them separate?
I'm sure that
it said in the article that we covered already just now. It did say that they are releasing them separate with the new HD scan.
Yeah, I missed that. I was just double checking.
Yeah, no problem.
We already went over Kenichi and
I thought we did. I don't know why it's coming back up. Oh, I remember
because
why
it's in
I was
pre-order.
going through this. Yeah. Okay, so Mortal Kombat, the total anime. Nothing more to say about it. Moving on. Oh, it's also in 4K UHD because it totally needed it.
Well, that sells me. No.
Naruto Set 4 Blu-ray.
Hey, I think it sets
I kind of like the motif here.
How it's kind of like the Dragon Ball Z Blu-rays, how it had a little square or whatever. Except this one's kind of better because it's like easier to see. The other one was just a little grid.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I prefer just looking at this part, Set 4.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't feel there's enough.
So this am I wrong? Hold up.
You are wrong.
So we are getting a 4x3 Blu-ray.
It is 4x3. I checked.
Okay. Because there's a French Blu-ray or whatever that's 16x9, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. That's what you found. Because that source said it is 16x9 on the Blu-ray.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good to know. I'm going to have to get this eventually. For that time I got reincarnated as a podcast clip I'm still editing. All right. Moving on. Midnight Diner. Wow.
Is that his meal?
That's a real creepy face for what you're looking at. Savor every journey.
It doesn't look like he's looking at her.
He's
It's like
looking
he's
at
looking
the.
at-
she's not looking at him either. She's looking at his chest, and
He's
he's
looking at something to the right or to the
behind
left
her.
of her.
Yeah. Well, great job, guys. I like how they've got a digital aspect to their clock that's just telling you the date.
Analog.
Also, I want to address real quick.
The
What did you guys
$1,000
order from the Right Stuff discotheque sale? Nothing.
Nothing.
I have $350 in my bank account right now.
Whoa,
I have a
too
shit
much.
Oh,
ton
get
money.
this. By the way, FDDNM. Did I tell you what happened? I did tell you what happened with okay. So
With
I
your pay.
got a side gig, right, where I'm working doing editing work, and I have submitted now 4 invoices. I recently submitted the 4th one. First one is like $350. Second one is $1,500. Third one is $380, right? I've been waiting for this $1,500 check for so goddamn long, and I don't want to inquire about it from the company. I mean, I would be well within my rights to. It wouldn't be weird for me
Well,
to.
you could literally say, I won't do any more editing until I
Yeah,
get the
but
check.
I don't want to rock the boat, because the thing is that I'm editing
Right,
for
obviously.
a school, and schools pay out only once a month, right? That's when your paycheck comes in, and you get paid monthly. They do
Oh.
their billing at the end of the month or whatever, and in my spreadsheet where I log my hours and everything, I'm keeping track of when I invoice them, what the date on the check says, and when I got it and cashed it, right? So that I can kind of guess ahead. If I submit this invoice, I'm not going to get paid until roughly this date. So I'm fully expecting to get this. I'm fully expecting, okay, look, the $1,500 paycheck, because I got invoice 1 and invoice 3 paid, right? So I'm expecting invoice 2. Must have been an issue with it because it's such a big amount compared to the other ones. With that particular project, it was an anniversary for the school that I was editing the thing for. So we went a little bit crazy with the actual edit, and I said, look, I want to do this for you, but I think this is going to take more time than you might be expecting. So I would like to propose that we'll cap it at $1,500. And if I work beyond that, you guys aren't going to pay anymore. We're still going to make it look great. And they had to get approval for that because that was a big amount and everything, but it all went through, right? So I'm panicking because I'm waiting for this check. And so I finally get sent another check, and I can tell that it's a check because it looks just like the other ones. I see the name of the school and everything. They sent me $380.53 again. They sent me the exact same number as invoice 3. I don't know how they screwed that up. But yeah, that's why I'm sitting at no money right now, because money I should have had in my bank account isn't. But yes, so there you go. There's your answer for the answer is nothing. I got nothing from the Right Stuff discotheque sale. I'm sure it was great, and I would have loved to have partook, but I didn't. Jason South says, I'll just import the Blu-ray for Interspecies. If they ban the import, I'll just hit them with their own classification board.
Good for you. I'm glad you're sticking
I don't
to
understand.
the man.
Oh, well, yeah. I don't. What do you mean you're going to hit them with their own classification board?
I'm assuming he just means that any pretext to ban the thing would be erroneous.
Well, in Australia, in Australia, things get refused classification. Does that effectively mean that it's banned?
Well, to be fair, you guys were streaming it at some point,
Yeah.
so you could just cite that.
But was it the censored version or the one with the vag in the opening song?
How do they know what you're getting?
I don't know.
They won't know the
Vinland-
difference.
So Danny says Vinland Saga Season 2 incoming, it seems. There is an announcement. This is something else I was supposed to put in the doc but didn't. There's an announcement that something is going to, like a big announcement is going to happen at the end of July. I feel like if it is something that's a continuation of the series and not just a pop-up shop or a pachinko machine, it's going to be a movie. That's what I'm thinking, if it's one of those things. But historically speaking, Season 2, as we covered a couple Season 2 announcements tonight, they're never like made out to be like, oh, prepare yourself for the end of next month where we're going to whip out some big news all over you. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm not holding my breath on it yet. I think it will get a Season 2.
Just watch.
If it didn't finish the the story yet. I do think it will get a season 2, but I don't know that that's what's going to be that announcement.
This is
It's
a
gonna
really
be
yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say this would be really funny if it was a situation they hype it up. It's like in a month we're going to have a big announcement for Vinland Saga, and then when they get to the announcement, they're like, Kentaro Miura of Vinland Saga died. Ta-da!
We've been planning this for a whole month. He no longer exists in this physical place.
What I was going to say was it's going to be an announcement that they've teamed up with some like plate company.
Yeah,
that makes
it's going to... Yeah, what it's going to be is going to be like Hello Kitty collab.
Buy your own insert brand swords. Partnered with
Did you
Vinland
guys
Saga.
hear about that one game company that put out a tweet that said like, our game, we're gonna work with Hideo Kojima on a new game or something, and the game's called Absolution, I think. And he's like, but it's a spiritual successor to a game that starts with S and ends in L. And like the internet blew up because they thought it was Silent Hill. And like they came out and they're like, no. And when we said we're working with Hideo Kojima, we really meant like he's got a very small role and we're just an indie studio. And when we said S and L, it's actually not Silent Hill. It's I think it was something else. And like it's like you stepped in shit.
Yeah.
Your marketing company needs to learn how to manage expectations.
It's really funny how they said, no, it's actually like a really minimal role.
Yeah,
because
that's the bad faith or the goodwill going down the toilet faster.
They like hype it up as we're working with him, and it's like, oh, it's actually like really minor. Don't expect much.
It's actually his cousin who has the same first name. Anyway, yeah. So Danny was asking what UK releases you're going to be getting, and Jason South said, when we got through, he said he's been collecting the US ones. He's going to have to complete it. Well, sorry for that, Danny.
Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss because the UK editions are so economically good. Like you can buy the second season box set for like I think I got for £90, which is like 140 or something. But that beats the $300 US box set.
I'm glad Danny's enjoying the hard work I put in.
Danny, in the future, we're glad.
Yeah. They already rated it MA15, not our highest rating. Oh, right. For the
well, there you go.
Stream version.
Yeah.
Vinland Saga Pachinko Machine. All right.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's definitely.
So back to this. Oh god, awful. Like, look at how horribly scuffed they've decided to make it.
I like it.
I can see why someone might like the.
I like it.
They might like the what is the word for it?
Distress.
The novelty of it, but man, like, God, I don't know. Like, why would you do that? Especially when it's
that graphic.
FDDNM. Can I have you guys chat for just a minute? I gotta run up and talk to my wife about something real quick before she goes to bed. I'll leave it to you guys. I'll be back in a second.
Well, I can continue the Robotech thing, but
I was gonna say they should put that distressed like stuff.
You can still talk about Robotech. Go ahead.
We are. Go away, you whore.
Okay. As a vector on all of the episodes, just as an overlay. So as you're watching it's got that around the whole border of the screen.
God, like this is kind of like what I was talking about when Discotech was talking about Galaxy Express, is that they're like, oh, the HD master we got from Japan looked so overly clean and like no grain or anything, so we added grain. And I'm like, why?
Well, they did the same shit with Dragon Ball Z, right? With the like collector's edition.
The new one, edition? The 4x3 edition.
Yeah, one of them. They were like, we added the grain back in, and it was like, what? Like,
I think that they did that with Escaflowne because Brad said that his rip was grain free, and I'm kind of upset about that because it actually looked so good, the scan. But what I'm saying with the Galaxy Express is that I'm just like, why would you just let them watch the DVD release? If it's going to look retro and ass or whatever, then let them have that experience from the DVD. And for the Blu-ray, have the pretty, pristine, whatever viewing experience. So for this, Macross or whatever, wait, damn it, what were we talking about initially? Like, it is for Robotech, but what was our theory? The additional grain or whatever?
I don't know. Like, some of the HD versions have added grain. I don't know what they're going to do with Robotech, though.
So, but for
I think they're just going to fuck it up. Either way.
I guess for the Robotech, like if they were to add grain. Oh yeah. So what I'm saying, I guess, is the wear novelty thing. It's like if you want the wear, give them a terrible DVD, whatever AIDS retro VHS release.
No, I want my wear on my Blu-ray player.
And then have someone, and when you have the Blu-ray release, make it as pristine and beautiful, modern looking as possible. Like you see the Discotheque releases of all these really old mecha shows that have, I think it's like newly commissioned art, and I'm like, man, this looks so cool. Like I want to watch it. And then when you watch the show, it looks ancient. So like, but that's what I like, kinda. I like it to look as pristine for the most pristine release of the thing.
Well, the thing about film grain is it's like it that's what it is. It's
I understand that grain is detailed
in the film. No,
but
it's not like the way film works is it's little grains that get lit up, right?
Right. It's the deterioration though that makes the grain more like noticeable and patchy and all that stuff. Now, when you add grain though, you're not adding any detail that's been lost.
Added fake grain is kind of annoying.
Yeah, that's kind of what my juxtaposition. No, that's just my position, regular position.
So what they do, right, is they'll take the film grain shit and they'll run it through some process, and that's what happened with the Dragon Ball Z orange box, right?
Well, that was also a second generation film that they got as well.
But when they ran that through their degrain thing, it took away like lines.
Yeah, and
so,
now
like Goku's like missing an eyebrow, or Krillin. I think it was Krillin was missing an eyebrow in one of the scenes or something.
I mean, they were missing mouths, says Brad.
Yeah, I'm sure at some point. But so like that process, they want to balance the degraining part and keep enough grain where they're not losing detail. But if they go overboard and then they add back grain into it, they're basically using that added grain to hide the mistakes of the degraining process.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, that's what that's the only reason to add the grain, is to say, oh, it looks too shitty now, add grain back in to hide that up. But obviously it's like random grain at that point, and it's not going to look as good.
Yeah, I just think it feels as fake as it is. It's like you don't see any cohesion with the actual cells to like you don't see the pubic hairs and all that stuff that got washed out from the degraining.
But yeah, so if Funimation is handling the HD transfer, I have no faith.
I have no faith based on that screenshot. It looks like they're just gonna Dragon Ball us again.
Yeah,
they're gonna Dragon Blue Ball us.
Yeah.
And
we're gonna have to wait for Toei to fucking give us a proper HD Dragon Ball transfer.
Yeah, except like what is Toei doing? They're just sitting on their ass, like doing nothing with it. Or maybe the masters are lost because like Sailor Moon, I think that's why we have ass looking Sailor Moon, because they just took whatever masters and then upscaled them. Though the
No.
fourth set looks significantly better. No,
I can't imagine the Masters are lost.
for Sailor Moon.
No, well, I don't know about Sailor Moon, but I would assume that both Dragon Ball and Sailor Moon.
Now, Dragon Ball has an upscale Blu-ray in Spain, presumably
if
because
Akon or whatever can be found in like a random storage house, mislabeled. If they don't know where it is, I can believe that. Where like, oh, we don't know where Dragon Balls and Dragon Ball Z is, but I can't imagine they don't exist.
Well, I feel like in cases where they don't exist, it's from natural disaster or something, like a flood.
Oh, well, I mean, in some cases, I suppose it happens.
Like, that's what I'm assuming the Sailor Moon one is. But yeah.
There are, like, I know for the U.S., there's places that, like, store masters. There's, like, some, like, film archive or whatever.
Let me guess, they're right on the fault line in California? No.
No, I don't know where it is, but I know they exist because apparently, I think they take in movies that were like that won like Oscars or something, and because Star Wars had won an Oscar for sound design, I think at least, if not more, they wanted a copy of Star Wars, and George Lucas never sent them the original cut of Star Wars. Like the original theatrical cut of Star Wars, and so they got pissed off, and he sent them some other cut. They're like, we refuse this. They didn't want to take it because they were like, we want your original one because that's the one that won the Oscar.
They have 4Ks now of the Star Wars movies. It took them so long. I was just waiting here. I'm like, where's the 4K or whatever? Because I bought the Blu-ray like complete. What is it called? The Saga, 1 to 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was at the time where 4K was in its infancy. But yeah.
Right before the last one came out, the Rise of Skywalker, Walmart had some deal. Like they had just released a brand new set of Blu-rays of all the Star Wars movies that all looked like they belonged together. And it wasn't like it was individual Blu-ray
The
discs,
re-releases,
but so it wasn't in a complete set. But they looked like all the covers matched and stuff. And Walmart had them on sale for like I think it was $5 a movie, or I think it was $5 a movie anyway. So I bought them all, and then when the Rise of Skywalker finally came out on Blu-ray, they didn't match the fucking cover.
Brilliant.
So I was like, oh, this is perfect. Like when Rise of Skywalker comes out, I'll buy it for like it'll be the one that I'll pay full price for, but whatever. I'll have the complete set, and most of them I would have paid $5 a disc for.
Let's be real. It's not worth even buying that movie in any form.
I'm not buying it. Not unless they release another one that matches that set.
No, even if it was matching, it wouldn't be worth buying.
If it matched, I would have bought it just for the completion, but I wouldn't have watched it.
Now, we have some chats. Where is it? A scuffed release for a scuffed show.
Yeah. Right before I left, you were talking about the putting a vignette of stuff around the
that'd be awesome.
Now it feels like literally everything out of Tatsunoko. Is that the studio? Everything that they released from Funimation from that era, they just give this ass-worn look. Because the Zillion?
Yeah. The thing that I think is annoying about it is that they're putting the scuff all the way around it, right? Like this is the only spot that's getting a little bit of a recess, right? But like the edges vertically are like each edge has it, including the spine. So you're mushing this into smaller and smaller text.
It's
right?
like they took the case by the corner and deliberately, specifically wore that part.
Well,
yeah,
that's
and
where
it's like
it would
that's
get
not
worn.
how this would look. You know,
What do you mean? That's where it would get worn on the edges.
it would get worn there, but it wouldn't get uniformly worn there in a pillar.
Well,
would
maybe
have-
someone took sandpaper to the edge of the disc.
You know
Yes.
what? If go all out if you're gonna
In
do
fact-
this. Make
oh my
your
gosh.
scuffs across the whole freaking cover. Make it look like
The
you found it in a
stupid tool
dumpster.
is in the way. Dude, I'm pretty. God damn it.
Just click on it.
You can't. It's right stuff.
I kind of feel like this part here and this. I think this is the same.
The same pattern.
Yeah, because like down here, it's got like what looks to me to be a similar.
The same pattern rotated.
Yeah.
It might be the same thing that they just.
They should have
Like,
just printed out a clean version and scuffed it up manually with sandpaper and then rescanned it and then there you go.
But I think I don't
So-
think it's the same because the upper right corner of the front has that like line that's like a
Okay.
arc.
You talking
And
about
the
this right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a secondary layer underneath. That's what I'm suggesting. But I agree, it's not perfect. It's not perfect to be what I was suggesting. But
I'm only annoyed at the fact they're releasing these individually. I mean, they probably could have done like a complete collection like they did on DVD, but it's like they're gonna put out 3 Robotechs for you to buy on Blu-ray, and then maybe we'll eventually get the original Macross releases. And
dude,
I don't know.
this is going to look so bad when it actually does start to scuff because it's going to be a completely bright white underneath this yellowy brownish
You're right.
stuff.
That's where you get like the tea bag out and you just stain the white bits.
Like, good God, let me organically
See, the
scuff
question
up my
is the
piece
back,
of,
yeah. Oh no,
equipment.
the back is different. So yeah, they made each face unique. It looks like.
Yeah, I don't dislike it on Zillion, but I hate this like if you're gonna in order for both the front and back edge of this to get scuffed this severely, it would also scuff big chunks of the middle.
Yeah, they should have added more scuffs to the spine.
It should just be like
I said,
it should just
commit to
all
it
be
and
the
just do it
texture
on
of the
whole
scuff.
thing.
The whole thing is just scuff.
Part of
You can't even
part of the
see
spine should
characters.
just have like a part like ripped off.
like yeah. It comes with like
They
you know,
manually
when,
rip each single release.
You know when they put the sticker on top of the slipcase and you start to peel it and it rips around
They
the,
just
the
do that.
bend?
Yeah.
It's like it's got a sticker on top of it that's included to give it that look. Oh God. A piece of tape holding it back on. All right. Anyway, you guys have anything else you want to say about this?
Looks like ass. I hate it. It's AB, region AB. That's a start. Actually, hold on. Quickly reopen it. And go to the back page. Or the back side. Where's the audio? God damn, it's 5.1.
So is this different than the collection thing that we were looking at?
I think it's just the individual releases.
I think it's literally this is inside the collection thing.
Okay.
In fact, let me just go ahead and.
So you still won't support this one because it's got the worn marks on it?
Oh, I don't want to buy it at all. Oh, you know what?
I
They
don't
are
want to buy
different.
Robotech at all because I want Macross.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is a different set because it doesn't have the same image on the front.
Well, we're talking about the disc versus the slipcase.
This
right?
content, I'm pretty sure, is identical.
But like in this one, we're looking at the slipcase.
Okay.
You can see the
oh,
underside.
Okay, so
Actually-
it's the same discs.
Yeah, even the cover though. Yeah, the cover was different because on the the slipcase is up there, but the actual case
this
is there.
looks so horrible. Oh,
It not lining up, that would drive me nuts.
It's so fucking bad because of that. Look at that shit.
Yeah. See,
I mean, what's going on with this where it's got like they accidentally nudged it off of the stencil too for the shadow?
Yeah.
Great job, guys.
I wouldn't mind the worn look on the slipcase, but on the actual like Blu-ray cover
Make
case,
that pristine.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense for that one to
Why
be
would it get worn inside? You're right.
Yeah, it's underneath some plastic.
Yeah. Because it's literally the exact same thing as before.
Yeah, that one should be a clean.
Except that they pulled it down underneath the banner.
Yeah.
But the Blu-ray case itself is new condition. You know, that's going to keep the immersion in check.
At least the discs aren't scuffed.
Oh, yeah. Scuff the discs.
Scuff them all the way around the edge.
They should.
No,
I wouldn't
scuff
mind
the playable side.
Yeah.
Have a nice vintage scratched disc.
Yeah,
that
so
may or may
that when
not
you
play.
watch it skips.
They encode it that
strategically encode the DVD or the Blu-ray
to skip periodically.
Yeah, to like because if you video game designers can like manually place stuff on the disc, and they were I've heard interviews of like developers say like because the time for hard drives need to like scan in sections, so I guess. Yeah, disc actually physical Blu-ray discs might be different, but anyway, I would still think that you might be able to get away with like this one area of the disc, like the data stops there, and that triggers like a chapter queue to go to this next part that's further down the disc, and so you could have these big scratches like gouges in the disc that wouldn't affect playtime.
Well, when it came to CDs, I know that there was a CD, maybe it was a DVD for like Saw or whatever, where because the data on a disc is written starting in the center and goes outward from there, because they didn't use all of the data, they had the disc die cut or whatever to look like a buzzsaw.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And then my cousin, there was a band that he liked. When we were growing up, and he had a CD from them that was cut out like a rubber ducky.
Yeah. See, those CDs would fuck up your like all the drives that like insert disc.
Yeah,
they're imbalanced.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. Because it's imbalanced, it can actually shatter in the drive because as it spins, it wobbles.
Yeah, you would specifically need the tray disc drive.
Right, like a Walkman. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to move on.
There's
so the Gymnastics Samurai. It's got to be better than Princess 69.
Whatever that means.
I
watched this. I watched an episode of this.
Princess 69?
No, it's Gymnastics Samurai.
Why is there a half-eaten corn on the cob over here?
As soon as they start doing the gymnastic stuff, it turns to CG crap. I was like, oh no.
You're like, I'm out.
I watched one episode and then I turned it off.
No, you're like, I'm gonna go watch Princess 69 now.
Don't watch it. It's fucking awful.
But it doesn't have CG, does it?
I like how there's a big butt plug right here.
That's a cute kunai, okay? Not a butt plug. Get your mind out of the gutter.
A butt kunai?
This is the kunai from Ezo.
Well, we need to make a butt kunai on our merch store now.
So one of the things that I really hate about Funimation is how lazy they are. That they put the image of the girl, and it's the exact same image on the side.
Now, to be fair, if it's anything like Brady Hartel says, sometimes the licensors give you very few assets to work with, so you kind of have to cannibalize your art.
So put the butt plug here.
You're right.
Oh. All right.
I mean, you could have gotten away without even putting that because there's a different picture of the guy on top.
Jason South has been saying the greatest things in here. First of all, took it to a fucking belt sander, Robotech, now with optional Velcro scuffing. It skips everything that isn't Macross. Like you put it in and it's just Macross by skipping out the stuff that's from Southern Cross.
Yeah, it's indirectly Macross.
But kunai, it rips you apart.
He also said Laserdisc release. That was for I think it's the size we were talking about.
Yeah. He also said, didn't the Madman release fix Sailor Moon a bit? I don't know.
I know that. What is it?
I think the Laserdisc thing was about Star Wars, but anyway.
Yeah. Did the original get released unaltered on Laserdisc?
That might.
I don't know if it's the original, but it's a very close original.
Well, whatever.
The Laserdisc one is like pretty close to original.
See, the thing is that he's changed so much that nobody even knows anymore. Also, I like how Honey's like, "Hey, baby, I can get you some."
There is a fan like recut.
Mm-hmm.
In
the one
HD.
by Topher Grace.
No, that's a fan like cut down. But I can't remember what it's called. But anyway, it's like a fan. They sourced a bunch of different sources of like 4K footage, and they recut the whole thing into the original theatrical release version, using the best source that they could have for whatever scene that they needed, and they composited like actual 4K Blu-ray footage that was released of the new versions onto like film scans of like old film prints that they could find.
Oh, right. Because if you can get a film reel version of it from like the old theaters, you could actually scan those in 4K.
Yeah, and they're really rare. That would be
the only way to actually get it.
Yeah, they're really rare, and they have a few of them lying around. So they've kind of cannibalized together the original cut in 4K. I forget what it's called, but you can look it up.
I've heard of it before. What you're talking about, I forget what it's called too. I do know there's there's a YouTube channel with a guy who's putting together. He's recutting The Last Jedi and making it not suck.
Well, that's very hard to do.
He's doing some very incredible stuff to it, to the point where he's actually hiring actors to film fight scenes that are like distant shots, and then he's cutting in and he's like rotoscoping out characters from one shot, and it looks amazing.
Well, I'm glad this guy's going to get copyright struck the moment he releases it.
Yeah, he's his YouTube channel isn't showing it. What his YouTube channel is the behind the scenes. So you're seeing bits and pieces of it, kind of similar to but a little bit more you actually get to see, but similar to the video that Angry Video Game Nerd did, where he talked about his cut of Kill Bill, where he mixed both movies together, volume 1 and 2 into one movie.
Yeah.
That was a great video he did on that.
So it's also, sorry, just quick. It's called the Harmy's Despecialized Edition. There's another one
despecialized,
that's called Project 4K 77.
And then
similar things, but just different, slightly versions.
And then there is what you have the Star Trek take out the gay scenes edition.
If I had known we were going to talk about this, I would have included all the for the Ogloy clips. I would have included all the times Augie talked about the releases of Star Trek that had you could switch between the model version or the 3D version. Anyway, Black Clover Season 3 Part 5 on Blu-ray.
Along with the book edition.
Yeah, so, I really want that art box. And I've not gotten around to it, and I know I'm going to get cucked on it, but whatever. Moving on, here it is with the book. Wow, no end label on the book.
No, that's kind of expected, honestly.
If you put this in your bookcase, what's that? What's your little blue book? Like,
well, oh god,
there are psychos that put the books in spine to the wall. And it's just you see the.
How do you pull it out?
I guess you pull it out carefully.
Brad, it doesn't have an end label because you put it in the DVD case.
I got it. Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you're going with the book motif and you're making the book with the ornate thing, but you don't have it say Black Clover
butt plug gallery
art book, you know,
aren't there books called something specific, like tomes or something? Like their magic.
I haven't watched it. You talking about grimoires?
Yeah, I think so.
Can't believe I just pulled that out of my ass and got it. Oh, hey, this one is ADA site compliance. Is that? Did they just update that while I was opening all the tabs? Or is the Black Clover one not? Ah, right stuff. You're going to get sued in a class action lawsuit for not having.
You need to get Lance in here to sue them.
Yeah. Wow. I can ask for larger text.
Can we ask for a larger preview image because it's
grayscale?
As someone who develops web pages,
we can now see it in Lansovision.
I am scared for this.
You're scared for this?
Oh dear God!
Like imagine all the shit.
Big
like
white
I already have to add these stupid that say like.
Oh, you're saying you're terrified of having to add all these features to be compliant?
Like, do you have to? We already have a big pop-up that's like, do you accept cookies? Blah 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 blah. Yeah. Now we have to add this stupid fucking thing.
This is terrible.
Well, it looks almost like that's a plugin that they added from the ADA.
Well, the ADA is the American Disability Act.
So you're free, assuming you're not working for outside of Canada.
Yeah, well, the cookie thing is only in the UK, yet we still have to friggin' do it because
really?
Websites
because UK viewers come to the site.
Well, just segregate your site to only everywhere but UK.
Locked in the UK. So Master Roshi wins this tournament, I guess.
Yes,
technically. But it's not the Master Roshi you think.
Yeah, it's Jackie Chun, isn't it? Oh, wait, hold on.
Now, look, you'll notice that, well, actually, you probably can't see it in the image. It's actually 1.5 cases wide, I think. It's thicker than the previous one, so you kind of lose no matter what. I'm just like, Funimation... If you're going to have no consistency in either release, just make it a Blu-ray height. But
who buys the parts? They're super expensive.
The impatient people.
The impatient people all have Funimation on demand.
I have the Amazon exclusive boxes.
I have the Amazon exclusive bootlegs.
Okay, so Muhyo Roji, Bureau of Supernatural Investigation.
Huh.
Oh, that is the smuggest little brat.
Canceled.
This looks like Digimon.
Really? I guess the one guy looks kind of like if Matt and Ty had an incest twin.
I thought that was a Digimon poo floating in the air for a second.
No, that's No Face next to him.
Yeah. All right, I don't have anything to say about this. I don't
either. So move.
I've never heard of this before.
I've never heard of it either.
Assault
Art
Lily
not
Bouquet.
final.
I kind of want to see this.
Yeah, they're really selling me with that art not final tagline there.
By the way, I have remember when we covered Devil's Dance?
Yes.
I want that to be a YouTube short.
Well, actually, hold up. I don't remember specifically what we were looking at that made it ask.
When we got the Devil's Dance, the template didn't fit.
Oh, okay.
Thing. And it was like it was cut off everywhere. And it was the one thing we covered that day that didn't say art not final on it.
Yeah.
I mean, it said image not final down here, but it didn't have the typical Funimation.
We literally need to make an anime that's called Art Not Final that uses that exact font and spacing and everything as the cover.
I wanted to make a band when I was growing up called Self-Titled.
I'm sure there's plenty out there.
So that the album would
You
be
don't have to
titled
fill in the
self-titled,
name
right?
on iTunes
Yeah.
or whatever.
Anyway, Inuyasha set 6.
The final.
Is it?
It's the final release for
that's good.
Inuyasha, the main TV.
Call me Inuyasha. All right. Then Kenichi will skip because you said we already covered this. Okay, here we are. Rhys, I'm sorry you couldn't be here so we could shout praises upon you and stroke your dick for you. Lupin the Third Part 3 Blu-ray. Look here. I don't know what's going on here, but for some reason Lupin's jacket comes down and disappears because it's not on him, and his arm is completely missing, right? So, good old Rhys boy said, hey, Discotheque Media, what the fuck is going on? Why is Lupin missing an arm? If it was problematic and where it was placed, why not just move it to her waist?
I feel like Rhys really shouldn't have said that last part because then that would put that on their mind and maybe they'd retroactively move the hand if they did add it back in. Because as we find out, come on, that's your cue to go the next thing.
Yeah.
And
So Brady said, oh, that's not on the original sketch we colored. I'll see about getting it added, right? It is June 17th, 2021, and the final packaging for Lupin the Third Part 3's first English release has been approved and is out to the printers. It's only a matter of time now. Prepare yourselves. Check it out. The hand has been replaced. And what's funny is Brady realized when looking at the image that Rhys had shared here that this hand is
just
literally this hand copied and flipped and rotated.
which is what he obviously did to recreate it instead of drawing a brand new hand.
Though. It looks good.
The jacket.
Well, I don't have a problem with it. I just think it's funny.
I miss the Lupin blimp though. But I get it.
I just wonder where they get these backgrounds.
I can't wait to find out what happened here. It's like there's like a rocket.
Laputa.
Yeah. Anyway, so everybody, Rhys takes Right Stuff.
Jack Rhys off for the next 5 releases.
I like that they included the calibration squares.
Mhm.
So if you want to go get that printed yourself.
Yeah. That recently we were talking about that, how like Justin Savakis or whoever said I just got back from Discotheque's printing company or whatever, the company they use. And they have like 3 layers of security. It's crazy the lengths they go to make sure that the print documents never leave the area. And then
Brady's just like,
Brady tweets the meme of the Muppet that's like looking sideways and then forward and then sideways again or whatever, you know.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's basically like, whoops. Well, we just kind of throw them out online for free.
This is not full quality, and Twitter is going to screw it up even more.
Like, if you look at based on the original theme song or the original comic book or whatever.
That's probably high resolution enough. But yeah, good stuff.
At least you'll know it's color accurate when you go to print it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right on. So actually, if you guys didn't see, Brady actually not only acknowledged that, but I had said here, I would just like to remind the world of Discotheque Media's unsung hero, Rhys2753, who stupidly did not take Brady Hartel up on this offer from 4 years ago when he said, do you want to help proof our boxes? because I think it was the week we started the podcast, Rhys had said, this is before I'd even met Rhys. I didn't know he existed. He had said at Ashura Owl, which is Brady's old Twitter handle. So the slip cover, it says special number 5, and it's not special number 5. It only says it on the back. On the spine, it's correct, right? He said, just check my files. The spine is correct. The main insert is also correct, just not the back of the slip cover. Because he's got it here, special number 9, right? So then he said, do you want to help? He said, shakes fist angrily, never let it happen again. Again, this is 2017. Brady says, do you want to help proof our boxes? And Rhys says, nah, you guys are doing a great job. So when I found out about this, I said, this is like this year. I'm like, how did you not jump on this offer? Right? Anyway, so Rhys now works for Discotech. This is our announcement. Anyway, yeah, so that's pretty cool. Very happy. I've always been an advocate for vocalizing things, especially when it says art not final, especially when the release date is more than 2 months away. There's still time to fix things, right? Always vocalize
I redrew the entire art. People don't like that, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah, so be nice about it, obviously. Don't be like FDM and say, I hate these AIDS Robotech sets on Twitter. Right? But yeah, I'll remind you guys, we also got it fixed when there was a typo for the collectin instead of collection or whatever it was for FLCL. So yeah, we're on it and it works. Anyway, closing that. So this was interesting as well. This person said, out of interest, was the stereo audio track on the Woman Called Fujiko Mine Blu-ray disc a mix down of the 5.1 track or the original pre-upmix track? The audio mixing is off compared to the 5.1 dub and the stereo Japanese tracks. Example, sound effect coming from the wrong channel. Justin said, sorry, you'll have to ask Brady. So he brought in Brady. Brady said the 2.0 mixes were direct from TMS, so I don't know what stage they were created. I imagine they are what was used. Damn it. For streaming on Funimation's site and TV airings. Are you saying the channels are absolutely reversed? Everything right goes left, or it's a little bled together? And then you had this question. So anyway, these are just interesting things I'm sharing with you guys because moving on. It's so weird when you guys don't talk for a while. I legitimately think, are we still not live?
How can we
Rhys
talk?
isn't here. I don't have that little bit of white noise that lets me know somebody's still there. You know.
How can we talk and you're the one talking?
No. I'm just saying, like when I talk for too long, all of a sudden the silence starts to get to me, right? When I don't like stop for.
We don't have feedback.
Yeah. Anyway, so Demon Slayer.
Do you want me to just make like noises like?
Yeah, do some fapping noises in the background, just to confirm you're here.
No, I'm just saying I miss you, buddy. Come on, Rhys, you can come back on. Demon Slayer Mugen Train tops 2021 physical release charts on the first day. The first day, which includes pre-orders, the limited edition Blu-ray version of the film topped the Blu-ray ranking chart for the day with 268,000 copies sold, most likely topping the week as well, and even surpassed the first week sales for the previous top spot, Snowman Asia Tour 2D.2D. I can't believe that was the top spot in Japan. Snowman Asia Tour. It is a tour. Is it like a comedy tour or something? Like, Jesus. What's this private chat? You sending me stuff? Oh, BRB. Great job. Great job, me. The regular edition of the Blu-ray, which is counted separately, was second, though the amount it was sold wasn't announced. Okay, I have those numbers. I'll bring them up in a second.
This is just the Japanese ones, though, right?
Yes, this is the Japanese release. On the Japanese side, Mugen Train also topped the daily chart with 218,000 copies sold for the regular edition, once again surpassing Snowman Asia Tour 2D2D's first week of sales on the format, referring to DVDs. The limited edition DVD version of the film came in second, again with no solid number of copies, but again, I've got those. We'll look at them in a second. While it'll be a few days before the full week of sales come out, the physical Mugen Train releases are on track to be one of the biggest animated releases since Oricon started tracking. And that's in 2021, where digital versions and streaming is becoming more and more widespread in Japan. You really love to see it, you know? So regarding those numbers, it sold over 1 million copies in home video in 3 days. So it sold a whopping 1,074,170 copies in its first 3 days of release, including the pre-order. And the numbers were the limited edition, that's the number. The regular edition was 200,000. I'm sorry. The regular edition Blu-ray 200,000. Limited edition DVD was 115,000, and as we said, the regular edition DVD is 218,000. So if you take all of these numbers combined, that's where you're getting the million. Okay, for the first 3 days. The above totals may not include some online retailers like the Ufotable web shop, which saw the site break under the heavy load of people trying to get pre-orders. What is interesting between the first 2 days is the difference between the limited edition Blu-ray and the regular edition DVD. It seems that the people who wanted the limited edition version of the release seemingly pre-ordered the film and had it shipped out, whilst many who went to the physical stores on release day would have gotten the regular DVD edition, which is the cheapest version. So, just thought that was interesting.
I want the limited edition. Stupid friggin' rights stuff makes it exclusive. To import it.
Do you want me to send it to you?
No, I can import it myself. It's because at least they're nice enough to pre-charge the taxes and stuff now. But so you don't wind up
cool.
with.
So are you talking about the Mugen Train Japanese release import, or are you talking about importing the Region 1 from the United States?
The North American version. It's because
that hasn't gone up for solicitation though yet, right? Has it?
I don't know. I want it, and I know it's.
So you're saying you want it in the future, not
whenever,
you want it the one that they're talking
I can get it. The one that has the white cover. I know it's going to have the same cover.
Cool. Yeah, I want to get it as well because I've got the series and the Aniplex super expensive set.
Yeah.
Anyway, Yokohama's Walking Gundam recreated as a 1/48 scale light up bust. Not a recreation of the original Gundam design. It's specifically the walking Yokohama one. The eyes light up. The
fancy.
Head pops off.
That's where the battery goes.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Also, a new Chogokin figure brings Yokohama's Walking Gundam to you
for $500.
Yep.
There's a Chogokin.
It's definitely the best this Gundam has ever looked.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean,
cool,
the Chogokin line it usually looks really nice.
Yeah. Well, the all of the accessories fit into the base too, which is pretty cool. Yeah. So like the 20 different hands and shit that he's got. That's cool. I like that.
Oh, it's only $200. Wow, amazing.
Yeah, for 1 second, I'm going to check.
There was a Chogokin release that was a giant mecha Pac-Man that I saw the other day.
Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's nice that we're limited to no ads. I'm glad I did something to cause that.
I'm pretty sure there were a couple words that went off. Tripped the wires.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Continuing. Computer hardware manufacturer, is it Asus or Asus? You know this, FDM.
So I've phoned them before because I have a laptop from them.
Uh-huh.
And they do Asus.
That's what I thought. Okay.
But that's bullshit, and it should just be called Asus.
Yeah. So they launched a Mobile Suit Gundam tie-in for sale in the U.S. So if you ask me, this is just the All Might tie-in over here, though.
The color scheme looks friggin' dope.
It does, doesn't it? I don't know that I need this monitor, but
yeah. I'm picky about my monitors and stuff, but like I'm less picky about my keyboards and
yeah.
I'm picky about my mouse too, I guess. But
yeah,
I mean, I like that the white, blue, yellow, and red.
Yeah,
nice color scheme.
It is. It's great. Moving on. Super Mario Kimono Bowser underwear, part of a gigantic Nintendo Japanese fashion brand collab. So, kind of a neat idea. If you were gonna have to wear a kimono, that you could like put the, it's kind of a neat idea.
Sorry, you said underwear? There's underwear?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Not sure why the fruit themes and the fact that you're going to put strawberries when it's clearly the perfect opportunity for peaches. I mean, she is Princess Toadstool. Maybe that's why.
No, well, in Japan, she's Princess Peach. She was Princess Toadstool is only an American thing.
Yeah, pineapples. Are these like their privates, or like his are like an apple, and Bowser's are like a pineapple?
I was gonna say maybe
like small as a blueberry.
I know there was like fruit in like Yoshi's Story and
that's true.
Those kind of games, but there were no blueberries, so yeah, I don't know. Odd choice.
Motif going. Anyway, kind of a neat idea. Time. Carry your own Nezuko in this Demon Slayer luggage. So
that's an instant seller, although it looks really tiny.
It does look very tiny because it's for Japan. But yeah, it's kind of a neat thing. What do they got all this shit in here? What are these?
Icons.
What the company name is. Anyway.
It can't go on your back though. Like that seems like a fail.
That's true. Good point. So Footnum, I know you're definitely there and just muted, right? Or was that BRB from like ages ago about you still being gone?
I came back at the right time.
Yes, you did. $1,000 Yu-Gi-Oh! Blue Eyes White Dragon card sells out immediately. Now they belong to the even more expensive secondhand market.
I think I bring this up every time, but take a look at that Blue Eyes art on the right. Is that a white dragon to you or a blue dragon?
It's a white dragon with blue
He
highlights.
looks like he could be what is it? Made of almost like a crystal that has a lot of highlights.
Hold on. Bring up. Can you focus on my avatar?
No.
This is a black suit Spider-Man. He is not he's not light blue. They only use light blue as the highlight to highlight the black.
Okay, so you're supporting my my hypothesis because the highlights are the only white thing that I see.
No, because you can't highlight white.
Where's
use blue
the ADA accessibility where I can grayscale it for you?
There is no lighter color of white. So in order to highlight a white color, they use
Okay, well, what about the blueness? Where's the blue tint come from? His eyes?
Wow, I can't believe we're wasting our time talking about this instead of the article. Because as you said, I'm pretty sure we've had this conversation every time. So, back in February, Yu-Gi-Oh! Revealed a new addition to the line of commemorative Masterpiece series of cards for the trading card game. Each of the very limited Blue Eyes White Dragon cards were encased in a transparent acrylic glass container limited to 1,000 copies and priced at $1,000. And they sold out right after launch. This is the one we joked about with the Pen and Paper podcast or whoever that was, that you would like throw them down and play them in the actual game or whatever.
Yeah, you just have it in your deck.
Crack them open.
They don't. I know my cards so well. I've got a real winner coming up, and they aren't going to see what hit them.
Do you know why they're silver?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. Like, I don't know. I just feel like
cheaper than
in order to make the $1,000 price tag make sense.
It like unless it was printed on silver, like that would make sense. But like
silver leaf. The
original card was a normal monster, like it
had
the beigey color.
Oh, so you're saying it's gonna be like that's a synchro monster? Put it in your extra deck instead.
Yeah, it's the like this is a different thing. I don't know what this is. It's not a normal monster.
I mean, technically it is.
By the way,
what?
Oh, go ahead.
I don't
it's
know
the
where
color
it's
of a
going.
token.
You're not wrong. Tokens are kind of darker, but yes. I mean, it's not playable in a duel. Scroll down. Scroll down.
Oh, hold on. I just noticed all the comments from Jason South. Sorry, buddy. You guys were talking about the Robotech release for VHS for scuffedness, hence laser discs.
Oh yeah, because I was talking about release a terrible VHS version of it to look like that. So release
then the 3-foot patches would make sense, right?
They'd fit on the vinyl.
Also, just genuinely curious about the Sailor Moon. I'd like to know too.
Oh, I was about to say that, but something interjected.
That's the Star Wars 4K thing.
Well, we're not escaping the Sailor Moon thing. Okay.
Book with spine label are just drug books.
Books
without.
Yeah.
Just drug books. Gotcha. And in another news, it's Demon Slayer. Who the fuck cares? Well, yeah. Okay.
So, regarding the Sailor Moon, you know our professional elitist. What is it? God damn it! Who's that guy? Professor Who?
Yes.
He bought the Sailor Moon from Madman, presumably because it had better video quality than the Blu-ray. I don't know how, but apparently. There you go.
Okay.
You could ask him on Twitter, probably.
Yeah, you sure could.
By the way, Jason, are you like in any of our groups, like Discord, Facebook, following us on Twitter? Because you're more than welcome to. We'd be happy to see you there. You have all these great contributions in the comments.
Yes. In fact, thank you. You've been quite the audience tonight. Thank you. So the card is made of 99.9% pure silver with a platinum finish.
There you go.
The items were strictly of interest to hardcore fans and scalpers. Those looking to pick one up well after launch can look forward to sifting through online auctions, some of which have prices listed as high as $11,000. It's hard out here for collectors, y'all. Jesus, cringe with these people.
I'm going to send you a link to something funny.
What's up?
What? I said I'm going to send you a link of something funny.
Oh, okay.
Are you eating peanut butter?
No.
No, he's sucking dick.
Yeah.
Odds are that this tweet actually went out after it was already sold out.
Yeah, maybe.
I find hilarious.
It says, here's the official account's tweet right before everyone swooped in on the pre-orders. Set your alarms. Pre-orders go live in 24 hours. Get the limited edition Platinum Blue Eyes White Dragon via the pre-order page tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific time. The pre-order page will be live tomorrow, so be sure to check back at the link and turn on notifications. Well,
no, it was already sold out.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Your bots probably bought all of them.
There's like limited stuff that goes up on PokemonCenter.com, and like the page does not go live on like any of part of the website. But if you know the URL, it's there.
Find it.
And then before it goes like onto the website where everyone else can find it, it's already sold out.
Wow. Brad, there you go, whore. Okay. A non-silver card is like half the price.
That's not half.
Dude, this is a deal breaker right here. 99-cent shipping. I don't think I can swing that.
Yeah, especially for a $600 card.
That's a secondary market cost though, so that's nowhere even close to half.
What are you talking about? No. Oh, I guess if you're comparing the secondary market, but you can't buy this as a single from Yu-Gi-Oh people, Konami. So that's effectively the price it's worth to get it on its own.
Yeah, well, the price that Blue Eyes is worth is apparently $11,000 now.
No, well, yeah. I'm saying,
well, you can't go back in time to get the one for $1,000. So technically, it's $11,000 now.
Yeah,
right. I'm just saying that at the retail price, there was already this, so it was technically a bit of a steal if you want to get into it.
Yeah, totally.
And by Grayscale Edition, this is called Ghost Rare, as you can see. Right. It actually has
Ghost Rare. Yes,
pay more for the shittier looking
Grayscale my images too.
Well, actually, you can see it in color if you move it around. In fact, it has moving parts if you move it around.
Is it like a pop-up book?
I can show you. I have a
Like a
Ghost
little-
Rare right next to me somewhere.
Show me your Ghost Rare.
If you fold it, it pops.
Yeah. I'm gonna fold my brother's most expensive card. It'll be a bit because I gotta configure my webcam.
Oh, okay. So moving on to the next topic here that you wanted me to share. The ad.
What is this?
Rally now has, so it says here, this Pokemon is a 1999 Pokemon First Edition complete 103 card set in PSA Gem Mint 10 condition. There are very few sets in this condition that have ever been offered at public auction. Rally users will be able to participate in trading on May 1st. Sign up today to learn more. So effectively, you can buy a fraction of the worth, just like a stock or a cryptocurrency. So you can have like something that says, yes, I own that thing that I don't hold, right?
That's
A
retarded.
portion of it.
Exactly. So I wanted to share this because literally the day that you brought this to my attention, Magic had this for the longest time. They had I can't remember what it's called. I want to say it's called like Mythic something or other. But so the Black Lotus, it's worth like $90,000 or whatever. It's like you can buy a share of a Black Lotus on this site. They have multiple cards you can quote invest in. And I'm just like, that's the stupidest thing ever. But it sounds like essentially if the card gets sold, you get paid out whatever it's worth in your share. Still, it's just stupid.
Well,
and I'm just like, really? Pokemon is starting that as soon as that business goes under, presumably?
One, this is not Pokemon starting it. It's some random company that's
Rally.
it.
Sorry, Rally start. Well, someone's doing a Pokemon equivalent.
Apparently, you could also get a portion. They've
Of
got
a car?
$230 worth of this Aston Martin.
I wouldn't trust Rally with my money, but that a set of PSA 10, like a complete.
That's
base
just
set of
impressive
PSA
to
10,
look at.
Like you're talking to sell that in a bundle. I have to imagine that goes for $1 million at least.
Oh, that's it?
At least $1 million.
Because the most expensive a Black Lotus sold for, the Alpha in PSA Gem Mint 10 or whatever, it was like $3 million.
Yeah, I don't know. I know what's his name, Logan Paul or whatever, said that his Charizard's probably worth a couple million now. But he literally
I assume he has that Charizard right there. Like, what other Charizard could it be?
It was the base set first edition Charizard. It's not literally the one that's part of that set though. But
what's the difference between this one?
That one.
He's saying it's not part of. It's not part of this set that is featured in this picture, but it's the same card. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying so it's the same one that's in the set, like the same printing. So why would that be?
The original set of Pokemon cards was called base set, right?
Yeah.
So he has a base set first edition Charizard, and he has it on his neck. It's PSA 10, I think. I'm pretty sure. And he had it at his latest fight, and some reporter asked him like, why do you have it on your neck? And he's like, this is my card, this is my life, like this is worth millions of dollars now. And I'm like, yeah, it might be that specific one
because it's his.
Yeah.
Good God.
Like it's worth more and more just because it was in this viral video, that viral video.
Listen, like I hate him because he drove up the card prices in the market. Not that I'm buying them or anything, but that sets a pretty dumb
it's okay
precedent.
that he filmed that Japanese guy in the Suicide Forest, but fuck him for the cards.
And also, I think Yu-Gi-Oh cards were starting to go up.
Pretty much all
all the trading card stuff started going up. I don't know if it's actually his
Magic
fault.
hasn't really been going up because they're the only company that has stock. You can get their products.
Okay.
It's weird.
This guy says, this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Buying shares to give money to someone to purchase an item at auction.
It's basically an interest-free loan.
Yeah, it sounds really dumb.
Also,
Anyway.
I think, is my camera working now?
No.
No? Oh, I haven't.
Worth less with Logan.
So, Ghost Rare.
Your Ghost
The
Rare.
most expensive card my brother owns in Yu-Gi-Oh!
And you're touching it.
It's in
It's
a
got a
sleeve.
sleeve on it.
Look, it's got a bend to it.
Well, that's his problem. He kept it that way. It was literally in a box, and I was just looking through his cards, and I'm like, hey, does he have anything worth something in here? Does this one even have movement? Oh, it does. So it goes left to right. So I'm trying to get the right... Like, you'll see his claw slightly moving. It's so hard to see it.
It's effectively just a lenticular is what you're showing.
Yeah, it's got the lenticular effect with some elements, but on this angle, you can kind of see the colors shining through.
Yeah, I
on
see
the
it.
camera.
Yeah.
Now, it's just desirable because, it's really rare. That's it. End of story.
All right.
And there's my red shirt for you to use for whatever
That's
the
not-
thing was.
That's not tonight. Thank you, though.
I wore this red shirt for nothing?
Yep. Wear it next to you.
Clickbait.
Hold
You're
on.
going to get sacrificed in our Star Trek episode.
A mere finish is to see your own sadness.
Oh yeah, by the way, this card is $200 US.
That's not as expensive as I was expecting it to be.
That's like $1 billion Canadian dollars, though.
Exactly.
All right.
Actually,
Go ahead.
the Canadian dollar has been doing pretty good.
Is
You know why? Because the
relatively
US
good because it's
the
still
US is
80 cents to
experiencing
the US
hyperinflation.
dollar. 80 cents. That's still like prohibitively a lot if you want to buy from Right Stuff or anything.
Well, yes, but soon, maybe, the US dollar will be worth a couple pennies of
I'll
Canadian
certainly hope.
Thanks, guys.
money. And then we can make fun of your
We're proud of you, Brad. It's funny because my mom, I told her about how I got a bit of work for Duo or whatever, and I said, oh yeah, he's paying in USD, so I got paid more than I expected after conversion, and she said, oh, well, the US dollar's going down, so much for that, or whatever.
Yeah, I sold. I don't know if I don't think I told you guys, but I sold one of my GME stocks.
No, you're the reason.
You're the reason we can't have nice things.
I had two, right? And I only sold one, so I'm still holding on to the other one. But so I bought it at 316, and I held, and then it went up to I think after that it had gone down and down and then up and down, but it never reached 316 again. And then one day it did, and it went up to and I had a limit sell order for 350. I was like, all right, if it gets up to 350, sell it, right? And it got up to I think it was like 345 or something like that, and then it went and then it plummeted. And I was like, what a fucking bitch, right?
Yeah.
So then it was on another run, and I completely missed it. I think I said that on the podcast at one point. I wasn't paying attention, and it was like, oh, wow, it's up again. So then after that day, I put in another limit sell for I was like, oh, I don't want to be greedy, and I don't want to be doing an even number just in case like everyone's like, a blind bid almost on
So
eBay.
you're like 348 or something?
Yeah, so I didn't go 348. I think I went to 338 maybe, something like that. Anyway, and all of a sudden one day I get an email, hey, your thing sold. I was like, oh shit. And so I looked, and sure enough,
like $500.
no, it didn't go up to $500. It went up to like $5 more than what my limit sell was, whatever that was. So
well, now you can buy back in.
was, let's say, 345, and then it tanked. So I called the top of that perfectly, and it hasn't gone back up there yet.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's at 218.84 right now.
Yeah, but what I was gonna say was, I was like, yeah, I made some money, because I bought in at 316 and I sold at 330 or whatever, something like that. So I'm like, oh yeah, I made some money, but obviously there's a fee for selling.
Yeah.
Well, I use Wealthsimple, so it's a free buy and sell, just like Robinhood, but we have to pay on the conversion fee. Like they charge an additional couple percent or something on the currency conversion.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So
I have 25 shares in this thing that's only worth like 27 cents per share, and that has stabilized to 26.50.
Wow,
great job. Are you talking about
I'm talking about 26.50 after the decimal.
Okay. So anyway, my point was, I was like, I made maybe just a little bit of money after all the fee comes out and shit, and the currency levels out. Well, no, I actually lost like $20 on the deal because the Canadian dollar is now stronger than when I bought.
That's hilarious.
Wow.
Yeah, dude.
I was like, shit.
If it makes you feel any better, Coinbase is having a it's too late to enter now, but they're having a competition
for the Dogecoin.
For the Dogecoin, where you could win $300,000 in Dogecoin or something like that. And
then it plummets.
Yeah, it's like by the time it gets to me, if I win, it's going to be worth like 3 cents.
Wealthsimple just added Dogecoin for their thing as well.
It is not a good stock. Literally, the only reason it rallied was because of Elon Musk tweeting about it.
Yeah, I'm like, it's done now.
It's a crypto, not a stock. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I knew he meant, but it's like it's done now. It's too late. You missed your chance.
So, Japanese NPO is opening a new Reiwa Tokiwaso complex for budding manga artists. The apartment complex is situated in Hito on the outskirts of Tokyo. Don't know where all these images of the anime stuff is from. But anyway, it says here that the Tokiwaso project, a project that helps people who dream of becoming manga creators make that dream a reality. Okay, hold on. Okay, it's FDDNM. See, okay, what I was saying earlier about not having Rhys here, what it actually is that there's a little bit of white noise coming from one of you. I think it's FDM, and then the white noise disappears because you mute yourself while I'm reading, and then I think I've been disconnected. Anyway,
it's probably my PC fan being picked up by my mic.
It's all right, whatever. I'm just saying that's what it was. Go back to this. Okay. So it's a project that helps people who dream of becoming manga creators make that dream a reality. It was announced on May 31st that they have opened up a brand new Tokiwaso complex for the Reiwa era. The share house complex is complete with private rooms for creators to live in, shared spaces for collaborations, and even resources available to connect budding artists to currently serialized creators and manga veterans. You know what this sounds like to me? It sounds like YouTube space. Come on, young creators, come here and collaborate together.
Yeah, I can see that. Brad, just so you don't feel lonely, I'm just going to give you some nice ASMR of this unwrapping.
Oh, thank you. Better than the dick sucking from earlier. The original Tokiwaso complex, which was situated in Tokyo's Toshima ward, helped foster the talents of some of the greatest and most influential manga creators of all time, including the father of manga, Osamu Tezuka, Doraemon creators, Fujiko F. Fujio, Osamatsu-kun creator, Fujio Akatsuka, okay, a lot of Fujios, among many more. The original apartment complex is even said to be where the modern production of manga came about, with Tezuka pioneering the use of in-house assistants at Tokiwaso. Who knows who might come from the new complex? Well,
dude,
I guess
that bed is either really long or that room is so constrictingly small.
Like the mattress is probably half. It's literally a half a single-sized bed, kind of. Previously, the Tokiwaso project, which is run by the NPO Newvery, had helped set up rooms for over 120 manga creators in share houses around Japan. But with the opening of the new complex, dubbed the Tama Tokiwaso Share House Complex for the Tama River that flows nearby, the NPO will move the base of the project to the complex. It was said to be chosen.
River, the Testicle River?
The Tama River?
Isn't that what Tama means?
Oh. No, what? No. Hold on.
Wasn't there a Gintama joke where the whole thing was he said something Tama and he got hit in the balls?
Marble. It means marble.
Well then.
So Tama River would be Tamakawa.
Tamagotchi?
That's Tamagotchi. Tamagotchi is what it is. Tamagotchi. Isn't it? I decided not to share articles about it. Oh, that's Bakuman up there. That's Kintama. Okay.
What does that mean? Also, sorry, this dick is really getting in the way of my speech.
Oh, maybe that character is Kintama in Bakuman?
No.
I have no idea.
Kintama for balls is what I think he means.
Oh. Well, since I still have the translate thing.
Hey,
Tama.
Hunter, sup?
Yeah, man, how's it going? Wouldn't Keen be gold though? Yeah, I don't know. King Tama would be
Kintaro.
like gold marble. Anyway,
right, so Kintaro Miura was gold all this time.
All right, so where was I?
Happy birthday, man. If you don't mind doxing yourself, how old are you?
Oh, hey, dude. Nice. Another day, another year older. How did I fail this? Yeah,
we're glad to be those people that stream for you.
Rhys is also here. Oh, damn, dude.
You're a young mofo.
Yeah. I hope schooling's going well. You were going firefighter, right? For career, or were you doing nursing?
Nursing, I think, then he turned to firefighting. Can still only buy lotto tickets and die for nursing.
Right. Can't smoke, can't drink. Well, one more year, buddy.
I mean,
I'll drink for you right now, okay?
I mean, up here it's 19 or what is it, 18 in Quebec? No, Quebec is the weird one that's like 16, isn't it?
All right, EMT. Oh, switch to business. Right on.
Okay.
Good luck with that, dude.
Yeah. Get your weeaboo garbage out of here, East and South. And you never responded to the inquiry of if you are part of any of our secret groups.
Called out. Okay, so the NPO will move the base of the project to the complex. It was said to be chosen due to the closeness to Toyota train station, which is an 8-minute walk, and Hino's business center to help out creators getting started. So I joked about this before, but this actually does seem like a great. I wonder how they pick who gets to just live in this stupid account. Like literally, oh man, you're saying all I have to do is do a couple doodles a week and I can live somewhere for free? Yeah, like or something like that. Anyway, oh no, hold on. Rent for the apartment, which comes furnished with basic needs, will be $346 to $383 per month, with a weekly fee of $110. Monthly, Jesus. Okay, monthly fee of 100. So yeah, okay. For utilities and internet, and it's said to be the biggest housing project for manga creators in Japan. There will be 29 rooms available to start off with more looking to open in the future. Huh. Well, that'll be interesting to see where this goes. Any thoughts?
Is this
Thoughts
basically the manga dormitory project 2.0?
Yeah, pretty much.
Patch update. So hold on, there's a couple more chats. Was it age does not stop plugs as well? What does he mean by that? Like you need to be you don't have to be of age to buy a butt plug. Right?
I don't know what the
Rhys says, I thought it was 18 for smokes, so we have confirmed that Rhys smokes because no one calls them smokes unless you...
Your internet.
Jesus Christ. Is that the generator for the internet?
Heard you are talking shit about me.
What? Rhys, you confirmed.
Hold on, let me turn off
smoke.
my pacemaker. By the way, I didn't say this earlier, but Grandma's still alive. I just thought I should mention that. Because last podcast, I know I left you guys on a
cliffhanger.
Yeah. All right. So I thought it was 18 for smokes. It was 18 till around 10 months ago.
WTF?
Thought they made it 21 because of the rising rates of high school smoking or teen smoking. I want that secret when you yell about them from Jason stuff.
Well, if they're so unsecret, then tell us if you're a part of them then, or if you are going to.
Danny has just gotten to the sperm man reference. Future Danny, I say hello to you once again. I'm glad that you upside down
still with us in the future.
Okay.
Hold up. The whole what is it? The teen smoking thing. So as far as I'm aware, the kids can't buy cigarettes in high school. At least up here, they can smoke them, I guess, because there were so many times where I saw police officers walking up to, just to chill at the school, and all the kids in the smoking area, they're smoking, and I'm like, why aren't they arresting all of them? Those degenerates.
Yeah. In Canada, the age of smoking is 16, but you can't buy them unless you're 18 or 21 or something like that.
Well, I'm sure many of them were under 16, but I feel like they just don't enforce it unless it's actually like the sale of it. But basically what I'm trying to say is that I don't think changing the age is really going to affect it if kids that are 16 are the ones that are like smoking it still. Like that's not even 18.
Well, real quick, Seb says hola. Hello, Seb. How you doing? And Hunter says plugs acquire the stuff for alcohol and smoking. I don't know what that means. What are the kids into these days?
Wait, is a plug like alcohol in a smokable vessel or something? Like what?
I don't know.
Or is it a butt plug that like absorbs the alcohol and tobacco?
Oh, Jesus.
Patent pending. So Rhys, I would actually. Are you? Is your internet good? Your Wi-Fi?
It's back on for the time being.
While it's on, I was about to like wrap up. I was about to wrap up articles early because you weren't here, but maybe I guess we'll continue. So a cardboard cosplayer makes amazing costumes of famous anime mecha and a lethal weapon. So first, I just want to just show you. He's got all this great stuff. Did it in like a month, I think, this one, which is kind of impressive considering the amount of effort put into it.
It's pretty
nice.
But
the one you really want to see.
Oh, that's the one with the cockpit, literally.
Mel Gibson.
MILF Gibson.
So yeah, there you go. What's the
Is that one giant robo?
Yeah, I think so.
He even nailed the cross eye.
Oh, there goes Rhys.
Attention to detail.
All right. So, anti-selfie tech. Japanese government pleads with cell phone carriers to curb inappropriate photos.
What in the hell does that mean?
In a podcast that was just Rhys and I, we covered this already with a specific cell phone manufacturer in Japan. Rhys says, damn it. Oh, where's my mouse? It says, 'twas too good to be true. Unfortunately, that sucks, man. So Rhys and I covered this with a cell phone manufacturer in Japan that was implementing this technology. We covered this in podcast 92. That was when we covered Pantheon stocking with Gardabell. So you weren't there because you hated the show, FDM.
So let me guess. The technology is like when they see that you're sucking someone's dick in the photo, they're like, inappropriate.
Well, we joked that it would be funny if, like back when we were talking about the other one, we joked that it would be funny if what it does is when you go to take a photo, like it in real time is mosaic pixelating your junk for your dick pic, right?
To be fair, that's kind of contraband if you get in-person uncensored nudes in Japan.
Right, exactly. So, Seb, I'm sorry that they partial shipment did you. Yeah, for international orders, that is kind of weird.
Well, if they don't charge you extra, I'm usually okay with that.
Exactly. So, what were you saying, FDM, about the pics, the selfie? Oh, the nudes.
Nothing. I was just saying it'll just like nothing. I think I already said it. It's like contraband.
Nudes. Right. So the thing is that it almost, so from what I understand, it's not illegal to view pornography in Japan with uncensored genitalia, but it's illegal to produce it. Right.
That's really weird.
So yeah, supposedly that's why Asian or Japanese or whatever is the top search rank in Pornhub in Japan.
I feel like the only reason that they make it so you can view uncensored stuff is because there's no way to regulate it and block it without just like obliterating the internet.
Yeah. So anyway, officials are eager to stop young people from sending salacious images. So we live in unprecedented times, as I'm sure you well know by now. But one of the most striking changes in recent years is how ubiquitous and constant our use of technology is. While some of us remember being in our early 20s by the time we had our own cell phone, now it's something of a necessity for people at younger and younger ages. This brings its own challenges, of course. How can you help children and teenagers stay safe on the internet while respecting their privacy? This issue is further complicated by how many phones nowadays come with cameras, and where there are cameras, there are selfies. While snapping a cute photograph of yourself isn't a crime, some younger people might find themselves tempted to take photographs where they're in a state of undress, or in a worst case scenario, be directed to do so by an outside party. Once a compromising photograph like this exists, it could be sent to other people, uploaded online, or even discovered through hacking. Yes, what was that called?
Are they going to essentially like invent a Snapchat filter technology that detects your genitalia and like perfectly mosaics it, or they like modify it to be like a, what is it, an eggplant?
I mean, if it was a Snapchat filter, yes, it would be the eggplant. And so the government is expressly encouraging phone carriers to implement technology that can restrict inappropriate selfies.
Seb is in Sweden, Danny.
There are already rules in place for using your phone for upskirt photography and other misdemeanors. Right. It's against the rules. Not the law, but the rules. In the terms of service, it says, I hereby declare I will not upskirt people. That's so weird. Oh, and other misdemeanors. Oh, yeah. Downskirts. Yeah, those too, yeah. Anyway, the request comes as part of the government's most recently declared fifth basic plan on measures for providing safe and secure internet use for young people. The plan includes such initiatives as education programs in schools to help young people acclimatize to the digital world. Digimon. All right, kids. Off you go to the digital world.
That's their punishment.
Digimon.
Yeah. Awareness campaigns regarding harmful content and predatory practices that are present online, and the promotion of ways to deal with unlikely internet-based problems. Uniquely, and the promotion of ways to deal with uniquely internet-based problems like cyberbullying. All right, class. This is a real simple one. All you have to do is log off.
Yeah, I know that's really difficult, but You'll have to do it. Also, I realized now that that was pretty stupid of me to address Danny's question when he's 7 hours behind.
But you could comment. You could chat, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't show the live chat. I don't know.
I don't have the chat open, so I'm using my my dick sucker up here to speak.
Well, he said nope, Sweden, and Danny said okay. So there. And thus the PM revolution has begun?
No clue.
All right.
Photo man revolution.
Porn marbles. Okay. All right. Where was I? Despite their good intentions, this announcement has largely been met with sarcasm and raised eyebrows, saying things such as, quote, the heck? Who decides what counts as inappropriate anyway? Damn it, I fuck these up all the time. Who decides what counts as inappropriate? Anyway, what about the normal camera? Oh, yeah, like nothing stopping you from just grabbing a DSLR, taking better quality photos.
They have a freaking DSLR underneath their skirt.
This is pointless. You could just use another camera to take a photo and send it. We're still a long way away from finding an actual solution to this issue. Isn't this a weird way to handle the problem? You know, what'd be funny is what if the government, this would be great. What if the government, in order to deal with kids putting out like nude selfies and stuff, what if their way of handling it was that the NSA intercepted the nudes? Hey, green line's here.
Hey.
How's it going, buddy?
Oh, nothing much. Sorry I was late. I was just watching Nick Ricada's stream.
Oh,
so,
tell me about it.
Now.
Don't spoil it. Just give us the gist of it. Good, bad?
It was decent, but it's the same old. It's okay. Let me put it this way. It's all the questions and things that you'd expect to hear. If that makes any sense.
Was it as bad as a like a convention panel? What's your favorite anime?
I mean, towards the end,
favorite episode?
Towards the end, it was because he was answering questions from the super chats, but it was mostly just talking about cancel culture and like
damn it, Nick.
How he's pulling together.
That's what I heard.
I was gonna start downloading it just in case because he's like moving him to his other channel and stuff, and I want to be able to access it anyway.
Well, if you have
the coffee,
it was decent. So I apologize for being late. I meant to get on. Also, my laptop was having issues because I haven't bothered to transfer anything over to this laptop, the new one that I have.
Ooh.
So.
Oh. Congrats. Did you just send me the? Yep. Okay. Well, you sent it to me almost as fast as I found it myself. Thanks. All right. Okay. So where was I? Yeah. So what was I saying? I was saying, wouldn't it be funny if the way that the government handled teenagers sending nudes to each other was that the NSA intercepted it and it just published it to the internet, right? So that anybody who's ever taken a nude is like ousted, and so people would stop taking them because.
And what about the people? Oh, you're talking about specifically when they send nudes. I was going to say, what if someone's taking pictures of other people? That would be bad.
That would be bad. Maybe this isn't going to work. but yeah, like.
What if they
solution failed?
They have an agent intercepts the nudes of the children, and they just replace it with their own dick pics they take at the moment, and there you go. It's not a kid.
What if the technology that takes that they're using here in this phone? What if it mosaics it or puts the eggplant or whatever, but then publishes that to the internet with the user's name attached, right? So they can see how small your eggplant is.
Now you want to go to Big Brother territory where everyone's not anonymous.
Oh no, I don't like this idea. I'm just saying that if you're thinking outside the box and trying to figure out how to get kids to stop taking and sending nudes, you're gonna have to shame the first wave so that the second wave's like, well, I'm not doing that. All right. So it's worth noting that some cell phone carriers have already implemented technology like this. This is the one we covered previously. It had, God damn it. Come on, load. That's an image right there. Okay. All right. Anyway, yeah, the app has an alert. It doesn't matter. Fuck it. Watch Podcast 92. Even the head of the announcement, though it's still unclear how successful said technologies are at efficiently filtering the inappropriate content from the appropriate. Yeah, Rhys was saying, what about like when you take a picture of your elbow pit, right?
Yeah.
You'll censor that.
If
you put on the Muslim filter, it will filter out your arms if they get detected.
We need to censor that butt. That's an elbow pit. Wow.
We were
quite
joking
the connoisseur, aren't you, Steven?
If the podcast had the funding, we'd make so many great videos. And I was joking, like we would try to finally get Satan 666 his nipple pic, but as soon as you lift up your shirt, we'd have the image of the can't take this photo come up. Anyway.
By the way, I'd like to take this moment to relentlessly call out Jason South again for not answering that goddamn question. I will come down there and I will decapitate your pet kangaroo if you don't answer me.
Oh, the PM Revolution, right, from Shimonetta. Got it, the collar thing. Gotcha. Okay. Turns everything into ugly. It uploads your picture but tags it on Pornhub as ugly bastard.
Oh no.
It turns everything into the ugly bastard tag with the filter. But the thing is that most of the Japanese people already look like that.
So it's accurate. What's the problem?
That's why they use the ugly bastard tag, because the middle-aged salary men want to see those guys getting laid. Anyway. That's why Ron Jeremy was so popular, because everybody wanted to know scumbags could do it. Anyway. With worries about censorship thrown into the mix, this selfie restriction rule seems to be a controversial initiative, however well it's implemented. So anyway, it's kind of scary to see technology working with governments who are giving them grants, to take over your freedom to take pictures of your junk. Moving on. So a Wakayama man was stole a uniform from a school and was caught by a mysterious man in the restroom in the middle of the night. So there's a very thin line between lurking and guarding. This is so funny. The angle of this article, the angle of the story that Sora News 24's Master Blaster chose to take, let me just say, the Sankaku Complex article was a bore, but Master Blaster found a way to make this funny. So, as a child, I was always in such a rush to get out of school. I imagined they turned into ghost towns overnight because no one wanted to stay longer than they had to. But it seems much like a forest. Schools can sometimes transform into a whole other ecosystem after dark. Whatever this article is. Oh, okay. Anyway, at about 9:30 p.m. on June 15th, 55-year-old office worker Tomio Ueda entered a public high school in Wakayama City. He then stole a sailor-style school uniform that was stored in one of the rooms and put it on. Ueda must have been having a whale of a time with his ill-gotten uniform because he was reportedly frolicking in there for hours well into the morning of the 16th. A 55-year-old office worker in a schoolgirl uniform prancing through the halls.
Okay, I have several questions once we get to that part, once we finish the article.
So they said, we're hardly ones to judge, but please acquire your uniforms legally.
Like, how did it fit, though? Like, it must have been a really fat...
That's one of the questions.
Maybe he's a petite 55-year-old. Then things got even stranger.
He's a skinny, ugly bastard.
At approximately 2:40 a.m., Udaya? What? You changing his name on me? At 2:40 a.m., Ueda, still wearing the sailor uniform, entered a restroom inside the school. While in there, he bumped into another man in his 30s. The man restrained Ueda and called the police to come and arrest him. In custody, Ueda admitted to burglarizing the school for its uniform, but the rest of the world is left wondering, who the hell was the guy in the school bathroom at 2:40 in the morning? There are a number of rational explanations, such as the man being a security guard, maintenance worker, or a teacher working late. However, the report simply described him as a man in his 30s who lives in Wakayama City, the hero we deserve. Right? Clearly, they didn't omit his job for brevity because they took the time and word count to bother telling us the pointless fact of where the guy lives. And again, he lives in the same place as the guy who stole the uniforms. Presumably the school was there too, you know? Perhaps he was researching the gravitational effects of a full moon on mildew. I don't know why they had to include this image for no reason and say that. We're going to skip it, even though I already said it. All right. Readers of the news agree that this omission of information is making the supposed hero of this case look more suspicious than the actual burglary suspect. Quote, just a guy hanging out in the school restroom at night. Who is this guy? He's in the school restroom at 2 a.m. In the bathroom in the middle of the night? What is the situation here? If this happened in the girls' room, then there is some dark stuff going on. This is scary. Now, that's a question. Do you think the 55-year-old in the schoolgirl outfit went to the girls' room or the guys' room?
Probably the girls' room, knowing how these things turn out.
That's what I would think. This is scary. These kinds of thefts are happening a lot in schools, so they probably have patrols. Hope that's what this is. That restroom is a happening place. It must have been a guard, but why did the report just call him a man?
No, if it was a guard,
Freddy.
They would have said.
Jason versus Freddy. Not sure why that was said. If he wasn't a guard, then he was trespassing, right? There is no mention of the other man facing trespassing or any other charges, and since he seemed confident enough to call the police himself, he clearly felt his presence in the school restroom at that time was lawful. The only remaining explanation I can think of is that this man is part of an elite covert counter-school theft unit. They dig deep to catch those who steal shoes and tennis rackets in the act, but their very existence must be kept secret to stay one step ahead of the criminals at times. That might seem like overkill, but those piano covers are expensive. Okay, yeah, let's just go to all the articles that you wrote. Okay, anyway, I'm going to save the next couple. I do want to point out, there is an article I really want to cover.
Hold on. Before we go on to the other stuff, can we talk about this man? First
of
all?
Like I'm concerned as to why. Okay, I get that the Japanese culture, they're very sexually, restrained and oppressed and whatnot. Yes. But like, why couldn't this man there's tons of porn. There's you've got, in worst case scenario, this man, he's got a salary, right? He's got to have some sort of salary. Isn't there any place in Japan where he can, hire an adult worker to, entertain him for the night, so to speak?
So,
is it just I got to go to a school and fucking find a uniform?
Well, that's the thing about all the tags on your Dojin site.
Yeah,
is that you develop weird fetishes and you just can't get it up anymore without putting on the stolen outfit and prancing through the halls with your kunai butt plug.
Okay, so here's my whole thing, right? We got 55-year-old guy that comes to the school and finds a school uniform.
He came to that school
somewhere. Where was this school uniform? Why was it still at the school?
Maybe in a locker.
I
don't know.
Okay, who goes to school and leaves their whole school uniform at the freaking school?
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, maybe they have extras in the school because you have to get your uniform from the school, right?
I mean, I went to a Catholic school that had uniforms, and we bought our uniforms at a separate store.
Yeah, but the
Completely
thing
separate.
is like schools in the United States, at least, that have uniforms, they have like places where you go and buy specifically, like they're all the same. It's the white shirt with the slacks or whatever, right?
Yeah.
For all of the
and
places.
you don't think Japan's the same? They're all
No, because
sailor outfits.
No. The sailor outfits in Japan, as you've seen in anime, different schools have different designs. We covered an article one time about a love hotel where you could rent schoolgirl outfits from various schools in the area, and they were like replicas of those specific high schools, right? Because they were all different. So I think it's possible that in Japan they might actually keep the outfits, the outfits, goddamn, the uniforms. They might actually keep them on site and able to be,
So let's assume that there
purchased.
is an extra uniform
Yes.
there that happens to magically fit this 55-year-old man. Now, he magically runs into this other 30-year-old man in the bathroom.
Toast in his mouth.
The glory hole.
Was
I see where he's going with this. Maybe the other dude was like wanting to do the same thing. Or
this is what I'm going with. Was the 30-year-old going after the same target? Is this an Ocean's 12 situation where they're both going after the spare uniform and one happened to get there, so the other guy was like trying to
I'm calling the cops on this guy. Yeah.
And then they happen to meet up in the bathroom. And, oh, you stole it! I'm gonna call the cops on you.
It almost seems to me like the guy probably owned the outfit and put it on outside, and just like the part that got him really hard was the prancing through the halls.
Like kind of like exhibitionism, but not like
and then but then once he got caught, he's like, I stole it. I don't, honestly, when you're already wearing it though, like they caught you wearing it, I don't know that it's mine isn't just as humiliating as I stole it. Or whatever,
I don't think you
I don't know.
voluntarily
There's
admit
sort
to
of
an extra
street
crime.
cred that you get in Japanese prison if you. What are you in for? I stole a schoolgirl's uniform, Or, but if you say you bought it, then they're gonna beat you up. They're like, you upset.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope that there's more to this story next podcast.
I've stolen at least 30 pairs of panties. What are you?
Jason South says, my math teacher held casino day. Didn't see him next year. Oh. Another 55-year-old man just jealous the other guy got there first. Oh, the other guy was 30.
30-year-old man was just...
Yeah. Wait, hold up. Well, don't you see the word chastity? There's a pair waiting to be free. What? I don't understand.
No.
Seb. Oh, that was a response to Seb saying my math teacher from high school got locked in the school and spent the night there. Oh,
wow!
Must have been too fat to reach the window.
Right.
I'm just kidding.
Like, what? Where did he have his phone? Couldn't he call somebody and be like, "Hey, open the dang door"? Like, oh, geez, it's gotta be
no good. Staying here for the night.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. Well, I think. So I want to share an article with you guys that I'm not going to cover.
Okay.
Japanese love doll mistaken for drowned corpse. Saved by emergency services anyway. I'm holding out.
Yeah.
Because
I remember Danny linking this.
Scott Wilson sucks at writing articles. He took the funniest possible thing and made it dry and drab as possible. So I'm going to wait and see if maybe this pops up in another news outlet with a funnier reading, because it's pretty bad. I mean, it's on Sankaku Complex too.
It kind of speaks for itself. It's just like they thought it was a real person. Oh,
yeah.
Whoops.
And it's just like, I don't know. I feel like I'm disappointed, and I hope there's more. Anyway, I'm gonna call it here on articles. If you guys would like to discuss Parasyte, we can jump into that.
I would love to. That's why I joined in the first
I forgot
place.
that was happening.
So,
also, I tried to fix my avatar. It was not centered last time. It should be at least somewhat now.
I mean, it looks fine.
Which way did you move it, left or right?
I moved it a little bit towards the right. It was leaning more towards the.
Oh
you know,
wow!
I
It's
think
still
you need
left
to-
leaning, but I mean that's
it
obviously better.
It kind of works because like the character is kind of leaning up against.
Their titties
side.
are facing towards the direction
Yes.
with less stuff in it. So
Yeah.
But you still have it wrong. You need to move it like if it was a camera, you need to move the camera down.
down.
You had me too. I was like, random, geez, that little punk. Oh my gosh, I tried. And you're still like, nah, it's off by like a millimeter, 0.5 millimeters.
Hey,
there's some
Seb is cultured.
there's some
clearly.
reddish stuff at the top that doesn't need to be in frame. Just down.
So what does Seb say?
He says Parasyte has the worst metal opening, and I agree because it has
What?
Cancer-A's auto-tune.
No.
To me, for the opening or the opening and ending, sadly for me it's there.
Sadly,
It is there.
it's there.
It is there.
I really enjoyed it though. Like,
The opening is awesome.
yeah.
Bad Seb.
I don't know.
I feel
think
like
we should-
Seb, because he's from Sweden, the home of lots of great freaking metal.
Yeah.
Also,
understands my pain.
Brad,
Yeah.
ask me why. Okay. After finishing this watch club, we have to watch Hunter x Hunter.
Hunter.
Why?
It's because the voice of that one character is Hisoka, right?
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Um,
I mean, maybe
Why?
that's right. Maybe that's right, but that's not the reason.
Why do we need to watch Hunter x Hunter?
It's because
No. Hunter x Hunter was Bang Zoom. This is Sentai.
I don't care. That's not the reason. There is a reason, and the reason is they both have the same opening band artist. They're connected.
Okay.
You
But
gotta
I'm
watch
gonna
them both
skip
now.
it on both shows. So
Are you
there's
talking about
no
the original
connection.
Hunter x Hunter or the
2011. He's referring to 2011.
Yeah, 2011.
Like the first
They
ending.
both
I
have
only
Fear and
remember the
Loathing
one
in
where they're
Las
running
Vegas
down
doing
the what's the place called? The Coliseum. That's
Oh
like
wow!
104?
Rhys says the first ending. Come on, you're gonna watch the whole show for just the first. And it's the
Also-
ending.
Okay.
Also, it was a joke that obviously AC didn't get, but
Yeah,
I'll
I
explain
can't
it to him
remember the
later.
opening. I'm sorry.
Roll it.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say like
It's
I
not
thought
the
we were
point.
doing Berserk. Anyways,
The-
Parasyte.
What the ending isn't the point of the joke. You missed the joke completely. I'll explain it to you later.
I'm sorry.
Yo, dude, want to become famous? Buy followers, primes, and viewers on Cutsly Windows
That
7.
sounds
Yes,
like a
I
deal.
definitely
Big
want this on my
balls.com.
Twitch account. Thank you. I'm gonna be so famous. Yeah, I gotta buy those viewers. Can I get
Dude,
some slaves?
Life hacks.
Okay, so
So
regarding
we doing, is this part one or are we doing the whole shebang?
we're doing the whole shebang.
Oh
I mean, if you guys
wow!
only want to talk about the first half, that's fine with me. I mean,
We're
I'm
doing
not
the whole
working
whole.
with you.
I can.
gonna
I
get
only
dead
watched the
tired
first
just-
6
just for
episodes,
you.
but I remember it pretty clearly.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's
I
not
actually
over.
am 4 episodes from finishing, but I've seen it before, so
Yeah.
as long as you guys remember the ending and can jog my memory. Regarding the opening, I understand the complaints regarding the auto-tune, but I actually kind of like it too, actually.
It's good.
And
Well,
the music in
it's-
general,
it's-
like the music in the background is like techno, or not techno, but like
Dubstep.
electronic.
I really
yeah,
like
even
soundtrack
the
a lot.
the soundtrack. Yeah.
It somehow works. I wouldn't think it would. Like
Yeah.
if you
So-
told me, if you showed it to me on its own and like let me hear it, I'd be like, this is the background music to this show.
It
Yeah.
gets tense when it needs to.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I brought this up on podcast already. The voice actor for the English dub who voices Kenichi, Shinichi.
Shinichi.
The only Shinichi I remember, by the way. The other Shinichi is Jimmy to me from Case Closed, but
oh yeah, because it's Shinichi Kudo.
Yeah, it's like, no, Shinichi's the dude from Parasyte. What are you talking about? At least to me.
So Shinichi's voice actor to me sounds exactly like Hayden Christensen.
You mentioned that last time.
Yeah, I brought that up, right? Yeah, he sounds just like Hayden Christensen in
Yeah.
But I really liked the dub. And the show itself, because the manga, we learned it was from like the 80s, right? Or something.
Yeah.
It is an older
super
manga.
Old. Story, at least in how it was adapted, extremely well adapted.
Yeah,
I remember when I first watched it with my wife originally, I remember watching it, and it's like the pacing's not bad for the show. But I remember when we were watching the opening, I kept thinking, because you follow Shinichi, and he's like the part in Spider-Man with Tobey Maguire, when he's still a weak nerd, right? And I'm watching the opening, and my wife and I are like, I can't wait to find out who this other character is with the hair that's slicked back. Right? And then Shinichi like grows into this other character.
The Chad. He turns into a Chad.
Yes.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I really like about this show, and I got to tell you, going back into it, I wasn't really looking forward to watching it again. I liked it the first time, don't get me wrong, but it's just like it wasn't my first choice on let's go back and rewatch something for the Watch Club. I got through like 20 episodes of it so fast.
Yeah,
it's incredible rewatchability.
Yeah, it felt like episodes ended way quicker than I anticipated. I'm like, it's already done.
It almost reminded me of Death Note. And how quickly I felt like I could get through an episode, because I was enjoying the story unfolding. I had forgotten. It's one of those things where it's like you watch a movie that you haven't seen in so long, and you legitimately can't remember how did they get out of this jam. And then when it finally happens, you're like, oh yeah, and you're excited to get to see it again.
Yeah, that was the experience rewatching it, because. Like I knew the general big events that happened, but I'm like, how did they get to that point again? And there are entire events I completely forgot about almost.
The baby, the guy who chased.
I forgot. What's the name of the chick again?
I don't remember her name.
Murdo?
Bitch,
or the psychic one.
So there was Parasyte bitch, who's basically the reason all the swole Chad guy came to being. The final boss. That was
Tamiya? Or
was it Reiko?
Reiko Tamiya. Yeah.
Reiko Tamiya.
Yeah, so Reiko, I forgot, like when you see her the first time.
To this part, shape CDs are great.
What is it? When you get to bitch face. The first time I saw her like in the manga, in the anime, I thought, she's one of the monsters of the week, but no, she stuck around. In fact, she stuck around so long, and she was like a civilized parasite, and like she
went by Ryoko and Reiko.
Yeah,
but she ended on a positive note as well, and I completely forgot about that part. And I was like, "Wow, that was like pretty good."
Yeah, and it makes me wonder how. And it makes me wonder how, like, she compared to the other parasites was more civil. Like all the other ones were like, "I fucking want to just kill and eat shit."
Well, the moment she was like, "Plan B, everything's gone to hell. I want to kill you now." I was like, "Oh, that bitch." But, obviously she came back around and never actually killed.
Yes, I thought that one of the things that I really liked about the story was it kind of felt like, to me, it was sort of a metaphor for growing up as a man.
Sure.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is that I kind of felt like there's a part of adulthood, especially, where the things that you cared about don't fucking matter anymore, because real life is fucking hard, you know?
Yeah.
And I felt like that's what we were seeing Shinichi kind of go through, is the dark parts of real life that force you to become a stronger person. And the other people in your life that aren't suffering the same thing. And like, dude, you've changed. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what I was getting, like, or at least that's what sort of resonated with
I feel
me.
like they over saturated that note
A little bit with Moreno.
They're just like, you're different. You're different.
Yeah,
You're different.
and
I'm
I
like,
was
okay.
the one girl that was like, I feel you or whatever, who had all the weird fantasies about him. I actually liked her more. Yeah, Kana. I liked her more than Moreno.
The reverse for me.
Well, I mean, because Moreno didn't feel like she ever evolved to step up to the same level that Shinichi was. Like, he had. Again,
well, you find out Kana's a massive stalker.
Oh no! Don't get me wrong. Both characters were terrible from the perspective of Murano was childish and kind of selfish, and Kana was too. But Kana had like the other. I'm talking about negative aspects of her. Had the weird clingy nobody can be as close to him as me. I know it, and it's like weird girl, but still, I really disliked it when she died. You know. And it was.
Oh yeah, I felt bad about that. I'm like, oh, so that's why I didn't remember her, because she kind of faded early.
I think that's one of the scenes that is like the adaptation of it being in set or adapted in the present, I guess, versus back in the 80s or whatever. Like
real quick, because I need to start sleepifying myself. I just want to share the genius design to keep me safe that Z-Quill uses by putting the, peel and pull this down thing that I can easily just take off. And there's no thing there. So I can just...
Pretty nasty is that stuff, by the way. Is it pretty gross?
Oh,
you just chugged it. Like, it was just
clear is delicious.
This is the dye-free. It is the free of high fructose corn syrup, alcohol, artificial dyes, and flavors. This one tastes so good compared to the regular one.
Yeah, compared to the regular ones, it's just like.
Oh yeah, look.
And that's
because I'm a little girl when it comes to medicine. So I'm just like,
So
anyways,
if I wanted to contaminate with like arsenic or something, or paint thinner or whatever, it wouldn't be the hardest thing in the world, especially because I could literally buy it, take it out to my car, fill it up with paint thinner or whatever, and then bring it back into the store and just take it back or put it back on the shelf or whatever. Yeah. So anyway,
like you're actually just drinking water.
Right.
Well, definitely a flavor enough that I can tell that it's not water for sure.
Yeah.
But, anyway, So the other thing that I really liked about the show was I really dug how they. Why am I? Sorry, guys, taking the spotlight. Even though nobody else is on camera, it's all right. So I really dug how they really thought through the invasion of the beings. What do we call these? Did they ever get a name?
Just the parasites.
The parasite, of course.
I'm not sure.
Did we ever get a name? Yeah, the name of the show, Doofus. Yeah. Anyway, so the I really liked how they thought through these higher level beings in terms of mental fortitude and how they would attack mankind, right? Hiding in plain sight. And it almost I kind of think about it from the sort of like what's happening in the world with like the Epstein kind of stuff with we're finding out that all these people in high places are connected to this billionaire pedophile. And there's all this weird stuff going on regarding elites and whatnot that you're sort of seeing that metaphor there where they started going into politics. Like one of the first things that happens is that the parasites run for office, right? And they start to try to control things from that level. And then I loved when in like the later episodes, when the military or like the secret police or special agents or whatever go in there with the SWAT team, they're pretty much just like, yeah, fucking kill everybody. We'll get the parasites that way, you know. And then they like for some reason they get the guy who's like the serial killer or whatever who can sense the parasites or whatever. Yeah. So and then he ends up killing the police officer that was like wielding him. And he's
I loved that entire I don't want to call it an arc, but that entire event, the whole they're in the Parliament building or whatever the hell it is, and they're like everything worked so well. It's like there's a shooter on the roof, and so it's like the parasites can't just deny it outright, and then it's like, yo, we got an X-ray. They don't have a head, and it's like, oh, we want to get you out there safely, so 5 at a time, and I'm like, beautiful. Like you can kill off the couple that sneak by, and people will be like, "Oh, it's the shooter on the roof." Like that whole thing was beautiful. I love it.
That's what I'm saying about like it. Kind of reminded me of it unfolded in a way similar to Death Note in terms of how they were covering their bases on like stuff that you would be scrutinizing as an audience member.
Right.
You were like giddy with how they were coming up with ways for you to not question it. I really liked that, and I very much loved the characters and how, like again, we've sort of talked about Shinichi and Shinichi's parents. I love how they orchestrated in the bit with his dad, and how his dad is getting gaslit by the doctors, not intentionally, but they're telling him that. No, that didn't happen.
You're a psychopath.
You're sorry, you're having a temporary insanity or whatever. And he starts to like, must not have been that. And he's like, dude, Dad, what are you talking about? You told me about this, or and I really liked the dynamic because it kind of reminded me of one of the things that I always kind of liked was in the show 24, you follow Kiefer Sutherland going through these he's in shootouts, right? And at the same time, you're also following just random shit that's happening with his family, right? His wife, who he's been separated from for a long time, and his daughter, who's getting into trouble with boys. And then eventually the stories all sort of come together. But there'll be moments where he's literally in a shootout, and his wife calls him on the phone to bitch about like their kid. And it's like he's just like having to deal with like family bullshit while getting shot at, and stuff. And I kind of felt like that's what Shinichi was sort of going through. Is like, you always think about like when something like this happens, a normal person is going to just like blow up at all the people who care about them, but are like shoveling on bullshit they don't need when they're going through a super stressful time. And it was kind of interesting to see the fact that like Shinichi's very bright, like Light Yagami in a way. So he's thinking about how like it sucks that I have to do this, but I literally have to put up with everybody thinking that I'm a flake or whatever with Murano and all that stuff. And I have to figure out how to hold all of this together while dealing with a like extraterrestrial threat, and all that.
I thought he was a massive pansy not disclosing his whole thing with some select people, like his father, Murano, whoever.
I think he was just wanted to, but he was afraid Migi was going to kill him.
Right? Migi basically said that if he let anyone know.
He outright said
but after a certain point, it's like, the whole, I told Kana, and then Migi's like, fine. And
see, I think what it is, though, is that Migi, because, again, this is the thing, they orchestrated it in such a way where all of these things where you would question it, they kind of, like, wrote it in such a way where it wasn't a big issue. Like, for instance, with Kana, they had that thing where Migi would go into that coma, right? So he talked to Kana during that time, and then when Migi came to, he was no longer near Kana. So it's like Migi didn't have an immediate.
Well, the same could be applied for the other people. Like he could have.
Yes, but the thing is that if Kana at that moment, like the damage is already done because she could have, if she was going to tell somebody else and like start, spreading the word, then that would have already happened. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Also, wasn't that the last time he saw her? Was him telling her?
It might have been.
That was the second last time he saw her. The last time he saw her was when she was stabbed.
No.
Okay.
Well, what he's saying is, what Random 11 is saying is that that's the last time he saw her before she was stabbed. So even if he had seen her again between the time when he told her and the time she got stabbed, Migi theoretically could have killed her anyway, right?
Migi literally said that he was no longer going to go with that course of action.
Well,
but then you have to ask yourself, was Migi lying to put him off of his guard so that when he was near Kana again, he'd be like, well, time to kill her, sorry.
The other thing is, Migi kind of understood that, like, she posed a threat because she could sense him, right?
Yeah.
So by saying, and the threat was that, like, she's always going to try and chase him down, and she could put herself in harm if she chases someone else down. So by telling her, it's like, okay, well, you're saving her from potentially chasing down someone else that's an enemy if you tell her, like, this is what's going on. So I think Migi understood that part of it and was like, okay, fine, you told her because she's connected to this somehow, so I'll let it go, right?
So,
but like if you go around telling a bunch of people, that's different.
Well, it's not even a bunch of people. Like, say either Migi's asleep for 4 hours and he's like, Dad, they are alive, or whatever. They are parasites or something.
Real
Like,
quick,
he could even configure, like, you'd think at a certain point he could just talk with Migi and be like, you gotta understand it's important that I tell my dad that parasites are a thing because he already got frickin' my mom yeeted by it and stuff. Like, and what is it? Murno, like, literally at that one point, it felt like the critical mass where she's like, just what is, like, going on? And you can't be, like, it can't be nothing. And then he seemed like he was about to, and then what? Migi kind of turned into a giant blade again, which I felt was weird. But, like, then he's like, it's nothing. And then she's just like, the hell, man? And then, like, leaves. And I'm like, dude, that's exactly why he needed to disclose it, because he's just constantly being like, I'm fine. It's good.
Yeah, like Migi was ruining the relationship. Yeah.
Yeah, like you'd think that he'd be able to reason with Migi after a certain point. But anyway, that's all I'm saying.
So hard.
Because I found it.
What? Fudnum, wait a second.
I forgot to share something. So because I botched adding a bunch of stuff to the doc, and I see Danny's in the chat, and I forgot about this. He put this in the Discord. We have to react to this real quick. Funimation has a very limited version of Kanada's jacket from Akira that they've officially licensed. And he said, Danny said he couldn't wait to see us react to this. So here's my reaction. You done fucked up, Funimation? Let me show the Funimation blog version of it where you can, so I can show that it wasn't Crunchyroll who fucked up. Okay. These are the photos we're going to use to promote this. There is an image from the back, and it appears to not have the good for health, bad for education pill. And if it does, it's so in shadow that you can't see it. So there you go.
I was going to say, like,
reaction.
Also, it's $450.
Right.
And you're not even getting the genuine thing. Is that why they promoted it as a version? A limited version or whatever?
I imagine they just mean it's very limited as in...
Very limited. Well, it's a very limited version because no one wants it because it doesn't have a thing.
And also, I mean, I can pull it off the red leather, but not too many people can pull off the...
Don't worry. That's what you'll put. You'll take that jacket and put the 3-foot jacket looked like. You'll put the 3-foot. What is it? Those patches from the Macross or like Robotech on the back. Buy the bundle. Get both.
Be funny if it actually is there, but they accidentally fucked up and it's only 3 inches. So it's just really tiny right here in the shadow.
Oh, damn it. We mixed up the dimensions.
All right. Anyway, okay. Thank you guys. So, so you were saying, Greenline, regarding Parasyte?
So I was saying, well, I was telling Footnum to hold on a second because you were trying to get out whatever you were trying to get out, but and he was just going for the long mile. But for me, it's really this contained story that I feel like could only happen in the damn 80s. It's like any flaws I would have with it from a story perspective are just like so minuscule at that point where it's like.
Yeah, I agree.
Ted
says they have to be considerate of the people that take pills.
My what is it? My overview of the whole series is that while there's a couple things that I had issues with, it's still overall like such a good series.
For sure.
And it just ends, and you're not left with like any hanging, at least not too many hanging thoughts of, well, what happens next?
The thought is
I forget how it ends. Can you guys refresh my memory?
The way it ends is you get a fake out from the serial killer, and thankfully, everyone's still alive.
Off the building, and then.
How did they get rid of all the parasites worldwide?
They didn't, because the ones that remained either adapted or were dead.
Yeah, they were either killed off, or the ones that were left adapted and ate human food.
And everything turned out all right.
They realized that they could eat human food and it was okay, and that was better than fighting with the humans.
All right.
So
now I am
human food.
The one thing they did not explain is the hell were the parasites? Where'd they come from? Where's the spaceship that like planted them? They said they can't reproduce, right? So where'd they come from? Were they just seeded in humanity this whole time?
Migi kind of says like the parasites are like a product of nature at one point, if I remember correctly. So I think the implication is like the Earth.
We were oversaturated. Humanity was destroying everything, whatever type deal.
I don't know. I kind of thought about it like the symbiotes that made Random 11 on blackface.
Spider-Man.
Well, the symbiotes were from space, so.
Right. So I kind of picture them as from space. That's how I was looking.
Well,
at it.
I picture them from space because take a look at the link I sent you and share it. I love this picture, and I feel like the series, despite being great, didn't live up to my expectations from this picture for some reason.
Oh, okay.
And you get these in the art cards that are in the second limited edition. So this gives me the most like epic frickin' expectations. You have the entire world behind him, and this is like, I think that's got to be Goto. It's just like, look at this guy. He's just like dominant the entire world. And when you think about it, it's like, well, Reiko was just screwing around to make this guy. When I thought this was like the big evil invader guy from another galaxy who's like, we are here to overtake humanity, which technically they kind of were. But I mean, like,
at first glance, it kind of looks like South America is becoming Goto's face.
But yeah, so I felt like he was the commander. It was more calculated and everything, but it felt more like not a natural. It felt more like a random chance sort of thing.
Right.
I'm still fine with. It's just not what I expected.
Have you read the full manga?
I only read 2 volumes because I owned 2 volumes, but back in the day, and then I watched it sometime later. I'm like, oh, interesting. Which, by the way, you know how you and your wife were talking about, where does this Chad come in? He looks like that, like from the start in the manga. Because he doesn't wear glasses and everything. But as I said,
very much reminding me of Tobey Maguire, like with the glasses, like looking in the mirror after he gets bit.
I honestly like how they changed it.
I do too, because I actually think the glasses it gives you this weaker perspective of him, and it shows the growth way better, the contrast. The funny thing is, in the manga, like I skimmed a bit when I was looking for those shirts that I wasn't looking for shirts, but I was looking for something. I was looking for the dick hand. I was like, I'm sure they showed the entire dick hand at some point, but so I noticed he is like way different. It feels like in the manga right off the bat, he's way more agitated and he swears like a trucker.
I'm curious for anybody else who might see this or is currently watching it who has read the manga. Did they adapt the whole thing? Like, is there more to it? Because I'd be really interested.
No, I'm pretty sure it's a complete adaptation. And what I was making note of, it was like, I'm impressed with. Well, I don't know how they navigated the changes because they had cell phones, right?
This is what I was going to say. I was trying to say earlier with Kana's death scene. She, like, being adapted now, they had cell phones, but back then they didn't have cell phones. Mm-hmm. And so in Kana's death scene, they make a specific point, and I think it was one of the more awkward parts, but I'll grant it to them, where she's like, oh, because of my love, I'm going to leave my cell phone in my bedroom. And that's why she doesn't have her cell phone when she goes off and gets killed.
I don't remember her saying that, but that does sound kind of dumb.
The thing is that I don't really recall exactly the events that transpire that lead to her death, but I feel like she didn't have a ton of time before. Like, it's not like, oh no, there's a parasite. Kenichi, help me! Like, it's not like that. Or
but so what happened was she.
But it prevented him from calling her.
Yeah, she was
trying to call her, and it was at her house.
Yeah, she was following other people, and then he said, "Oh, let's meet up at the train station,
right?
Because I want to talk to you about stuff."
Right.
And then she said, "Okay," and then he saw the Goto at the train station, and he said, "Oh, let's meet up somewhere else, I think." And she got that phone call, and then she said, okay, never mind, I'm just gonna put my phone down and leave and go find him on my own using my telepathic
if complications come up, I'm just gonna not have my phone in case.
And then he tries to phone her again and try and say like, hey, you're in danger, like whatever, and she doesn't get that phone call. And then
I'm glad you caught that, because I totally glanced over that.
Then she winds up at the place where the feeding area.
I remember one time it was like so Murano made a remark or something like sorry I didn't text you or something. I don't remember the reason. It was just like it might have been just I didn't have my phone on me, but I'm like, no, the reason you didn't text is because phones didn't exist.
So the Parasyte manga, 1990 to 1995.
It says 1988 on Wikipedia for some reason.
Well, regardless, that's not what I'm trying to...
It is what you're trying to say, bitch!
He also has Neo Parasyte M.
Whoa, what is
2014.
That?
And then like Neo Parasyte F for 2015. So this is a one-shot from Aria magazine, and the previous one was in Serialized in Afternoon.
That's not very much time to have them invade Earth and then be eliminated.
It has been released, it looks like, from Kodansha.
Those were probably as like a special thing that came with the anime, or like
read the
anime released
in 2014, 15.
Yeah. When in Japan.
Read the synopsis.
In Japan, it was 2014 for the first episode, and then 2015 by the last episode.
They look like us. They feed on us. They're parasites, alien creatures. With I'm going to do it on Anime News Network because they probably have something more than Barnes and Noble. Nothing at all. Okay, Barnes and Noble it is. Take human form via a host and destroy the human race from within. First seen in Hiroshi Iwaki's
12 brand new stories drawn by some of today's greatest shonen and seinen manga artists.
Okay,
so is this author dead? The original?
No. He did work on where is he? God damn it! He did work on He did the art end card illustration for episode 32 of March Comes in Like a Lion.
Oh.
So I'm pretty sure he's still alive. Born in 1960, so he'd be 61 at the end of next month, right?
Yep.
So anyway, the reason I looked here is because it's such a great story. And
you'd think he'd have like 50 others.
Yeah, you'd think that
kind of like Ushio and Tora's author. I looked back on it.
It took so long for them to finally do an anime adaptation of Parasyte. What if these other things are
masterpieces?
Yeah, like what if they come out in the next couple of years? You know, like
they might, because that is what happened with Ushio and Tora's career. They adapted Kakuru whatever circus after they got a full anime for Ushio and Tora and stuff.
So these are 2004. This one would be the next one then, if it's going to go that way. Tanabata no Kuni. Kind of looks like he just has
Parasyte, the non. By the way, what is with the Maxim? It sounds like the remastered edition or something.
Well, it kind of is.
It is, but there was no original anime to go along with it. Yeah. So,
but in the sense that the story that they took, they brought it to modern time or whatever. So
it's the Maximum edition.
Anyway,
one of the other weird things that I noticed that was kind of like about the show, otherwise I think the show's really good, was Murno's friend.
The one voiced by Terry Doty, the glasses one?
Yuko? Yeah, the glasses one.
I hate her voice in so many of these characters.
She had her brother like draw the thing, or she saw the drawing or whatever. She drew. Did she draw something?
I know what you're talking about.
Anyway, she fucking knew what the things look like. That's my point. And then Mr. A attacked the school, and she sees, or no, not Mr. A, the kid.
Yeah. The guy.
The younger kid that Rokio sends to watch after Shinichi. And she sees him, and she's all infatuated with him. But then eventually she sees him turn into the thing. And at that point, why didn't she say anything? Why didn't she be like, this guy's... Like when her brother was like, yeah, these are weird, like...
Yeah, when he got hit in the head with the baseball and his head deflated. I agree. I'm surprised she didn't say anything to someone earlier. Like, bro,
and then,
get the FBI over here.
She never said anything to anyone. Ever. Even when it came out like, oh yeah, let's pull the hairs out and like the hairs will wiggle.
By the way,
that whole plot point was never brought up again, and it was kind of weird.
The hair thing, I initially liked the idea, but then you notice what good does that do? And you heard
it actually gave them a false sense of security.
Well, and that's why Shinichi says to Kana, do not pull people's hair. Because as soon as you pull the hair, they'll know that you know, and then they'll kill you.
There's a lot of information they kind of...
Well, it's even worse than that. Because think about it from this perspective. We watched when they instigate the hair pulling thing. You see the drunk girl who's with the guys like, hey, you hear about that hair pulling thing? Want to do it? Kind of thing. She pulls the guy's hair and finds out that he is a parasite. But here's the thing. Imagine that the guy's not a parasite. And it gives you this false sense of security of, oh, he's not one of those monsters. People are monsters too. You know what I mean? Like it could actually create scenarios where people are becoming less safe because they're entrusting themselves. They let their guard down around other humans. Now, granted, you might say that other humans in a scenario like this, we band together when there's an outside threat, right? So maybe there would be less rape, less murder and stuff, human to human.
If we just pulled their hairs out.
Well, because of the parasites, people might be more likely to not kill each other because we have a common enemy that we're not killing each other because we need people to fight the parasites kind of thing.
Now, something they never actually like explicitly say is that they just said oh, that new hair pulling out trend became a thing.
They never show how they started to actually make it. Like they just say, "What if we start this new trend?" It's like, hey,
that's not even the thing I'm getting at, because I can believe there's propaganda online of like, oh, hey, start pulling out your hair,
wear 7 masks.
Yeah.
Well, just think about all the stupid trends that like.
The
like
drink
Twitter
bleach
set up.
challenge or whatever.
Not even just the T-pose challenge, the mannequin challenge,
exactly.
Planking.
That's why after I watched this, I'm like, what if all of those were like ways to ward off aliens? For all we know, that's the T-pose wards
this up. The reason I needed that episode number where that happened is because of the podcast clip where we're talking about how the UK is trying to instigate the Sybil system from psychopaths. And I brought up the fact that you guys realize that they popularized selfies in order to get you to post selfies on Facebook so that they had your face in all sorts of different lighting conditions from different angles, shaved, unshaved, makeup on, makeup off, so that they could create a facial recognition algorithm and use it against you. Like literally the one that the US government uses was developed by Facebook because you voluntarily gave them all of your photos and shit and tagged them yourself, right? So, and that's, you bring up the Parasyte thing in that podcast clip because you recognize that what I'm talking about is literally what they do, right? By popularizing the things. Now I don't know how planking gets us to save the world.
I warned
them all. That's one aspect that actually aged better by coming out now.
Yeah.
Versus because back then there was no viral trend.
But hold on,
right?
The one plot hole that I'm getting to, the thing that bugged me is how Khan's like, oh, I can pull your hair out and I'm safe. She literally said that, and I'm like, where does anything say that? And how do they even explain it to the public that keeps you safe? From what? What is the danger? Did they explicitly say there's parasites going around? Because she said there's parasites or something going around, and I'm like, what? Fill us in, show. What happened?
I think they did say that. There was
that's the thing is
not
that
aliens, but just like you have some weird like disease basically if you're
that's the thing is that the manga I assume is longer than the typical.
It's 8 volumes.
It's only 8.
They're thicker volumes, but it's 8.
Because it just seemed to me like they were cutting out a little bit of the story there just to save time, and I kind of let it go. By the way, I do want to acknowledge how freaking great it was when he threw the baseball from all the way across that other.
Oh yeah,
I liked that, but I thought the animation looked like his arm was so bent back. I'm like, this looks a bit.
His arm was deformed.
Yeah, because his arm, because Migi can.
But he basically never does that again, and that is kind of weird.
What, use baseballs?
Yeah, that's true, because he could have used that against the who was the guy that was like that had
Goto?
Was it Goto? Was it Goto that chased him? Yeah, it was, because he was the one that she was talking about. He's the weakest of our kind, or he has he's the most vulnerable of our kind, but he's immortal.
It was Miki was chasing him, wasn't it?
Well,
Miki, yeah.
No.
Well, both of them technically chased him.
Goto chased him on foot. Remember, he was having to ride on the vehicles to catch up to him because his legs didn't have parasites in them, so he had like human legs.
Miki followed him without the parasites controlled in his legs, and then Goto, when he swapped over, turned into a gazelle and then just caught up.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm talking about that guy. He could have used, in order to fight that guy. Yeah, he could have thrown rocks.
The truck. I loved how exactly the same type of truck is the only vehicle that goes by there.
Well, actually, I think that's pretty believable, considering when I drove from Arizona to California constantly, you would pass like a billion of those kind of trucks. Like they're transporting food and produce.
All 3 of them were transporting air.
They didn't have anything in them?
That's how they got into the back. There was like nothing in there.
Well, still, they get to the destination and drop off the thing and then go back to get more. I mean, that's possible. They were going the same direction.
Are you sure? Because I feel like one of them went a different direction, but I could be wrong.
I mean, the plant could have. I don't know. Anyway, I'm just saying, like, you know, I didn't. Sure, if they had done. Well, the thing is, though, think about it this way, though. If you're going to jump onto a vehicle, you're probably going to notice if it's a, if it's like, what do you call it? Like a car, like a sedan, right? Like if he jumped on top of a sedan, eventually they would notice that he was up there, right? And then they would freak out, pull over, and he's like, well, I'm not getting anywhere. So obviously he's going to go for the vehicle that he's going to go unnoticed on the longest, especially because big trucks like that, they don't have a rear view mirror. They only have the side mirrors, right? So if you're above the cab on the back of those trucks,
that one had a window.
Legitimately, what's up?
It had a window in the back.
Yeah, but you still can't see up. If I'm recalling correctly, it was basically like a produce moving truck, right? Just a little bit shorter, maybe. Anyway, regardless, I'm just saying that it made sense to me that Miki, right? That you're right. He called himself Miki because he's like he mentioned that it was. Oh, that's funny. You call him Miki. Well, I'm Miki, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
both the right hand.
Yeah, well, because yes, Migi in Japanese,
it's righty or right.
Hidari and Migi, right? So right and left. So he was legitimately calling the hand Parasyte. He was calling his buddy Shinichi was calling him right. That was his name, like the direction, right?
Phoenix, right?
There you go. Anyway, so yeah, I think. I'm very pleased that I got to sit down and watch it again. I music was great. Let's see, what else was there? There was
I like the music when it wasn't dubstep. Like, by the way, you know how the ending preview or whatever to the next episode with the sketches, storyboards, you know, that music?
Yeah.
Well, that was amazing. That track, and it gave this unbelievably profound meaning, like feeling, like something ungodlily epic is coming, but it never did. Obviously, to that scale, it oversold me on what was coming, especially because it has that like filter of like red particles or whatever, and I'm just like, oh.
On my version that I watched the first time, because I own Parasyte, but I got the premium edition, so one of them is open because it was damaged, and I got Right Stuff to send me a replacement, and they just sent me the box. But I haven't watched my actual sets. I watched it originally on Netflix, I believe it was on. But the one that I'm watching now, because all my stuff's in storage, when it gets to that portion, it's not dubbed.
Well,
you're talking about
it's literally like whatever they call it. Like they say the next episode's name.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like at the very end after the credits. There's an extra little bit, and it's not dubbed on my version of it.
Right, because yours is the Toonami rip or whatever, right?
Danny says. I don't know what it is. Possibly. Danny says diversity for Akira jacket. Just because the model was.
He probably was expecting you to point out that they're using like a black and an Asian person.
I mean, they were, but I don't think that
wasn't the major concern.
Yeah. See, I care more about the product than the model at this point.
While we're bringing that up, I took that picture into Photoshop. Adjusted the levels. There's nothing on the back.
Nothing there. That's what I thought. When I originally saw it this morning or this afternoon or whatever, I thought that it was dark. But when I looked at it here, I don't know what's going on with my monitor being different, but I could clearly tell. I could see like the layer levels or whatever just online, and I could tell that it wasn't. Yeah, the banding was giving it away. Yeah, a very. Disappointing, right? Like, who would even buy that? $500 for some bullshit? Yeah. Jason South is going to dip. Next watch club, Jason South, if you're still here, is Hellsing. We're going to watch the original Hellsing anime. Yes.
Oh, okay. I see how it is.
What did you think it was?
Berserk.
Oh, no, I think, did we talk about doing Berserk?
We did. And
we
you said,
discussed possibly
sure,
doing it, at least.
Does everybody have Berserk?
I mean, I do.
Karamura.
Yeah, I was planning to get through just because of the fact that I'm not really in a place where I can enjoy my watch clubs at optimum level. I was kind of hoping to push a little bit further into the summer because if I get through one more month of
torture,
yeah, it'll start to get a little bit better because things are starting to get crazy at work. Although
no one's going to enjoy watching Berserk anyway.
Tuesday and Wednesday off. Well, yeah, but I still want to give it the full attention and everything, and then not have like a podcast like tonight where it's like I'm sacrificing big time for work tomorrow to be here right now to do our discussion. So I think we'll do Hellsing. I do want to do Berserk. It is going to work its way in the future, but yeah, I think we'll do Hellsing first.
All right, you win this time, Random 11.
Well, actually, no, he won the last time as well.
Yeah, he won Parasyte.
Yeah.
I won by not having to watch Berserk. That's how I won.
Well, we're going to watch the original. Yeah, okay. Anyway, yeah, so I think that's about it. Do you guys have anything else you want to share regarding?
Please
do.
Well, in regards to some of the characters, so
me while I sip.
I'd like to briefly talk about Murano because I feel like she gets a bad rap in comparison to Kana, who came across as like very creepy to me. Like Kana in general just came across as very disturbing.
I didn't like how Kana was like
the name
with
of the Murano from Jumper. Was it Millie? I think it was. I don't know. I'm sorry. I really can't not hear his voice.
What is it? Murano, or sorry, not Murano. Kana. She hung out with the douchebags, so I had a bad first impression of her anyway.
That's true. Yeah.
And then in my case, I'll admit it. She did like Murano is asked a few too many times about like what the hell was going on. But in her defense, like she's just a normal like girl. We're the audience. We know what's going on, but she doesn't know.
True.
And so it's like a lot of this stuff is going on in her life where it's like, what the fuck? Yeah. Like these aliens are coming down. Like people are getting murdered. It's like, what the fuck is?
Let me ask, how does the story end in regards to Shinichi and Murano? Do they?
They bang. First of all, I was surprised that the show showed that.
In episode 21 or whatever it was, like the last episode on that disc was called "Sex and Something," and literally the last part of that episode, they just suddenly banged, which was one of my problems because I'm like, this did not feel like it was built up well. Or deserved, or whatever.
Well, I wanted to introduce it to
I wanted to profusely watch that scene over and over again.
Parasyte. Oh, Sex and Spirit. That's 21.
Yeah, I believe I said 21.
The very ending is she goes over the building when the psychopath.
Well, they're basically an item at the end, and you can probably assume that they get married, but they don't go into that detail.
They're practically an item the whole show.
I mean, that's true as well, but she kind of denies it, and they're in such a volatile state the whole time because at the moment's notice, they're like lovey-dovey, and then it's like, who are you? I don't know who you are. Like
again, in her defense, the dude radically changes from episode 1 to like episode.
That seems so radical, though. Like
he never told her that his mom died.
Imagine
he never brought that up.
I think that I had a problem with that too.
Yeah. Imagine you're in high school and you're a high school girl, and the guy that you kind of like looks like Michael Cera, and he acts like Michael Cera, and then over the course of a week, he goes from being like weakly, tame, timid Michael Cera, and then he comes to school as Dwayne Johnson, the fucking Rock, right? Like, imagine, or Schwarzenegger, let's say, right? And you're like, who are you?
He wasn't like roided out.
Of course not. I'm just giving an examination to.
You're just
to
upset
emphasize
because
the
you got
point.
Superman. You got Superman, and like the Superman disguise fooled you.
Also, I'll admit to a bias. I really do like.
You were saying that you thought that
transforms. Yeah.
Shinji.
I got it. Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, like,
Shinichi.
because in the original, the transition from his like hair down and the glasses and stuff to that version of him is abrupt when it happens.
Yeah, and when Clark Kent takes off his glasses,
starts to go
that's also
Super
pretty
Saiyan.
abrupt.
See if we're done.
Yeah, if Footnote just couldn't handle it, he was like, "Yeah, well, I'm done. I'm done with you guys."
He's going to get his Superman glasses.
Anyways,
FDDNM, weren't you going to leave?
But anyways, like, so if she was voiced, like, let's say Hilary Hagg, who voiced the other character, then yeah, I would be like, but because I feel like Hilary Hagg always gets cast perfectly cast in Sentai's like bitch characters. Anytime there's like a Sentai film where it's bitch character, it's Hilary Hagg.
You know who I felt
such an unfortunate voice in most roles.
Yeah.
You know who I felt sad for?
What?
The girl that was at the hotel, that her beside the hospital that his dad was staying at.
Yeah, that girl who falls for him when he goes to check on his dad in the hospital.
Right? Yeah. There's
maybe we'll see you again. No, you won't.
No.
You won't ever see me again.
And then there was that dude who Shinichi met right afterwards who had the parasite in his throat, voiced by Greg Ayers.
Yeah.
I found it funny that because all he did was absorb his information through the TV, he got this like personality, like almost like a human personality because he watched all this television. And it was interesting seeing the comparisons between Migi, who was more like a computer because all he got was information from the internet,
right?
And Shinichi's experiences, but a lot of his information from the internet.
Oh god, yeah, it could have been. It's like Kenichi or
literally
Shinichi.
The moment you said, "What is it? You're Michael Cera, or whatever," and then the next day he comes to school as. And then it just stopped, and I'm like, "What is it? Who does he call?"
I said, like he comes to school and it's Dwayne Johnson, The Rock.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, wow. This is why I have this chronic fear that I'm talking to nobody when I'm doing the show. Sometimes when the white noise disappears, and it's like, oh god, just act normal, perfectly cool. You know? The eyes start darting around. It's like. Are we still alive?
Garth, you're okay.
Yeah.
You're okay, Garth.
Yeah, pretty much. Anyway,
that's what that's from, right? You were making that reference.
I wasn't, but that is an accurate portrayal of how I feel.
I mean, Garth literally says that in one of the scenes. He's just act normal.
So FDDNM, we were talking about the girl that when he goes to check on his dad. And he has to go to the hospital out there, and that girl just falls for him at the inn.
That was so weird.
Yeah.
She gets wrecked.
He's got all the girls on it.
On the other hand,
that's the moment where his hair goes up, right, and he stops being a little like
he turns into a Chad.
Yeah, right. That's when he decides to go to the hospital. Right, is when he starts looking different.
Well, it's after he got impaled and then
Right.
He got impaled and then he changed at home.
Right. That's what caused him to change was that Migi spread throughout his body.
And then he went to go look for his dad. And so he literally changed right before he left his house.
Yeah.
That was another thing that was really kind of like hard to watch in like a good way. Like it was contemplative and made me self-reflect on the idea that Migi kept telling him, like he kept noting, like, I'm becoming less emotional. I'm becoming less of myself. And Migi's like, that's a good thing though, isn't it? You know?
He's like, I don't know.
That was another thing that kind of like, because what that is like growing up and becoming an adult and like losing all your childhood dreams is like is that a good thing?
Yeah.
You know, in some ways, and that was another thing that kind of struck me watching the show again, because I've obviously I feel like that a lot, and especially now with the situation I'm in, I do kind of reflect on that a lot. That
you're like, miss that right hand. Lots of good times we had.
Oh, I forgot about that part where I sent you a message, Brad, in the Discord where it's like, use me with care and don't match me with.
Yeah, I was thinking like, well, you were talking about how you guys were talking about how Miggy got his information from the internet, and I'm like, okay, here's the Ona hole version of Miggy.
Dude, the manga was so much better for the
dick
what is
arm?
it?
Yeah.
The urinal scene, because he's just like whacking up, and the other guys are like, "Dude, bro, why are you doing that here?" We're in the
because he says, "I'm going to try to make your sex organ erect."
Right. That's exactly when it happens. But the other people noticed, and they're like, "Dude, why are you beating your meat in here?" And but in the anime, it's just like he's at the sink, and then he's like, "Oh, it's kind of hard to go when someone's talking to their guy or whatever."
Yeah, their dick.
Which it wasn't nearly as good as the manga was in that scene.
For sure. I've got to say they toned it down.
No, they toned the hell out of the language down for sure.
Yeah,
He was
what
an aggressive.
what I mean is that they toned down the adaptation, but them getting the dick thing in there the way that they did,
the subtle way,
like whoopee cushion sound effect. When it comes out,
he doesn't even have. It's a different design as well, because Migi has like an eye and a mouth on there or whatever.
Yeah.
Which looks even more dirty when it's censored.
By the way, Brad, if you open my tweets, you can see I had a single video that would be worth sharing.
Okay. I've got it. It's topical. Let me stop screen sharing.
It's probably really quiet, but
this one.
Trending in Canada, cancel Canada Day. That's a topic for another time.
Okay. Here we go. Oh, that's so loud.
Loud?
No, I can't hear it at all, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, I just said, he said Among Us. Among Us, or whatever. If you want, I can highlight the stuff I said in my 50 tweets.
Yeah, if you'd like to, go for it. If that's what you wanted to have said while we're on the podcast where we're doing the Watch Club.
Yeah, just maybe a little. No,
Yes,
so I kind of go into the changes. So the dad uses a tablet instead of newspapers. I remember that specifically, but there must have not been a computer for Migi to search the web. So I was just like, that's kind of interesting. So because he uses the internet on the computer quite a bit.
Well, the internet was around in '96.
Yeah,
but this was '88 when he wrote it.
But no. See, the thing is that the information that you would have gotten off the internet in '96 would have been like pets.com.
Yeah. So I'm curious what they would have done if they had chosen to keep it in the 80s or early 90s or whatever.
I know what they do. They just adapt it as it is, because who says every anime has to be the same time frame?
That's what I'm saying, because I didn't read the manga all the way through. I read the first couple chapters.
Think what Green Line meant was, what would they have done storyline wise, in the original, how do they
well, I feel like they probably just would have relied even more heavily on books, really.
Yeah, books and newspapers. It would definitely, the style would have been nice, because to see it contained in the late 80s, early 90s would have been kind of nice.
Dude, that would have been great. And if they didn't have dubstep, which made you think, dude, they didn't have dubs and steps in the 80s, then that would be cool. So then I go on to say, but the weirdest change I remember was they gave Shinichi glasses, which is still a weird change. It's like they just give him glasses. Who on the board decided let's give him glasses?
I liked it though, but we talked about that already. So.
Yeah. Changes him from a wimp to a blah blah. Also, they changed the part where Migi changes into a dick. Yeah, obviously. In the manga, they have a panel. Blah blah. That was me. Then I said OCA Podcast. Oh yeah, Murano's hairstyle looks different. She has like the hair clip and everything. She looks way different in the manga because the reason I read the manga was because I was able to get it and I wasn't buying the Sentai limited editions of the anime, but I was interested in the anime. And you see Murano in the like clips of the anime, and when I read the manga, I read both volumes and I'm like, I wonder where that girl was from the anime. But it's the same girl, and she looks way worse in the manga, in my opinion, way less appealing.
Yeah. So
the anime did good by that. Shinichi wasn't listening to music on his headphones. I'm pretty sure they just went straight for the nose, because in the anime Migi was like looking at the ear and being like, "Oh, I can't enter the ear." He just straight up went into the nose in the manga. And there was also I think he used a lamp cord to what do they call it? I want to call it the thing where you use it.
Where he used his headphones cord and he cut off his circulation to his hands.
Right. A tourniquet, is that what it's called? He used the headphone cords in the anime, but he uses like a lamp. You don't really see an object, but I assume it's a lamp cord to tourniquet. I already said something about the music. We got the Among Us. Also, I think the implementation of making the pulling out the hair trend was a really cool idea, but it also creeps me out how the government likely does stuff like this IRL. As I was saying before, like the T poses and all this crap that you're going to do to ward off aliens.
See, the sad thing is that they don't have the noble ward off aliens approach. They have the how can we get our citizens? We'll tell them we're doing it. Just you gotta do the T pose through the X-ray at the TSA because we're stopping terrorists.
Yeah, T for terrorists.
Oh, look at that guy's dick on the X-ray. It's so tiny. Right?
On the other hand, I don't actually buy that they could even push this as a trend because it's unpleasant to pull out hair.
Actually, from what we've done on the podcast, I've heard a lot about remember we covered different prefectures paid different Japanese celebrities to say favorable things about them on Twitter. Like they paid like $10,000 for 5 tweets that mentioned a prefecture or something. So it probably would not be that hard to get, to pay some Japanese talents to.
I guess you could do that. I'm just saying that people wouldn't want to actually do that because it'd be too irritating. Or the person you go up to might not be in on it and would be like, "What the hell, man? That hurt." And the funny thing,
I just like to think of all the Karens who are like, "You're probably one of them too. Right now, rip out your hair." Like in the middle.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you sexually harassed my hair. The thing that's funny because it happens in the anime is you can't sneak up on someone and do that precisely and grab like one hair. You'd grab like a clump and then just make them bald.
Ow! Fuck!
It also seemed to me like they should have the Parasyte should have been able to delineate like certain okay, so you're going to pull out the strand, right? So leave that strand before you pull it out.
But they can't leave the strand. The strand is them. They replaced the whole head.
Migi was able to. Okay, I guess that's true. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. I was going to say Migi was able to put himself in different parts of Shinichi's body, right? Which, by the way, that was like the best part about how Shinichi goes to the Chad form, right? And how he's faster now to the point where he has to slow down during PE, and then that's what gave away that one other guy that was not
Turbo
slowing down
fast,
during PE. Yeah. And Shinichi was like, it just got like real. It felt like this character that we're watching go through all this. It felt good to see him get some wins in life. It was like, well, my jack off hand is now blades and eyeballs and shit, but at least I can run 100 miles an hour. You know,
at least I can get laid.
Yeah.
In episode 21,
with his Olympic condoms.
he used Migi to get up there and loosen it up first.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Migi's in the back just taking notes. Like, okay,
that was the thing. My one concern
Migi
about
orchestrated the whole thing.
Dude, that was my one concern about like the whole situation of like his arm is now an alien or whatever. I'm like, well, when he's later on in life with his wife, what does he do? Is he just going to observe them while they're smashing?
Well, Migi says at the end, like, I'm going into hibernation.
I know they obviously addressed that. Yeah, I have a tweet addressing like all the things that they got right, which is everything. Let's see. I said something. What is it? I was talking about the use of cell phones, how they translated it from the 80s, and we kind of got some answers from Random 11.
Okay, so you know how you said that you're trending in Canada? There's a hashtag, hands up, don't nuke.
That's because Biden was talking about you don't need a nuke, or sorry, if you want to fight the government, you're gonna need F-15s and nukes or something like that.
Oh, I've got the perfect response to this. Hold on while I switch over to the other branding.
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker.
Beautiful.
I knew where that one was.
Or at least I assume that's what the hashtag's about.
Well, all the Ogloy ones have the exact same like thumbnail image, so it's like I'm like, oh,
it's really hard to delineate which one.
Yeah. They're all the same.
Oh, so something I put as well was like a fanfic theory. If this was written in even like 2010, a cool thing they could have done is they could have given Shinichi a Bluetooth earpiece and look like a tool, but he could get away with talking with Migi, and people would just be like, oh, it's that Bluetooth thing, oh, or something. I mean, that's kind of... I thought that might be a neat thing they could have done if it was done later.
Sorry, say that again, Rick? I'll
and then I said, wow, I forgot how creepy Kanna's obsession was. And then in the same tweet, wow, I also forgot she got absolutely yeeted. Maybe that's why I forgot her in general before starting the series. The whole Shinichi Murano back and forth. You are really Shinichi, right? He's basically not human. Thing seems a bit more overdone the second time around. It feels like at times they just kind of do it for no reason, which builds up this repetition and gets kind of annoying.
I will agree to that, yeah.
I feel like her originally saying that was kind of like just like a playful thing, and then that became kind of like her thing.
She became the Hayden Christensen meme. You're still Shinichi, right? You're still Shinichi, right?
But really, I think when she first says it to him in the ballroom or whatever in the gym, I think it's just kind of like playful. Like
but also back then he hadn't started to change yet because he hadn't been impaled.
Yeah, exactly. So
she was noticing his change in wasn't that when he first got Migi though, and he shot a basketball or something? So
yeah, and he also grabbed her
changing,
boob, right? So there were differences that changed, but like
so she made the observation subtly, and then it turned into like much bigger observations that was like, you are Shinichi, right?
Yeah. But like I said, I think it was more like playful at the beginning because obviously nothing physically changed. It was just kind of like he's acting a little different, and then later on, it's like, okay, no, like there are actual
giant
changes.
hole in your chest. Not going to question it while we're smashing, and you haven't told me about the Parasyte, but
right,
yeah, nice hole.
That's another thing he never tells anyone. Never tells anyone about his mom or the big scar.
Dude, the mom thing crushed me when I remembered. Oh no, she gets killed. that sucked the first time around.
And she like got burnt saving him from the
dude. That moment was really interesting for me because there's one time where my mom's just like, "Here, cook this chicken or whatever," and it was like in deep frying oil or whatever, and then I just like. I was kind of stupid, so I just kind of like plopped it in from a small height, and it splashed on my arm, and I'm like, or whatever. And like that really hurt. And I'm like, dude, her hand must be in such ungodly pain. Now, technically, I believe it in the sense that she definitely could have prioritized her child over that. But there's no way she wouldn't be like, shit needs to. Are you okay? Like,
because in the moment.
Well, I'll say this: before my mom,
I deep fried my dick.
Yikes! Well, weird thing to say before I tell a story. Before my mom died, my wife and I were at my parents' house, and this is when we had moved back in. After my son was born, so that my mom could actually no, it was when my wife was pregnant. I don't think my son was born yet. Anyway, so my mom was in the kitchen, and my mom used to have these vases from IKEA that were like super tall, and she would put beta fish in them. Right?
Beta cockfish.
Beta fish, the Japanese fighting fish, right?
I know. I had a billion.
This one's name is Rod, and this one.
She would put them because you beta fish aren't. You can't put them in a tank with another fish because they'll kill each other.
That's why they're called like what, a Siamese fighting fish or whatever.
Yeah, Japanese fighting fish or whatever. So so she would get these. She had these varying height vases, right? Anyway, they were in there, and she would have to take them out and clean the vases once a week or whatever, because if you've ever had fish, especially in a vase instead of like a fish tank where it filters out, you got to change it like every week, right? So my mom would pour boiling water in it. We had a carafe that you would fill it with water, and you just flip up the thing, and then in like 3 minutes it was like boiling hot, right? And she would pour that into the vase. In order to disinfect it and clean it and stuff.
And there was a live fish in it. No.
Well, it shattered one day, and it got all over her legs.
Ooh.
Right? And I heard it, and I came downstairs, and my mom is on her hands and knees trying to get the water from underneath the oven because we had hardwood floors in our kitchen. For God knows why my parents made that decision to put in hardwood floors in the kitchen, but she was trying to get the water from underneath the oven, and she didn't address the fact that she had been like 3rd degree burned, right? And
I'm
got
pretty
burned
sure that's
so
to the
severely,
bone, right?
I don't know. She got burned so severely that
3 layers of skin, not to the bone.
Her legs.
No. 3rd degree means that the third one pierces to the bone. Second one is the most painful, and the first is the first layer of skin.
Okay.
Whatever it was. There's more than 3 degrees of burn.
Dear God.
What?
It doesn't matter. her legs, like, have you ever gotten a really bad burn, like by touching something? Up? Yeah, like your skin bubbles up. Right, because of it just creates a blister right in front of you, right? Because it's reacting to it. Her legs were like that, all down her legs.
Yeah.
And she didn't even like register that she was in agony until I came downstairs and was like, "Get the hell off the floor!" Like what happened? Like, because I could see broken glass everywhere. And I asked her what happened, and I'm like, "You need to get up. Like this is like not okay." And she was in such agony afterward. Like I had to run out to the store to get aloe vera and everything.
Going back to the original point, it's that when you're so focused on something else, like a mother protecting her son, making sure, are you okay?
That's why I don't write it off. But I felt like it almost, well, just because I know that like those small little blotches of oil, getting her whole like freaking arm engulfed in
it's
it. Like,
got to be agony for sure.
But her main priority as a mother was like, oh my gosh, is my son okay? Like, as a parent, I'm sure you understand.
Did we confirm that it was oil? It must have been oil.
Yeah,
that was oil. Yeah. She was making tempura.
Not as bad as AC's story, but my mom was trying to microwave butter, and somehow in the microwave, the butter caught fire.
Whoa,
I don't know how, but it did. And so, me being smart, I said, okay, well, I'm going to take this outside. So I took it outside, and now I have a big bowl of microwave flaming butter on my deck. And I say, okay, instead of going to get something to just put over the thing to put it out, I go get water. So I go grab this big glass of water that I'm going to pour into this fire butter.
Fire butter? New product.
As soon as the water touches the fire, it just explodes all over my arm. Now, I got lucky, and it basically just singed all of my arm hair, and I didn't really, and I got a very light, like sunburn-ish, first-degree burn, I guess, but not terrible. But good lesson, don't pour water into oil fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a kind of common.
Yeah, it's one of those things, though, in the moment, you don't think about that because it's, it's friggin' fire and water. Let's throw water on it,
So what we've learned today is that Brad is living Shinichi. He just has to get into his Chad phase now.
Oh, ouch.
I think it's going in reverse. I think his Chad phase was like 6 years ago when he was posting his collection videos.
Rude. Oh,
that Gugon, man. That just that full head of hair. Total Chad right there.
AC ruins that.
I'm the Nega Shinichi.
All right. So back to things. Let's. Oh wow. Oh yeah. I called after that. Like the whole. That's repetitive. Murano saying you're Shinichi. There was a line in the dub, he moves different, and I learned this because someone pointed out that Apple's slogan, think different, makes no sense because it should be differently. So I said it should be he moves differently. Just saying. Damn, the scene where Shinichi got his emotions back hit harder this time for some reason. Forgot about that too, but man, it was better because I forgot. Because a lot of times you're like, oh, I wish I could watch this for the first time again.
Is that at the end when
it's with the baby, with bitch when she defended the baby?
That was another weird thing. She goes out of the way to call him over, and like all the cops start shooting her, and she defends the baby, and she slowly walks over to him, hands him the baby, and then he's just like, all right, cops, here's the baby. Like she took all this effort to give him the baby. And
I think she was getting the baby out of the way of the bullets.
No, but she called him over for that reason. Like, she was going to give him the baby. I think, anyway.
Mind games with him.
And then he's just like, okay, yeet. She tells him, like, I want you to look after the baby. And then he's just like, gone, yeet away.
Now, I feel like she wanted to have a discussion with him initially, but I feel like she decided to last minute give him the baby, and because she said, make sure it grows up with a normal family. Because she's like, this is my sacrifice for my babu.
One of my favorite lines in it was the human guy who's like, yes, some of my blood got on the baby.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
But that scene, that whole part, I don't know, it hit harder for me because I'm like, damn, that really sucks. It's like, hey, little guy, now you don't have a mother either. I'm like, oh no, she's mom, and like all of that at once, and I was just like, oh, why is this hitting so hard? And he got his emotions back as well, so I'm like, he's human again. Oh,
yeah.
It's regressing back into the version.
Yeah, he's no longer Chad form. So I get to the part where they smash. Oh my god! And my problem here is how Shinichi still hasn't cleared everything up with Murano. I guess she didn't question his giant-ass impalation scars. My only problem is Murano even says, you're actually a good guy after they smash. I'm like, are you kidding me? You're on this basis where you're just determining his character after you smash? Like,
it's a woman's intuition.
Which adds to the whole thing where they're flip-flopping between being on great terms and conflicting terms. She only makes the observation after they smash. All I'm saying is I'd feel better if they were under better circumstances. Like it wasn't, maybe
it was a translation error. Maybe she says, hey, you're not half bad in bed.
Oh, God. Which, by the way...
I thought you were going to be a total wiener, but you're pretty good.
Do you guys think that Migi gave him like some assistance in that regard?
I don't know.
I don't remember if Migi was confirmed to sleep then.
Super dick, just like he's got super legs.
Dude, you would expect Migi to be like to the moon with, I get to see the mate.
So
the long time coming.
When Migi hibernates, does he also lose the leg strength and everything that he got?
No, I think the
heart.
Enhanced human abilities is built into him because of the small Migis, aka sperm-shaped Migis. But does that mean he spermed Migis into her?
Well, that's an interesting concept.
The other thing is, did they get condemned?
Like, what the fuck?
Did they get condemned?
No, get in there. You've got like 100 kids growing around.
Is she prego? Because, I don't know. She must have had a lot ahead of time because maybe she, regularly does this with other Tyrones or something.
But, I don't know. I mean, they skip pretty far ahead into the... Well, not super far ahead into the future, but they skip a little bit into the future. Isn't it 2 or 3 years?
No, because...
in the time skip?
It was college that they were starting, the entrance exams for college that he missed. So I'd say that's probably about a year.
So that's a year.
Okay, yeah. So I lead into that thought with, otherwise it feels like a weird, unnatural time to include something like that. Though it does make sense in the way that this could be the last time they ever see each other. But once again, since Shinichi said nothing, how would Murano even know that? So, she just was like, yo, want to smash? Because she literally said to him, she's like, hey, want to come back to my place? No one's home right now.
Yeah.
But, you could almost interpret it as she just suddenly turned into a slut, and I'm like, this feels weird.
You could, by better circumstances, say that she gave him what he needed at that time.
Questionable, but
sometimes you need that type of comfort though.
Oh God, yeah. You'd feel like I feel like she would have given him other things I don't know. They kissed a single time.
In this case, rape.
What have you done, Brad? You've turned.
These are his own words.
I know, but it's beautiful. It's like he's here with us.
He's here in spirit. God, what was I even saying? You'd think that they'd show more affection in other ways before they even get to that point, but by better circumstances, I'm talking about it's not apocalyptic, end of the world, all this crap. The only way, I was saying, is that I could have seen it making sense is if she was fully aware that, he's a parasite. It's important that he's the last one to kill off the bad guy. Here's your final smash, and potentially leave me with your bastard child. But basically what I'm getting at is I would have approved if it was under better circumstances, they were ready for it, instead of we're in this flip-floppy relationship where at a drop of a hat I could be upset at you and then break it off, but let's smash. Now the thing that they get right is she's the final waifu, because usually that's I'll also give them a pass for that, because if they smash someone else that isn't the final waifu, I'm like, that is wrong. Secondhand husbando or waifu, whatever it is. But yeah, so that's the smash. So Migi told Shinichi earlier that he should go home. What the hell? Yeah, he should go home and let the boys take care of Goto, remember? He's like, oh, I need to help them. It's like, let's just go home, Shinichi. The military will take care of Goto. They can use heavy machinery, weapons, missiles, and all that. And I'm like, okay. And then after that, you see Goto escaping after killing everyone successfully. And then it's like, uh-oh. And then what happens is, like, a few days go by, right? And then he's like, Migi, drive us to a place that's has a low population. And I'm just sitting here like, whoa. What happened to the missiles and stuff? Like, why couldn't you coordinate? Hey, military, you want to give me a hand on this? Like, could they not have coordinated missiles to be shot, like, at a certain point or whatever? They just kind of forgot about that. Like, that wasn't off the table just because he killed the guys that were still in the building, right? Am I crazy?
No. I don't remember that part. I'm sorry. I'm getting to the point where I am, like, dying here. Because I'm going to get up in 2 hours. 3 hours. Is it only 1:09? God, I feel like I looked at it was 1 o'clock like 30 minutes ago. Okay, well, anyway, that's great. So I just want to verbalize real quick. There's an issue with with Facebook right now. They've updated Facebook. I can't create new docs.
Right.
Just a heads up. I can edit existing docs. So we're good for at least like another 2 podcasts probably. But if Facebook doesn't update that, we're going to have to switch to another thing. Because I've got some docs that I can just change, right, for the time being. Anyway, if anybody knows how to do it on groups, because the option is literally not there anymore. But anyway, FDM, do you have more you want to say? Because I've got to wrap up soon because Rhys isn't here to end the stream for me.
Right. I only have 5 things to recap. Migi said their trap failed. Like, I don't think you got to this point again in the rewatch, but they were planning an ambush and what is it? So yeah, they take him by surprise. Migi spread himself out into multiple things. They ambush him, and then Shinichi is supposed to cut off his head or something. And that's like, oh no, the cleaver's still in there. Is that what happened? And then, actually no, that wasn't at that part. But either way, they partially decapitate him. It's still holding on by a thread. But then Migi's like, oh no, the trap failed. And then he's like, run, Shinichi, run, or whatever. And then they get separated, right? But I'm like, what part of this failed? Because the time that it took for Shinichi to waffle between, oh, I need to run or stay here and help Migi, like Goto was just like really slowly like trying to re-maintain himself or whatever. And I'm just like, just chop at his neck again while he's doing that. Jesus Christ, you can do wonders right now. But so that was that, the trap. So I said finishing the rewatch, there was a lot of stresses and factors that could have gone wrong leading up to the end, but thankfully, pretty much everything is done is exactly as I hoped. Shinichi keeps his arm, so he's not like, oh, I have no right hand after we deal with the parasites, because it could have like disappeared or something after the parasites are all taken care of.
Yeah,
and
he ends off the show missing an arm, right?
No.
That's
what I'm saying. They did so many things right because he misses the arm after he's separated from Migi from the trap failing, and then he talks to the old lady, and then he sees an eyeball on his stump at the one scene, and he's like, Migi is still here. But then you find out that Migi attached himself or whatever to Goto. He was living in Goto briefly. And then when Goto went to slash and finish off Shinichi later, he reattached himself to Shinichi, and then Shinichi stabbed him and they died of poison, basically, which is technically a bit underwhelming, but I thought it was fine because it's like, oh, it subverts your whole expectations of this being like the inconquerable whatever. And the whole theme was he's a fragile whatever being, right? So
yeah, he has an Achilles heel.
Yeah. So the idea was he ends up keeping his arm because when he loses that arm, when you first watch it, you're like, oh no, he's gonna have no arm in the end. And so Shinichi keeps his arm. He doesn't have Migi invading his privacy, aka smacking him off. B, what is it? Yeah, Murano and himself are alive. So at the very end, you get a scare where that crazy psycho killer could have killed Murano. Like that last minute thing, I'm like, God damn it, you're gonna kill the only payoff that's left. But no, thankfully she doesn't die. She also was thrown off the stupid ledge. She could have either died from getting sliced, her throat sliced, or being thrown off the ledge. Like there were so many stressful factors that I'm like, don't screw it up. Don't screw it up. But like I'm saying, they kind of got everything right. So he keeps his arm. No one's dead. All the people, well, not all the people that are important, because I would have liked his mom to stay alive. But like all the most important people made it out alive. So in my opinion, that was like a really good state to end it. But I do think that them pulling that. Point, what was that?
I'll just say real quick, talking to your point about like, oh, you could have lost an arm. Literally, the reason I don't like watching Return of the King is because I don't want to see Frodo get his finger bit off again. So, like, I remember as a kid being like, couldn't the elves use their magic and like give him a finger back? I don't want to see that. I don't want to have to think about him living the rest of his life as the 9-fingered Frodo, as they call
That's
him.
Basically what I would have been if he never got his arm back. Damn, what was I saying? Yeah, so the thing I could have done without, though, is they had that entire episode. The last episode was Aftermath, but it had that scare of, oh, here's the psycho killer. And I'm like, oh my God, could you not let us just have this one like time where we're just chilling? Because the thing is, Murano, once again, is being ditched by Shinichi for reasons he can't disclose. He's just like suddenly gone. And then she's about to die. And I'm like, okay, this is the ending I wanted. Because like they had them, it's like, oh, we're going to college now and stuff. And I'm like, oh, this is nice. And then they end on that stressful note and then ends. And I'm like, I still feel kind of stressed after watching that. You would have liked it to end on a positive note. You know, that's my opinion. And yeah, that's
was
literally
positive because he saved her.
It is, but you're still like in that, whew, that was a close one. Oh, and then it ends, and I'm like,
So you're saying that there's a little bit of whiplash because it ends before you get to settle into.
I'm still on edge by the time the credits roll, but in general, the whole series, I was like, when the first time around, there was so many factors that I was on edge for. I'm like, oh my God, is some really bad thing going to happen? Oh my God, is Murano dead? Oh my God, is he losing his arm again? Or, you know, actually just the entire uncertainty of, is he going to still have his arm in the end? Or the uncertainty of, is he going to have to sacrifice him to get, you know, to take care of this problem? Like, all of that was just, like, kind of stressful for the first watch. So a rewatch was actually really good, knowing that, like, all of the... deconfirming all these fears, I guess you could say. So, yeah, would rewatch again, I guess.
I think I definitely would as well. I'm happy that I did the rewatch this time around because, like I said, I didn't think that... I wasn't eager to go back to the show. But once I did, I had a very easy time getting back into it. I very much enjoyed the pacing and how everything kind of unfolded and the decisions made. And so, yeah, I definitely think I could rewatch it. And I'm glad, like I said, that I rewatched it this time because it's made it easier, I think, for me to revisit the series continually in the future. And I actually would like to read the manga for sure. At some point, but anyway, that's all I've got. You satisfied with your?
Yes, I have nutted to completion.
That's pretty powerful.
All right. So, big shout out to Ogloy. And if you guys are interested in seeing Augie again. I just remind you, he's got his own channel, youtube.com/AugieAnime. And with that, I guess I'll say goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
This
Bye-bye.
show is 7 hours long, so take it easy, guys.
Take it easy.
I'll see you next week, hopefully with